coaching now in the XFL, I love the opportunity for these young players that are on the outskirts of the NFL, that they still have a platform to show that they can play, show their talent, show their ability, and to keep their dreams alive and keep them moving forward. I think it's pretty special.
Uh-oh. Where's my video? Hold on. All right. Let's see about this. Hello? Testing 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Where's my web camera? Always going to be some kind of drama, right? Oh, my camera's not on. There we go. What is up, my friends? And welcome. Welcome. I'm figuring this out. To a special edition of the XFL Week in Review. Not really, because it is the XFL Draft Day. I'm your host, Mark Perry, editor of XFL News Hub, your spring football, alt football media guru. If this is your first time on the program or checking me out for the first time, make sure you subscribe, smash that like button. Yesterday, when we did our show, our kind of recap show of the QB stuff, we were at about less than 5,000 subscribers. Now we are way over 5,000 subscribers. So thank you for everybody for hanging out with us. So on the show, we are going to do live draft coverage. The draft, we're going to start in 10 minutes. We'll kind of get you all settled in and check out the draft. We'll just kind of go through. We have XFL News Hub reporters going to hop in, some special guests. But before we get going, if you like football, then like and subscribe to our channel. Make sure you like that channel. Like it, the channel, spread the word about the XFL draft that's happening right now. It is not on television, but we are streaming all over our platforms, all over our social media stuff, all over on xflnewshub.com. We'll have, we're just going to kind of wing it. I've kind of done these a couple times with the USFL and CFL. We'll see kind of the cadence of the XFL draft and how that goes, and we'll go from there. So we'll have a recap of tonight's festivities tonight at 8 p.m. for those who can't watch it live during the day. And then there's a draft tomorrow also that's kickers, punters, and then a kind of open 11-round draft where they'll be able to select whoever they want. That's going to take place tomorrow, but today we're going to go live all day with this draft. Let's see. So before we get started, if you want to participate is the question. Email us. Be part of the show. Email us, podcast at XFL News Hub with your thoughts, or record an MP3 or video, and we'll play it on the show today. Or leave a voicemail, 888-430-7692, extension 3. Yes, we will read that on today. You can also subscribe to our weekly podcast that comes out every Monday. That's on Stitcher, Audible, Player FM, Spotify, Google Podcasts. It is XFL Week in Review. Leave us a review. We appreciate that. And usually, except for today's special day, and actually this whole week, you can watch XFL Week in Review live at 8 p.m. Eastern every Monday on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch. The timeline, actually this is 50, let me fix this, 93 days to the XFL kickoff. QB assignments was yesterday. That is all taken care of. We'll kind of go over that too here in a little bit so we can remove that one because that is done. And today's the 16th, so it's XFL draft. We haven't known when the supplemental draft is going to take place, but that's supposedly going to happen probably after January, after December 31st, because basically what's going to happen is there is basically the USFL free agents are going to hop on. The USFL will have free agents. NFL will have free agents after December 31st. And then we will have the a supplemental draft. But it's got to be before, if you look at the timeline of things, it's got to be before that January 9th. So sometime between January 1st through the January 9th, there's going to be a supplemental draft. And that one's going to be big because there's names that are missing from the QB list from yesterday. Hey, thank you everybody for hopping on. We've got a lot of people. Make sure you smash that like button. But we have a lot of guys, some guys from the USFL who are not on the list that didn't get selected this past week. Guys like Brian Scott, we know for a fact that he was training with Jordan Palmer's group. He is still a signed with the USFL. Jordan Tamu, another guy who is also signed. We don't know what his status is, but Tamu is interesting because if you didn't hear, so we kind of cover we call it alt football. It's the alt football community. And we cover everything CFL, USFL. So USFL announced yesterday that Memphis is their hub, and they're moving the Tampa Bay Bandits to Memphis and changing it to the Memphis Showboats. That's my team, the Memphis Showboat, or not, Tampa Bay Bandits was my team. I guess my new team has to be from the Tampa Bay Bandits to the Memphis Showboats. But so then they went on. They had Todd Haley, again, as the coach of the team. And then they announced Blake White as their quarterback and not Jordan Tamu. Now, granted, Blake White played for Memphis, so it makes sense to have that guy in there to show him. But did that mean that Jordan Tamu is going to be jumping back to the XFL? But we know from this past week, Kyle Sloter, who I thought was the leading MVP until he got hurt in the USFL, he got selected. He's in Arlington. Luis Perez played with the New Jersey Generals. Now he's with the Vipers. Now, the reason why we see those guys now is because they got tryouts in the NFL. And there was a little loophole in the USFL's contract that basically says, in order for you to try out for an NFL team, you have to be released from your contract. So basically all of the best guys got released from the USFL contract, worked out, tried out for an NFL team, and now are free game for the XFL. Just those guys. Guys like Scooby Wright or Brian Scott, those guys are not eligible because they're still under contract till December 31st. After December 31st, if they didn't sign an addendum to their original contract, then they are free agents and they could be part of the player pool. Also, guys like Derek King, who was supposed to be on the DC Defenders, he got signed by the Carolina Panthers. He's kind of out there. That's why DC Defenders only have one guy in Eric Dungy, which I'm super excited about. And if you didn't check out yesterday's show, you got a chance to see the interview I did with him and Coach Reggie Barlow. So there is what it goes. That's the deal with that. All right, so we're about 4 minutes from the actual can you guys hear me all right? Is the audio okay? I just want to make sure I can see it. Somebody mentions anyone else not hearing anything. Let's see here. Just let us know in the chat. Okay, good. Everybody says yes, we hear you. Cool. All right, Rick Bit, 8-bit. Anyone else not hearing anything, but everybody else is hearing? I could see it on there. If anything, it's a little too loud. I'm excited. All right, I'll turn it down a little bit. How's that? All right, everybody's saying it's cool. All right, so what's up, everybody in the chat room? We got a lot of people in there. Blake, Sergeant Klein, Robert. So I will be interacting with you throughout the whole draft process. We've got trivia questions that I'm going to ask, and you guys get a chance to answer in the chat. We'll give away some prizes just for fun. And we'll do a lot of stuff as we go through. Now, the whole thing with this draft is, let me get to one of the articles that we have, the plentiful of articles on XFL News Hub. So while I can't do that at the same time. We also have, I follow, so what we do is on XFL News Hub, we follow not only the XFL, but we also follow Indoor Football League and European League of Football is also on XFL News Hub, and Fan Control Football. We will be playing a Fan Control Football commercial throughout today's events. So what's the deal with the draft? Let's get into that right now. Let's see here. Okay. So how do you watch the draft? Well, first of all, this is what I needed to update this. Thanks for reminding me, guys. I knew there was something I was forgetting. So I got the draft coverage on there now. Never mind. Okay. So you can find XFL draft coverage live on all of our pages. So the draft will start today at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Day 2, Thursday, will start at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. Day 1 will be broken into 4 positional groupings with 11 rounds of selections for each grouping. An order of the other positional groupings is based on the lottery for offensive skills position. For example, Houston will select first in the offensive line grouping. DC will select last. So today, what we're going to start off with, which is the most exciting, is offensive skilled position, wide receiver, running back, tight end, fullback. Then we'll get the defensive backs, cornerback, safety, nickel, defensive front 7, which is really important, inside linebacker, edge, defensive end, defensive tackle. Then we got the offensive line. Day 2 will feature 3 rounds of specialists under the, let's see here, close that. I am starting our Zoom so we can have some of our friends join us from XFL News Hub. So day 2 will feature 3 rounds of the specialist selections, kicker, punter, long snapper, followed by 11 rounds of open drafting. That's kind of what the deal is for today. Now, where can you find all this stuff? It's also on XFL.com. You can click on their draft thing. So this is the draft board here right in front of you. First pick is the DC Defenders. They will go first in the draft. My team, America's team, the DC Defenders, are picking first. So you better be excited about that. Let's see here. So I'm going to be doing a lot of things. Basically, I am the producer and host, talent person, all this other stuff. So we're going to be skipping through all sorts of things, figuring this out. All right. Again, welcome everybody. All right. So what's up, chat room? We got to hang with the people in the chat room. Blake says, let's go Battlehawks. Sergeant Klein, what's up, sir? It sucked. I have to work today, but I guess I'll keep track on Twitter, or you can hang with us. Listen, just put this up. Everybody's sitting at the computer. I took the day off to go do this. This is not my full-time gig. I don't do the, this is kind of my passion project, if you will, covering all these football leagues. So I'm super excited. This is a long time in the making. If you don't know anything about me, and if you're new to the game and this is your first time checking all this stuff out, and let's see, it is 11:30, and we're just waiting for that first pick in the draft. Let's switch. All right. So if you don't know about me, we've been covering the XFL since Vince McMahon announced it way back in 2018. Did a bunch of history stuff. Then Oliver Luck came on board, Bob Stoops, and things started picking up. And things were rocking and rolling for us. We are the number one. XFL News Hub is the number one XFL news site out there. I have the data to prove it. Also, if you checked out the Path to the Draft thing on ESPN, it's on ESPN Plus. Check out that towards the end of the video, to the ends of that show, when Danny is talking about the XFL and making it and whatever. They reference an article that I wrote on XFL News Hub. So, yeah. So we've been doing this for a long time, and it's funny because all the new people have been reaching out to guys in our staff. So we've got Mike Mitchell, we've got Brandon Anderson, we've got Evan Willsmore, we've got Jay Nokes, Matt Nagashima, Matt Lyons, Anthony Miller. That's 5, 6, 7. Andy Murray, Sam Just is on our staff too. I'm missing one. Oh, and Pat Ruffino. That's our staff at XFL News Hub. We've got other guys as well that are on board. And so we got a big staff. So everybody, one person kind of covers the team, and we kind of go from there. That's kind of how it all works at XFL News Hub. So we've been doing this for a long time. When you know what happened, and the world was quiet, and we thought the XFL was done, we were still covering the league. Just, we wanted to make sure, we were just basically in it to cover, how these players did, your PJ Walkers, Jordan Tamu, Storm Norton, these guys who were went from the XFL to the NFL, and we were following their careers. That's what we were kind of doing then. So we've been doing that for a while. Two other things while you're hanging out, while we're waiting for this draft to kick in, I want you to head over to, let's see here. There's two things that you can do. One, if you're going to listen, you guys are nerds. I know you're nerds. You're going to want to play fantasy football. Head over to News Hub Fantasy. You can start your league. We are having XFL Fantasy Football. We already did USFL Fantasy Football as kind of a trial run. So head over to News Hub Fantasy, create your account, join a league. Leagues are forming now. Draft is not going to happen until after the supplemental draft, so sometime probably around training camp starts, January 9th. We got to still see who the data provider is for the league. Also, you're home for alt football. So if you go to Reddit, some of you nerds, you're on your computer now, head over to Reddit, type in alt football, and that is our home. That has got everything from the CFL, XFL. So what is alt football? Alt football is the XFL, the USFL, Fan Control Football League, European League of Football, Indoor Football League, etc. Those are the leagues. I said Fan Control Football. I think I got them all. Everything, and that's the community that you're going to be a part of now that you're interested in the XFL. It's basically the alt football community, and that's just something that we kind of coined the phrase years ago when the AAF and XFL were going at it, which Andy Murray, thank you for, he put us an article today. If you want to hear all about this Tom Dundon stuff, this article went pretty wild. And the site on the traffic is going wild too. So this is very exciting as well. Welcome everybody. So yeah, that's kind of where the phrase has been coined since then. And so this is kind of like your central place to go see what's going on in the alt football community. We've got stuff like, let's see here. We have the, you got the CFL season's about to be over. So you got the Grey Cup, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers against Mike Mitchell's Toronto Argonauts. That is out there. That's going to be this Sunday. The playoff games were a lot of fun. You know, the USFL, we have USFL News Hub, XFL News Hub, CFL News Hub. You get the gist. And, you know, each one of those websites covers the league. And so, so we have the CFL, the Grey Cup Championship is this weekend. The USFL had big news with the Memphis Showboats coming online. That was really exciting. So, and now, even though my Tampa Bay Bandits are no more, and supposedly they're going to have another hub city. Detroit seems to be the place to be for that. Oh, my wife is trying to enter the Zoom room, but she doesn't need to unless she wants to be on. Let's see here. Just a test. Okay. So yeah. So we're covering all those things. So it's going to be exciting stuff for the USFL. Now there is a potential because of some of these USFL guys that got signed to NFL contracts that could be part of this. But we've got the first pick in the draft coming up, the DC Defenders. Here's your first trivia question, my friends. Let's see how hardcore you are out there, and we'll read some of your things in the chat here. Oh, in a second. That's it. If you got how hardcore you guys are, and I appreciate it. Here's your first trivia question. Who was the first pick in the 2020 XFL draft? What team and who was it? Let us know in the chat or in the comments. We'll have some fun here. Meanwhile, let's read some more chats. Robert says, Defenders all the way. Listen, Defenders are America's team. Remember, America's team. Now, I've been saying this for years. Why do we call it America's team? Simple. Because they're in Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States of America. So why wouldn't they be America's team? DC Defenders. And check out my interview with Reggie Barlow and Eric Dungy on yesterday's program on YouTube. Hey, welcome all these people that are checking things out right now. Hey, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. I would love to get to 6,000 subscribers, if not more, after today. And smash that like button. Help spread the word about what's going on here. Renegades TX says, let's go. Brownie says, good call. The Battlehawks are going to get McCarron to the playoffs by our awesome new QB. Blake says, let's go. Jacob says, let's go get him. For the win says, Hugh Dat. I think he's talking about Houston. MSW says, man, let's see the draft. Nathan says, good call. Go Battlehawks. Like, get DeMornay, Pearson, L back, or LaDamelin Washington. Oh, yeah, there's some names here. Still no picks in the draft as I'm checking back and forth. No picks there. Let us know in the chat if you wind up seeing some picks. Yeah, those are some names. I mean, I would love, those are some good names. And that's the other thing. Let us know in the chat. What are some names that you want to see as part of this draft as we wait? I mean, we're 10 minutes in. I think teams get like 5 minutes to make the pick. So maybe they are, I would assume picks are coming in soon, at least the first couple of rounds. You ever do those fantasy football drafts where you're like, bro, you've had 20 minutes to figure out who you're going to do. And I got to take all the time to make your dang pick. Just make the pick. You should have it ready by now. But I'm not saying, this is a little bit different in the XFL world because they got to make phone calls and stuff. And all of this stuff is taking place in Las Vegas. There's going to be cut-ins from ESPN, but you got us here, and that's all that matters, right? So that's some good names. Battlehawks getting Jordan Tamu on January 1st. Brownie says that would be awesome. People would freak if that was the case. And if I was him, I mean, if I'm some of these guys who played in the original XFL, listen, I talked to people within the league that were part of the bankruptcy process, that were there before the league, that were, there's not a very few people that you could find. Mike Mitchell has been covering the league since 2001. He's got me on that. But there's a lot of these people that have covered this league for so long, talk to everybody when it comes to this league. Anything you can pretty much ask me. Players is not my thing. Like, I'm not like, oh, this guy ran the 440 time. I'm more like the business reporter of XFL News Hub. I got a great staff of writers who are kind of the regular reporters of the teams. They know the players. They're super excited to get work cracking on this draft stuff. But that's, so this league was successful in 2020. There was no doubt about it. There was multiple entities. There was a third entity that was interested in the XFL at the time of purchasing it out of bankruptcy. But Redbird and The Rock and Danny got together, and the rest is history. And now we're here with our draft, with teams, with players. I mean, first thing, everything has gotten leaked. We've gotten, you would have found out the team names before it was officially announced on XFL News Hub. You would have learned from Mike Mitchell, the quarterbacks, and which teams they were going for before all that stuff came out. So stick with XFL News Hub. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. We're only at 38 likes. I mean, come on, guys. Should be by 50 by now. So smash that like button, will you? All right. So, yeah, remember our trivia question. I'll get to that. Let's see. Renegade says, thanks for the coverage. Mike says, let's go. Draft time. Tristan said, almost draft time. Is the draft on YouTube? 1981, that dude. This is the spot. The XFL is not doing anything on there. I hope I don't have to refresh the page. I assume it's all like auto generated, like it will automatically refresh the draft page, because that would be lame if it didn't. So yeah. All right, let's go back to the chat. So yeah, this is where you'll have it here. MSW says they are taking their time. Get to the action. I agree. Brian Scott to Vegas. I'm Blue Boy. I don't know where Brian Scott's. One of the things you need to look at is, I don't know where Brian Scott to Vegas. That would be interesting. Ernest Edwards says, I'm the sleeper in the XFL draft. Time will tell. Ernest, check it in. All right. Lenny says, let's go. XFL 2023 comes soon. That Madden guy. Well, They're not really moving them. Tampa Bay is coming back next season, so when they add the 10th team, it will be even. I don't know if they're going to be adding that team back so soon, my friend. I really don't. All right, things are starting to move here. Oh, let's go. Man, we got a lot of stuff in the chat here. Let's see here. Where was I? Yeah, let's see. Who got the question right? Man, there's a lot of chats in here. Let's see here. Did anybody get? I'm just gonna go through who got the trivia question right. Let's go. A lot of people looking to get drafted. Javier says, "Hi, Mark. Can see Perry." There you go. Hi. Who got my trivia question right? Looking. Let's see. Jordan Howard. No. Let's see here. Renegades. Jordan Tamu. Nope. Landry Jones. That's it. That Madden guy. Rashard Davis. Defenders. DC. Denny Kenny also got it right. Rashard Davis from James Madison. Correct. That was the first pick in the XFL draft. Now, what's funny story about him is, yeah, and there's nothing from social that I'm seeing from the XFL as far as, let's see, close that. Man, our site is rocking. Yeah, nothing on social media just yet. Let's see here. Yeah, just waiting for the picks. Checking out the chat. Yeah, so the interesting thing about Rashard Davis is that he got picked. I was actually at an event with the DC Defenders, and I swear he came in and was talking to Pep Hamilton, the head coach of the DC Defenders. And then so he got drafted, and then I think it was like that day he got signed by the Tennessee Titans. Now, there's a lot of chatter going on here, and I appreciate all that stuff. Oh, hey, we've got somebody coming in. Let's see how this works before the draft gets started. Let's head over to our Zoom call. Let's see if this works. And talk to our man, Jay Nokes. Jay, can you hear me? Oh, wait. Let's see. How's that?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can the fans hear you? Let's see here. Hey, chat, can you hear Jay Nokes? Now, I don't have your picture on here. This is the first time I'm doing it. So let's see here. All right, there you are. Now we can see you.
All right. What's up, people? How's it going? It's a great day for XFL.
So what's your thought on let's see, it closes. I have to keep this open. Hold on. All right. I think I got it. All right, so what's your thoughts on first of all, the team that you cover that you're wearing, the San Antonio Brahmas? What's your thoughts on how they did in the draft with their quarterbacks?
Well, I feel like the Brahmas actually brought in a lot of experience when it comes in regards to development. I mean, you look at Jawan Pass, and in my article for XFL News Hub covering the possible selection of Jawan Pass going to the Brahmas, I pointed out that he has a upward trend developmental trait, meaning that he has improved in each of the seasons that he competed in college football. In 2018, he had a 56% completion percentage. And in 2021, in his lone season with Prairie View A&M, he had a 67% completion percentage. So you can definitely see the growth there. So I'm pretty excited about what he's going to bring to the table. Also, he has the athleticism that all coaches want. I mean, we live in a football era, where creativity is number one. And what you can do at the quarterback position is number two. And usually that helps the overall functionality of the team itself. But I think Jawan Pass is a stellar selection for the San Antonio Brahmas. And I think that he's definitely gonna make some waves at the Alamo Dome.
So do you think? So who do you think then? What's a guy that you, if you were the Brahmas and you were Hines Ward, who do you think is a guy that they should target in this first round? You going wide receiver, or you're going running back?
I'm definitely going to see if I can get Jawan Pass some weapons on the offensive side. I mean, based on this offensive coaching staff group that they have, it seems like this is going to be a ground and pound type of offense. I mean, we may see a lot of read option as possible. We may see some quarterback bootleg, some play action. So I think running back is going to be the position that everyone should look for in the first round. And then also, let's not forget the Brahmas have a offensive line coach, Pete Mandarin, who has coached in the NFL, and he's real big about getting gritty offensive linemen to protect his quarterback and also to develop the run game. So I also think there could be a sleeper pick in the second round or third round where they start building on that offensive line, or excuse me, in the second round when they start drafting offensive linemen. So I do think running back is going to be a first priority for the Brahmas.
Yeah, it's so we're still waiting for any kind of picks here. Overall, what do you think of the quarterbacks that were selected as compared to 2020? I mean,
I actually think that this is a great class, man. I mean, you go back to 2020, and unfortunately, in my opinion, I think the XFL in 2020 was just trying to get the best possible veteran presence on all of their teams at the quarterback position. But with this new version of the XFL, Danny Garcia and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson have discussed bringing on quarterbacks who can bring some youth at the position. So in comparison, I think that the 2023 class or the 2022 class is a younger group, but they have a lot more tread left on the tires. And when it gets down to the springtime, that's what you want. You want players who are going to be healthy. You want players who are going to be able to make it through a rigorous season, and you get that when you have youth at the quarterback position. So I like the draft class for the 2022 XFL draft. The 2020 draft itself, I thought that Landry Jones was pretty good as the incoming face of the XFL 2020. But PJ Walker was someone who came onto the scene that no one noticed, no one knew about, and he parlayed his XFL 2020 experience into an NFL job. We see him starting on Sundays now. So there was some light that came out of the 2020 XFL quarterback class. But I do think that the 2022 XFL quarterback class is going to be more about developing these quarterbacks. And also, I think that these quarterbacks will see a lot more of them in year two versus just year one, like we saw in 2020.
so who do you think out of this draft class could be the big star? I mean, we all thought it was Landry Jones, and that didn't work out. Mac McGloin, that didn't work out. Cardell Jones, that didn't work out. PJ Walker was kind of like, maybe. I mean, a lot of the guys, actually, if you think about, I mean, BJ Daniels was better than Brandon Silvers. So who out of this draft class do you think it could be a star in the XFL?
I'm gonna have to go with Seattle, man. I mean, you look at June Jones. I mean, we saw what he did with PJ Walker. I think Ben DiNucci and Steven Montez are in a made-ready position to get off to a hot start. I mean, we saw that what June Jones was able to do with PJ Walker in 2020, and I think Seattle, with Jim Haslett in tow and that offensive group that he has, I think that the best quarterback or the most, I would say the most productive quarterback could be in Seattle. We're going to see them open up the offense. We're going to see an open playbook. We're going to see them we're going to see them do a lot of what Houston did, where it's going to be a spread offense. They're going to throw the ball down the field, and they're going to try to convert on first down at a high pace or at a rapid pace. So I think Ben DiNucci or Steven Montez is going to be one of these surprise picks. Also, let's not forget, it seems like Jordan Tiamu possibly could be returning to the XFL. If Jordan Tiamu ends up in DC, that's my place where I see him going with Reggie Barlow, because Reggie Barlow discussed having a quarterback who can complement the run game. And if you don't remember from 2020, Jordan Tiamu was fantastic in the running game. And I always point to week one against the Dallas Renegades, where it seemed like the Renegades were going to win the game, or they were going to they were going to make the Battlehawks have a 3-and-out, and Jordan Tiamu rushed for 76 yards in the fourth quarter to kind of seal that up. So I'm looking at Seattle, and also I'm looking at wherever Jordan Tiamu ends up landing.
Yeah. So, hey, if you got questions for Jay Nokes, though, he is our man on the scene when it comes to the San Antonio Brahmas. If you have any questions for him, drop it in the chat. We got a couple minutes with him. Still no picks left. Still no picks to start for the XFL draft. So your coach, Hines Ward, This is his first time as head coach. How do you think he's going to step up and be as a head coach?
You know, I think that Hines Ward is in a really good position to do well as a first-time head coach. I got a chance to speak with Hines Ward at the Texas Live Town Hall event back in July, and he is full of excitement. And he's very excited about the coaching staff that he has hired and the staff that he has put together. And I think, in my opinion, the best way to be successful in professional football is to have a collaborative mind. And Hines Ward is all about building those partnerships inside the locker room and within his coaching staff. So I think he's going to do very well in his first head coach stint. And I think he has a coaching staff around him that will help him get to that point. So he's excited about packing up the Alamo Dome, man. I talk to fans all the time. They're excited about Hines Ward being the head coach. But more importantly, they're excited about the staff that he has assembled since being named the San Antonio Brahmas head coach. So I think he's going to do well.
All right. I think we have the first pick. It's not showing up on the thing just yet, but the first pick, overall pick, is on the XFL offensive group is DC Defenders select Abram Smith from Baylor. That is the first pick in the XFL draft, but though it's not showing up on the draft board just yet. So DC does not go with what's his name? Not Rashard Davis from JMU for a second time in a row. They're actually going running back. What do you think about a running back taken on the first overall pick?
Oh man, if this was the NFL, they would say it's bad business. But being that this is the XFL, I see it as a win. Like I said, you want to get you want to put a running back or some type of weapon in the backfield or on the outside the numbers. You want to start getting these quarterbacks weapons really, really early. So, I mean, I think it's a great move by Reggie Barlow and his staff. I mean, they're thinking that they need to put together their offense first before they put together anything. And, of course, you want to start with the running back. It seems like this running back is going to be the best out the group. So I think it's a great selection.
Yeah, let's see. So it's not showing up on the draft board, but let's see. On the social media, let's see what we got going on here. The second pick, this is from Evan Willsmore. Marcel Altman, Oklahoma State, has been selected second overall by the Battlehawks. Former Oakland Raider, has 20 catches, 270 yards, touchdown, and an NFL over 4 seasons. Do you know anything about Marcel Altman?
I don't, but I do know about Abram Smith, and I got a chance to watch him at Baylor whenever he played the Texas Longhorns. And that running back, he's a physical guy. He's going to, if he sees an open hole, he's going to hit it. And whoever's at the second level, he's going to try to run through him. He's going to try to get additional yards. So, yeah, I follow the DC Defenders pick. I love that pick. I think it's going to pay off for them.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Well, Jay, I don't want to take up all your time because I know we could sit here and talk all day football. I know you got stuff to do. So, hey, I appreciate you coming on the program, and we'll keep in touch throughout the day because, you know, our chat will be happening there on XFL News Hub.
For sure. I appreciate it, Mark, as always, man. And if you guys who are listening want to give me a follow,
yes, do
please
that.
head over to Twitter at Call Me Nokes. I'm trying to get that content up on XFL News Hub. Got a few articles in in the barrel right now, ready to go. So yeah, give me a follow and also give XFL News Hub a follow as well.
All right, Jay. Appreciate you coming on. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. All right. Appreciate Jay Nokes, reporter extraordinaire. He's got some inside scoop stuff. So follow him on Twitter. And yeah, so the complaint right now from everybody is that the Draft Central page is not working. But we're kind of following along on Twitter. I keep refreshing it to see if there's something going on, but it's not working. So yeah, so the second pick is Marcel Altman Atman, Oklahoma State is your next pick. All right, what are we saying here in the chat room? Let's see here. I don't see them. Commanders. So we have that. Yeah, it is not updating, at least the draft page. So that's not it. So we're just kind of hanging on Twitter and just seeing, oh, pick is in. So with the first selection in the offensive skills position, the DC defenders select Abram Smith. This just came out from the DC defenders Twitter. So here it is, Abram Smith, running back. And there you go. So the DC defenders makes their first pick. And then the second pick, Coach Anthony Beck wanted someone to lead his team. So Marcel at Aitman, offensive wide receiver. He is the second pick in the 2022 XFL draft. So you got running back and wide receiver for the XFL. Those are the picks that are in. And let's see the Draft Central update with anything. All right, maybe things will start rolling here that they got things going. So there are your two picks so far in the XFL draft. At least maybe it's up refreshing on the side. Yeah, the whole thing isn't working at all. On the clock, latest picks. We'll have to just kind of wait and see from that. So your two picks are in. Reaction chat room. What do you think about those? Oh, it's pronounced 8-man. Thank you, Kellen, for that 8-man. Let's see here. So those are your two picks. Now these guys aren't ones that I recall from back in the day. Just following along. So those are your two picks. Still nothing from the Draft Central. I was really hoping that this thing would work. But it's not. I just keep refreshing it, but I don't think that does anything. San Antonio Brahmas have the next pick in the draft. The San Antonio Brahmas are at number 3. And we'll have to find out who are they picking on there. So we've got Jaquez Patrick to the Brahmas, a running back, former Tampa Bay Vipers. He was with Cincinnati, I believe. That is what I'm getting from Jay Nokes as the next pick in the XFL draft. Let's see here. Let's go do this. Is Jaquez Patrick. Now, he's played with the Vipers last go round, played with Cincinnati for a while, and this Draft Central page is just not working. Let's see. I'm on XFL's Twitter page, and let's see if it loads. And they have the DC Defenders. And that's it. So I don't know what's going on there. But hey, XFL is trending XFL 2023 is trending. So there you have it. Those are so far the picks. So this is what we have right now. Abram Smith, number 1. Marcel Aitman at number 2, wide receiver. And then the San Antonio Brahmas at 3 with Jaquez Patrick, running back, a former. So he's the first. Well, I mean, you had Luis Perez, Brandon Silvers returning to the XFL. And now you have Jaquez Patrick, who's, to me, I thought he was still on the Cincinnati. He was on and off the Cincinnati Bengals practice squad for a while there. Let's see here. So where are you guys finding some of these? Because I cannot. Let's see here. Because we're trying to find out where. I mean, not even the XFL's Twitter page is like updating with these picks coming in. Let's see here. Yeah, we just got the 2 picks right now. Here we go. The future starts now. Jaquez Patrick officially signed, headed to the Brahmas. So that just came through the pike now from XFL.com. So you've got Jaquez Patrick, 2 running backs taken in the first 3 picks of the XFL draft. I really wish this Draft Central page would work. Help me out, guys. Like, it doesn't work at all. Nothing. So there you have it there. What are we going on in the chat room? Reactions to Jaquez Patrick returning to the XFL in 2023. What do you guys think of that? Let's see. Oh, shift refresh works. There's Jaquez Patrick. All right, I see that. Let's see, shift refresh. Trying that. Oh, you're right. There we go. Interesting. All right, the page is now operational. Thank you for that pick. So here we go. Abram Smith is number 1. Marcel Aitman, number 2, wide receiver from Oklahoma State. Here's a better look at it. San Antonio Brahmas got Jaquez Patrick, running back from Florida State. Number 4, Orlando Guardians. Where's their pick? Did you all forget? What have you been working on? Maybe there's something going on there. The next pick is the Charleston Rambo, wide receiver from Miami, Florida. Charleston Rambo is the next pick in the draft. So we've got 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs. Orlando Guardians, I guess they didn't get their pick in time, so they are on the clock right now for the DC for the draft. So here's what we're looking at so far. So Guardians, oh, there we go. Oh, no. All right, it automatically fixed. I think we got it. I didn't have to hit refresh. So Orlando Guardians take Charleston Rambo, wide receiver. Next up is the Vegas Vipers. So I think they've got it working now. So Abram Smith, running back from Baylor, going running back. I mean, if you have Eric Dungy, Abram Smith, a kind of dual threat quarterback in Dungy, and then another nice running game, that is interesting. Battlehawks going wide receiver, not bringing out anybody from the past. And the Brahmas take in Jaquez Patrick, the first former XFLer, Florida State, and then Charleston Rambo is your number 4 selection. Hey, while you're watching this stuff, make sure you smash that like button, will you? We appreciate that. Let's get this thing to 100 likes. Are we even at 100 likes? We're not. We are so close. 95 likes. Let's get this sucker to 100 likes, please. So get us to 100 likes. Everybody says it's working now. It's pronounced Jacques. Oh, Jacques. Jacques, not Jacques Patrick. Is that what it is? All right. Thank you. 105. Oh, okay. Keep going. 112 likes. Good. Good. Just checking in on you guys, seeing if you're awake. It's hard to keep up with the chat here. Let's see here. Let's get back to the draft. Up next is the Vegas Vipers at number 5. Do you think they're going to go wide receiver here? Again, Vegas Vipers. You got to think about Luis Perez as their quarterback. Let me pull up that list. All right. Let's see here. I'm going to go over here. And waiting on the next Vegas Vipers pick. Let's take a look at, I want to bring up the quarterback situation. Let's see. Hello? All right, let's see. Still waiting on that as it loads. So I think we got things working for the draft. Vegas Vipers with the number 5 pick in the draft. What I want to do is bring up, and I'm pulling it up, but it's not loading. Let's see. Yeah, because our site is getting a ton of traffic right now. The stream is doing good. Pulling something up as we wait. There we go. The latest draft picks coming up now that we got this working. We're working on the fly, my friends, working on the fly. I wonder when the first HBCU player would be taken as well. I'm curious about that one. So for the Vegas Vipers is Jalen McClendon and Luis Perez as his quarterbacks. For the Vipers, so are you going to go with wide receiver or are you going to go with running back? I have a feeling that the Vegas Vipers are going to go running back with their pick. Let's see here. Let's see. The Vegas Vipers going to go running back or wide receiver with their pick. We're waiting on them. It's all about the U. So the Vegas of the San Antonio Brahmas, Jawan Pass, Anthony Russo. But I guess they decided to go with, let's see, Orlando Guardians. Oh, of course. Quentin Dormandy and DeAndre Francois from Hampton. Oh, here you go. Here you go with the first kind of, Martavis Bryant, wide receiver from Clemson. Do you remember him from the NFL days? Martavis Bryant is your wide receiver. Now, he played with the Steelers. So there's the connection between him and head coach Rod Woodson. So, giving this guy a chance. Martavis Bryant is now part of the XFL. Now, I think Martavis played, did he play in the fan control football? Martavis Bryant. Yes, he played for fan control football. He was the FCF Beast played college at Clemson, was drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers in the 4th round of the 2014 draft. Played for the Argos, but I don't think Argonauts of Toronto. Well, he should have been in there, but I don't think he ever made it up north. So former FCF, the first fan control football player. Well, DeAndre Francois played in fan control football, but Martavis Bryant is now a first player from fan control football to make it to back to the league. So this is the league to give these guys a chance to resurrect their career. This is his chance, and he's going to be with somebody with Rod Woodson, who's a guy that doesn't mess around. He's not going to mess around, when it comes to any kind of off the field stuff with Martavis Bryant. So we'll see. Can he resurrect his career, get a chance back in the NFL? This is what you have to do, players out there. Not bombard me with messages on XFL News Hub or any of our social media stuff with your videos working out in the gym. You got to start somewhere. Join the Fan Control Football Indoor Football League. Play there. Get tape. Show people that you're serious. Go on to the next level. Try out with Hub Football. Go to a showcase. Sending me stuff that you were working out in the gym. Yay. Plus, I don't do anything with it. I just delete it. So anyway, next up, Seattle Sea Dragons. First pick in the XFL draft. Now, the Sea Dragons, their 2 quarterbacks is the name that just kind of jumped out to us. It was from James Madison's Ben DiNucci. Could you see Rashard Davis coming back playing for the Seattle Sea Dragons? And remember, their head coach, June Jones, we also got Steven Montez from Colorado as their 2 quarterbacks. So the Seattle Sea Dragons, could we see Rashard Davis come back? That would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? As we keep going along here on the draft, we're waiting on that. What's up, everybody in the chat room? Blowing up like crazy. Appreciate everybody in there smashing that like button, joining us on this chat. No Sanu. Brownie says no Sanu sightings yet. Yeah, Mohamed Sanu was another name that was out there. My wife is a Steelers fan, by the way. So just want to point that out. And I'm a Ravens fan. See, you got my Ray Lewis thing over there. So there you have it. So Sea Dragons are up next. I did want to show you, did Martavis Bryant play in the Indoor Football League? Or did he get signed? Did he, let's see, IFL. Did he play in the Indoor Football League? I thought he did. No. Oh, yes, Massachusetts Pirates. Speaking of the Massachusetts Pirates, we had interviewed the head, one of the owners of the Massachusetts Pirates. So in that vein, let's have some fun for a second here. So Martavis Bryant played with the Massachusetts Pirates. So after we had one of the owners from the Massachusetts Pirates, because remember the XFL and Indoor Football League have a player arrangement now. And so players can go back and forth. So some of these XFL players, after the season's over, could go to the Indoor Football League, and vice versa. They kind of had this playership because they don't really play around the same time. But they have this partnership. So I got a mystery box from the Massachusetts Pirates. So as Martavis Bryant should we do an unboxing? Chat room, do you want to do an unboxing? Smash the like button if you want to do an unboxing. Okay, we'll do an unboxing. It's not in a box, but I did this and I haven't opened it yet. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to wait until we do the draft. So let's see. We got the next pick. Before we do the unboxing, Kevin Shaw, wide receiver from Liberty, is the next is taken. Your next up is the Arlington Renegades. So Kevin Shaw, wide receiver out of Liberty, is now. So we basically have 2 running backs and 4 wide receivers taken so far. The number 7th pick is up next. The Arlington Renegades are picking next. Also, I want to point out that the draft will go a lot faster. I believe each round is like 5 minutes, and then it speeds up. I think that's the deal. We'll check this out in a second. Oh, back to our boxing opening. Arlington Renegades are up next. So Martavis Bryant, again, that will make a lot of. I would say that he's probably was the biggest name that out NFL circles would know being part of the XFL, aside from maybe some of the quarterbacks. All right, so here's our unboxing from the Massachusetts Pirates, okay? We're going to take a look at that. And then we have the draft stuff too. All right, so first in the unboxing, we've got, ooh, I think it might be a poster. I have a desk, but with no scissors. Let's see. There we go. In honor of Martavis Bryant, which I have fan control football. It's pretty cool. Fan control football. All right, unboxing. I got a poster. Oh, cool. A signed poster from people from the Indoor Football League, Massachusetts Pirates. Watch now on Prime. There's a documentary about the Massachusetts Pirates, and it's signed. Thank you for coming. Pretty cool. When the Pirates won their championship in 2021, the IFL championship. So cool. We'll have to put that in a frame. We'll put that in a frame. And there's one more thing in the unboxing. See, that's the whole thing about the alt football community is, I think I got two things. Is we support, one of the nice things, especially all of you new people coming into the world, and make sure you subscribe to the channel, smash that like button. That's the first two things you got to do. But coming into the alt football community, it's a community where everybody is welcome. We love CFL fans. We love USFL fans. Because it's all about supporting these players and coaches and giving them an opportunity to potentially fulfill their dreams playing professional football, whether it's the XFL or USFL, or maybe even in one of the lower leagues like Fan Control Football and Indoor Football League, or getting a chance to play in the NFL and making some good money there and getting, retirement benefits from the NFL, which is a huge thing. And without those things, we can't do that without alternative football doing well. So you're going to see guys that are going to be, jabrones that are like trolls for the XFL and trolls for the USFL and trolls for Canadian football. Here's the thing with social media, my friends. Sucky people that aren't very talented, that don't have anything interesting to say, the only way they can get attention is by being negative. And that's something that how the media works in the country. Also, it's like you can't, and the social media companies know this too. I've spoken many times on my XFL Week in Review podcast about Facebook and how somebody from Facebook was before Congress or whatever and said that if you are angry, how you could do the angry button, that the angry button is 4 times more valuable than liking something. Think about that. And those things that make you angry are what gets spread through social media stuff. So in the all football community, we're a welcoming community. We love everybody. We love all these leagues. If you find these jabrones, these outliers, ignore them because they're really not the full breadth of the community. They're just people that like to be angry and trolls and complain online. Oh, we've got the next pick in. Oh, from the USFL. A tight end out of Auburn, Sal Cannella, who was one of probably the best tight end in the USFL. And I believe he was with the new, am I correct? Chat room, he was with the Breakers, was he not? Let's confirm. Yes, Sal Cannella. I forgot about him. Let's see. He played for the Green Bay Packers. Let's see. I believe the USFL. Let's see. I believe it was the New Orleans Breakers. Productive season. I believe he was with the Breakers. Right? He was an all-star with the Breakers. Let's see. I just want to confirm. So there's your first USFL player, and he got signed by the Green Bay Packers, which made him available. Let's see. Oh, yes, I was right. The New Orleans Breakers. He was named an all USFL team for a season in which he accumulated 34 receptions, 368 yards, and 2 touchdowns. 6'5", 242 pound tight end. So the first USFL guy, aside from the quarterbacks, that got an NFL contract and then decided not to go back to the USFL is Sal Cannella, Arlington Renegades. And the Renegades, of course, is Bob Stoops, and they're Drew Plitt and Kyle Sloter. So Sloter and Sal Cannella are now back together on the same team. What do you think about that? Do you think Kyle Sloter was like, yo, you got to get Sal? I mean, this is taking a tight end in the first round. And now, granted, he's probably the best. He was the best tight end in the USFL. So there's no shocker here that he would be the best tight end in the XFL. He chose to go play with his teammate. Do you think Kyle Sloter had something to say about that? So we've got a former XFL guy and Patrick. We've got a former NFL big name with the Steelers and Martavis Bryant, and then Sal Cannella is a USFL guy that played very briefly, I believe, for the Green Bay Packers and now is joining the XFL. I mean, it tells you something about the power of the XFL. Now, there can, I get accused of being pro whatever when it comes to whatever league I'm speaking to about stuff. But the interesting thing about the USFL is their business model is kind of this slow growth, and that's a good thing. The XFL is kind of coming out with guns a-blazing. What I've heard from agents and players is that they prefer the XFL because the pay is a little bit better, but it's the season. They play a full season, and then there's a little bit of a break, and they can get on to practice squads and stuff like that before training camp begins. The problem with the USFL is that once the USFL is done in July, players, they do get opportunities. There was 52 of them, I believe, or 54 players from the USFL that got NFL opportunities, which again, all those 54 guys are now up for grabs for the XFL. All right, the next pick, the Houston Roughnecks take Adrian Killens, running back from Central Florida. Up next, also, now we go into round 2. That completes round 1 of the XFL draft. So Abram Smith goes number 1. Marcel Aitman, it goes number 2, the first wide receiver. Jacques Patrick. I know I'm saying it wrong. I should know right. Running back, Florida State. Charleston Rambo, awesome name, wide receiver from Miami, the U. Vegas Vipers take Martavis Bryant, wide receiver, Clemson. Kevin Shaw, wide receiver, Liberty. Sal Cannella, tight end, Auburn, former USFL guy. And then Adrian Killens, running back, Central. So you got 1, 2, 3 running backs, 1, 2, 3, 4 wide receivers, and 1 tight end. As we move into the second round with the Houston Roughnecks, we'll go back-to-back picks. You know the snake format. You've done it in your fantasy football league. Anyway, what do you think? First round's over, chat room. What do you think, chat room? First round is over. Let's see what some chat roomers are thinking here. There we go. Smash that like button. All right, let's see here. We got, oh man, this thing moves so fast. How do I slow this thing down? There's so much going on in here. Somebody had said Terrence Williams was also on Massachusetts Pirates. Okay, yeah, we'll get to that. What website is he on? I'm on XFL.com's website. Pirates, Anthony Garcia says Pirates organization is awesome and ran well. B, Metatastic, IFL and XFL have an agreement. Players can be in both leagues or transition anyway. Yeah. So there you go. Lots of chats, Lots of people on the thing. So welcome. Make sure you smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. Appreciate you guys being part of our XFL draft coverage. While we get into round 2 is about to begin, let's finish what we were talking about, which is our speaking of Martavis Bryant and the Vegas Viper and the Indoor Football League and Massachusetts Pirates, the mystery box. All right, next up. Oh, cool. I got a pair of, oh, these are good. These are nice. Massachusetts Pirates shorts. That's cool. My size, right? Large. Cool. All right. I didn't think I was going to get a pair of shorts. Cool. I like these. All right. And finally, the last thing of our mystery box. Oh, this is a nice shirt too. This is like that. Oh, it's a tank top. Oh, cool. This is a good workout shirt. Massachusetts Pirates from Adidas. There you go. Massachusetts Pirates. Cool. So we got shorts, t-shirt, and a poster, a signed poster as a mystery box. The mystery box from Indoor Football League, which we'll be covering on XFL News Hub. We'll be covering the Indoor Football League. We'll also be covering the Matt Lyons does a great job covering the European League of Football, which there were some XFL guys I believe went over there as well. And yeah, so we're done with round 1, 12:30. So I really think things got started. Again, thanks Jay Nokes. You can find him on social media, on Twitter, and you can find all of his stuff. All of the reporters on XFL News Hub, you can go find them on XFL News Hub, and then you can basically, let's see here. I'm like doing 10 things at once. You can find them on there as well. Covering the XFL draft for your boys here. We've got second round coming up. So to recap the first round, DC Defenders select Abram Smith, Marcel Aitman, wide receiver, Brahmas take Jacket. I'm saying it wrong, Patrick. Orlando Guardians is Charleston Rambo, Vegas Vipers, Martavis Bryant, Seattle Sea Dragons, Kevin Shaw, wide receiver, Arlington Renegades, Sal Cannella, tight end, to go back with Kyle Sloter. I'm telling you, he had something to do with that. Adrian Killens, running back, Central Florida, Houston Roughnecks. We're into round 2, my friends. Round 2 is about to happen. We've got a long way to go. I believe each one is how many rounds? Oh, 11 rounds. We're going to be here for a while. All right, my friends. Waiting for the next round to begin, but I believe now things will start to move a little bit quicker. Let's take a look at the draft details. And make sure if you want to play fantasy football, head over to News Hub Fantasy and sign up now, but you can play XFL Fantasy Football. So we've got the draft pool, the draft order was announced. So day one was broken into 4 positional groupings with 11 rounds of selections for each grouping. We're in the offensive. We're going into round 2, but we got defensive backs, front 7, and defensive line. So I think there was a timer somewhere. Let's see here. Day 2. Oh, that's it. We'll stream. Yeah, no. That's really it. I thought I saw, we got our next pick, another tight end. Houston Roughnecks take Garrett Owens from Duquesne, tight end, with the first pick in the second round of the XFL draft. The Houston Roughnecks take Garrett Owens. So any of these guys, chat room, that were taken in the first round, are they on your fantasy football team? Oh, appreciate it. I got a super chat. Who did I get a super chat from? Super chat from Without Question. He says, just wanted to show my appreciation for your hard work and bringing light to the football community, being a subscriber since 2020. Keep doing your thing. Let's see. Can I let's see. Oh, cool. I appreciate that. Without Question, sending us the super chat. This is so nice of you. Yeah, since 2020. Appreciate that being on there. Appreciate the super chats. Yes, if you could drop us a super chat, that would be great. Spending all day doing this thing, my friend. All day. Yeah. Garrett Owens to Houston. XFL Fantasy Football. Did I hear that correctly? Yes, Corey, you did. NewsHubFantasy.com. NewsHubFantasy.com is where you can go and play fantasy football there. So, speaking of fantasy football, out of those guys in this group chat room, where do we do fantasy for XFL? NewsHubFantasy.com is where you go. So, speaking of fantasy, of these guys on this list, who would you take? I mean, Patrick, definitely. He played well in the first season. You know, everybody's going Martavis Bryant. Sal Cannella will be the first tight end taken in the draft here. Again, appreciate Jay Nokes checking in for this draft. We are on to round 2. Arlington Renegades. There cannot be. I would laugh. So they took Sal Cannella. You got, there's a wide receiver from the New Orleans Breakers. You know what? Here's a good question to ask. USFL players in the NFL. I know there's a list somewhere. NFL signings from USFL. I know. Okay. Let's see. The USFL site has a tracker. So the only other New Orleans Breaker so Sal Cannella signed with the Packers and Ike Brown is a cornerback with the Raiders. So I was going to laugh if there was a wide receiver from, you got I think Victor Bolden just got picked up by a team. So I'm not sure there. So that's something to keep in mind as we go along. I'm just curious if there was any other former USFL, but we got a list of those players as well. So we are on to the Arlington Renegades. Sal Cannella, Kyle Sloter. They also have Drew Plitt. I mean, I think if I am a fantasy guy or DFS, we'll be doing DFS, DraftKings and all that fun stuff on XFL News Hub. We'll have a little league, put $5 in and play DFS against each other, and I'll take all your money. But if I'm doing a lineup right now, I mean, probably Kyle Sloter, Sal Cannella, definitely. Smith or Patrick? Chat room. Who are you going? Smith or Patrick or Killens? Who would you rather have in your DFS starting lineup based on the first round picks in the XFL draft? Let's see. Cleaning things up. Lots of spam coming into the chat room. Yay. That's when you have a lot of people checking out. Make sure you guys subscribe. Let's see, Patrick, 100%. He did well with the 49ers in a short stint. That's from the FXXR. Killens says, Corey Andrews. Sean says, hey, man, thanks for doing this. Hey, no problem. Stoke says, is Luis Perez the best QB in the league? No. This meeting has ended after 45 minutes of idle time. Oh, let's start it again. No, I think there's other guys that are better out there. I might go with Patrick too. He might be my guy as well. Let's see here. Oh, that is not what I want. That is what I want. Next up, we got a couple more picks. DeMontre Tuggle, running back from Ohio. And then TJ Hammonds, running back from Arkansas, the Sea Dragons. So Renegades take DeMontre Tuggle, running back from Ohio. Seattle Sea Dragons come in with TJ Hammonds, running back at Arkansas. So Renegades took Sal Cannella, tight end, running back with their second pick. Seattle Sea Dragons took a wide receiver and now are taking a running back. Vegas Vipers are on the clock. They took a wide receiver. Do you think that they're going to go back to running back or tight end? I mean, you're talking, I think that they would going to go with a running back. Could we get another? If the Vegas Vipers have Martavis Bryant as a big name, could the Vipers, in fact, go with another big name as part of their coming in next? We'll have to kind of see about that. So there you have it there. Let's move some things around. Yeah, so it's News Hub Fantasy to play fantasy football is where you can go there. All righty. Switching things over. TJ Hammonds from Arkansas is your running back. Vegas Vipers are on the clock next. Now that I can see the chat room. All right, let's see what's going on chat room. Wow, we're getting close. We're almost at 200 likes. So make sure if this is the first time you're on board here, make sure you smash that like button. We got to get to 200 likes. That would be really good before the end of the second round. Should we give something away? So we did trivia question. Here's another trivia question. Who was the MVP of the first XFL championship game? Who was the first MVP of the first XFL championship game? Let us know in the chat or in the comments. Who do you think that was? All right. Asha says, are they only picking players but are known? Everybody on the list is somebody that the XFL has scouted. And yeah, so these are all guys that are in the, and have signed an agreement to be part of. So if you never signed an agreement to be part of this draft pool from the XFL, your name is not going to get called. And then you're going to have to do Hub Football. Hub Football has a great agreement with the USFL to get your name out there, or, one of these other, indoor football or something like that. But if you didn't sign an agreement with the XFL to be part of their draft pool, then you're SOL. And the answer is correct. Tommy Maddox. Jose Cortez. PJ Walker. We said PJ Walker. All right. So Vegas Vipers are on the clock. So Tommy Maddox was the MVP of the 2001 XFL. And I would love if one of you guys out there I would love to get one of those black and red XFL OG balls. Now I do have. The XFL sent this to me because we were buddies. This is the they sent this on Thanksgiving because I have, and it was really cool. It's like wrapped as a turkey, and so just as a thank you, they send it to people in the media, and I got one of these. So it was a DC Defenders ball, which was pretty cool. They sent me that. So I have that ball. Of course, we got the Fan Control football ball, which is a lot of fun. I am Team Aoki. Team Aoki. 8Oki. I am a member there. I got the NFT, did the whole thing. That's a lot of fun. Fan Control football is doing, we got the next pick. John Lovett, running back from Penn State. The Vegas Vipers select. Orlando Guardians are on the clock. They will pick next. Orlando Guardians took Charleston Rambo, wide receiver from Miami. So I wonder if they will go running back. Vegas Vipers took John Lovett, running back. The Vegas Vipers also took Martavis Bryant, wide receiver. Keep it in that Penn State, Pennsylvania thing. You got Penn State. You got a former Steeler. John Lovett, running back. Vegas Vipers is your guy. Next up, Orlando Guardians with the 13th pick and the 2023-22 XFL draft. Remember, it's not going to be this big next time. I assume teams are not going to just hit refresh and go. The USFL, they're supposed to not have a draft. It's just teams are going to sign players and whatever. I think you should always do some kind of draft and just put a bunch of players in the player pool and let people sign. I think they should do this again. But we'll see, because it's kind of different because you're not pulling players from college per se. So just something to keep in mind there. So Orlando Guardians with the 13th pick, they took Charleston Rambo, wide receiver from the U, with the 4th pick. Anyways, so we got the Fan Control football, got the DC Defenders football. Did you see the footballs on XFL Shop? I thought that, I was like, man, if every team had its own colored ball that they used and played with, would be cool. But no, we saw the Danny Garcia thing. It didn't even have Danny Garcia's signature on here, by the way. No Danny Garcia signature. But there you go. There's the mini DC Defender ball. So it's just kind of a fun thing from Logo Brands. So there you go. There's another football. But yeah, I was hoping that they were going to come back with the colored balls like they did in the 2001 era. But I mean, even these, they had their own color, and, DC Defenders would play with this ball. And I really like that. I was a little disappointed they didn't come back to, this style of ball for this season. But there you have it there. Maybe it was too expensive. Maybe they'll do it at a later point in time. All right, Orlando Guardians are on the clock. Let's see here. Let's go on to chat room. Cortez Championship Game MVP Tommy Maddox was the regular season MVP. That's Sarge Fives talking about that. You are correct. TJ, Battlehawks fan here, but still wish you the best. Congrats. Hollywood says XFL is doing the traditional style of draft so that they can get the sponsors better television marketing. They have to make a deal with Walt Disney work. Aldertude says most popular XFL player from the 2001. Easily, Rod, he hate me. Smart. Yes. Yes, that was the Rod Smart, he hate me. Was really popular. Where can I watch the draft? Right here, my friend, because it is not on television. It is here on XFL News Hub YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe and like our channel. Website's rocking. Draft is rocking. We're having a good time. We're in the second round. So the big shockers so far really is Sal Cannella, the tight end for the Renegades, teaming back up with Kyle Sloter and from the USFL, Martavis Bryant, and Patrick, running back, Florida State, San Antonio Brahmas. He returning to the XFL. So there you have your selections so far. Orlando Guardians are next on the clock. And they took Charleston Rambo with their last pick. Brahmas, Battlehawks could cause the law. Yeah. And then DC Defenders are up next. So we'll take a hold on that. And there we go. Andrew Jamil, wide receiver from Stonehill, is taken by Orlando Guardians. They got their guy, Jamil. Can you click on a link and check out the player profile or something? Let's take a look. Nope. Let's see. Just curious. No. From Stonehill, Andrew Jamil from Stonehill. Stonehill. Let's take a look. Andrew Jamil. Jamil. Stonehill. Stonehill College Skyhawks is an American football wide receiver for the Glacier Boys. So a former Glacier boy, Fan Control Football, was drafted in the first round, franchised in 2020. He's 22 years of age. Let's see here. Andrew Jamil from Fan Control Football is an American wide receiver for the Glacier Boys. He's drafted in the first round of franchise tag to 2022. Played college ball at Stonehill Skyhawks in Easton, Massachusetts. High school in Massachusetts as well. College career. As a junior, played 10 games. Jamil was Fan Control Football, Glacier Boys, and he played in the Spring League for the Sea Lions. Current season for the Glacier Boys had 20 receptions, 283 yards, 7 touchdowns, and 3 extra points. So another Fan Control Football guy. Stonehill. Does anybody know Stonehill College? 25 years old, 5'10". Another Fan Control Football guy. So once we finish the first round, we'll play I have a Fan Control Football. I have another. And this is a guy that didn't make his name for himself on any NFL roster. Or, it wasn't like he was a practice squad player or whatever. He just played in the Fan Control Football. I do recognize his name now from Fan Control Football. So now he is headed to the XFL. And that's the other funny part about all these leagues, whether it's the USFL, Fan Control Football, and our Football League, is what are these leagues going to do now that they don't have players? It just opens the door for more players on the other side of things. Back to the chat room. Our friends in the chat. All right. Thank you. Thank you, chat room. We got to 200 likes before the end of the third round. So we need to have 100 likes per round so that we get 1,000 likes by the end of this first thing. DJ Haskins says, Stonehill, stand up. Weddish says, this league is innately good without Johnny Manziel. Yeah. Johnny Manziel did not play at all in Fan Control Football. He's just a name that gets gets advertisers, is what I'm been basically told. His value is not in playing on the field. I wonder if half the time he shows up drunk or whatever. But he barely played in that championship game. So super excited to see Andrew Jamil with the Guardians. I wish he was with the DC Defenders, because I'm excited to see him. I'm excited to see Sal Cannella, excited to see Andrew Jamil. So the funny thing is, is let's see here. The funny thing is, I just want to make sure that this is right. So the funny thing is when the original XFL draft happened, a lot of people were giddy about certain players because they watched the AAF. Now, I just stood away from the AAF. And at one point, we got a next pick in their draft. San Antonio Brahmas select Calvin Turner, running back from Hawaii. One of the reasons I didn't get super excited about the draft because I didn't follow the AAF. And I remember at one point, because we had XFL News Hub, it was basically you had to choose between the two. XFL News Hub, or, is XFL going to make it or AAF is going to make it? And I was like, man, I don't know, this AAF. And I was like, the weekend that I was like, okay, I'm going to sit down and watch some AAF games. And then everything happened. The rest is history. And Andrew Murray's got an article today about, we thought that saga was over, but apparently it is not. So Calvin Turner from Hawaii, let's see here. He was a free agent, previously played for Jacksonville University until the program shut down in 2019. Well, and then he went to the University of Hawaii. Well, guess what? He's one of my favorite guys. You know why? Because my daughter goes to Jacksonville University and was there when they shut down the program. How funny is that? So Calvin Turner played at JU, Jacksonville University. I don't have any. I have Jacksonville University shirts and stuff like that. Left because they shut down the program and went to Hawaii. He's from Savannah, Georgia, 5'11", 194. Yeah, played at Jacksonville until they shut it down. And a lot of programs were shutting down because it's really expensive. And then played Hawaii for 2 seasons there. And he wasn't selected, and I don't know if he played in any. It's looking like he didn't play in any. Now, San Antonio Brahmas, Calvin Turner, and Hawaii, you would think maybe the Seattle connection with June Jones. Played at Hawaii, and that was it. With the response, Turner announced that he would return to Hawaii in 2021 season rather than enter the NFL draft. So there you go. He was a quarterback, continued to excel in rushing for 1,300 yards and 15 touchdowns at All Pioneer Football League first team and all-purpose yards. While the program folded in 2019, Turner announced he would transfer to Hawaii for his final season of eligibility. From Georgia. And former JU Dolphin, I might add. Up next, my friends, St. Louis Battlehawks are on the clock. Yes, Cacaw is the what? Does anybody know in the chat room? Cacaw is the box. Cacaw is the bro. Cacaw is the law of the land. That's all you need to know. Cacaw is the law. And that's it. I don't know what else to tell you. St. Louis Battlehawks, 15th pick. DC Defenders are up next, and that will close out round 2 of the XFL draft. Skills position. The St. Louis Battlehawks took Marcel Aitman, wide receiver. I wonder if they're going to come back around. What has Anthony Beck got in store for him with the next pick? Do you think they're going to go running back? We also got another super chat from Without Question. Is Jordan Thomas still signed to the USFL? Great question. So we're not sure. I talked about this at the beginning of the broadcast, but Jordan Ta'amu was the Tampa Bay Bandits quarterback in the USFL. Just this week, the Tampa Bay Bandits announced that they are no longer, and they are moving to and have changed their name to the Memphis Showboats. During the press conference for the Memphis Showboats, They had Todd Haley, the head coach, Tampa Bay Bandits. And then they announced Brady White as their quarterback. Brady White did play at Memphis, but there was no mention of Jordan Ta'amu, so we wouldn't know about Jordan until January 1st. All right, next pick, the Battlehawks take another wide receiver, Jamarcus Bradley from Louisiana Lafayette. So that's interesting. Take a look at him. Louisiana Lafayette. So Jamarcus Bradley. Let's see here. Wide receiver. Played his college ball at Louisiana. Signed with the Cleveland Browns as an undrafted free agent in 2020. Waived during final roster cuts. Signed with the team's practice squad. Active roster a couple times in December. Reverted back to the practice squad. Was elevated for the team's wild card playoff game against the Steelers. Back to the practice squad. Signed a futures deal. Waived, signed, waived, signed, waived, signed. Brand placed exclusive rights free agent on 2020, but then they waived him in August, and that's been it. So former 6'1", 98 out of Louisville, played a little bit with the Cleveland Browns, is your wide receiver. So they have two wide receivers and Aitman, and they're going explosive. DC Defenders are up next. Abram Smith, I wouldn't be surprised if DC Defenders took a running back with the next pick, number 16 in the XFL draft. Then we'll take a little commercial break, and then we'll be back with your third round of the XFL draft. Hopefully this thing picks up pace a little bit, because we're already at 1 o'clock in the final pick. So it's basically every half an hour. There's 11 rounds, broskies. 11 rounds. So this thing is going to go all day. I don't think we'll be here all day, but we'll go as long as we can. Because we are now at 1 o'clock and finishing out the second round, and there are 11 rounds. So this means 9 more rounds to go. And then we have all the other sections as well. So that's a lot. All right, so we're waiting on the DC Defenders' final pick in the draft. See what's going on there. Jamarcus Bradley, wide receiver. DC Defenders are on the clock with the 16th pick in the XFL draft. Appreciate you, everybody in the chat room hanging out. Video is up of first pick. Sylvester says DC and Vegas for the rivalry. I don't know. I don't know what DC and really Arlington, I think, would be rivals. DC and Washington as the rivals. We'll see about that. Let's see here. All right. Still waiting on the next pick. DC Defenders, Battlehawks. I would assume that they're going to go running back. And this one, running back. Running back would be my guess. Waiting on the DC Defenders. Then we'll take a little break. Get into round number 3 in the XFL draft. Take a look. See if we get any press releases from the league. Nothing from the league officially just yet. Remember, if you want to play fantasy football, your spot is News Hub Fantasy. If you want to play a little fantasy football there, sign up leagues are happening right now. And probably be a draft probably around after January 9th, once all the teams are in. Teams are in place. So we're waiting on the DC Defenders. I swear I saw somewhere it was like, okay, 5 minutes, and then it was going to pick up the pace every 3 minutes. So, but there's a lot of filming going on, et cetera, et cetera. So we're waiting for the DC Defenders to make their selection. I'm thinking running back. I mean, do they bring back? So far, nobody has returned from their old team of the past. That's another thing that we haven't seen yet. I mean, Patrick is for the Brahmas. If he was with the Vipers, you would be like, okay, well, sorta. But nothing just yet. What do you think of the draft? Going a lot more younger players, chat room. Definitely a lot more younger players going on there. Garrett says, I've never seen a good running back combo than what the DC Defenders had. Yeah, it was interesting talking because they basically were, oh, here we go. Jaquez Izzard, wide receiver, Sam Houston State, is the next pick in the draft. Jaquez Izzard, wide receiver, Sam Houston State. Let's take a look at him. And that rounds out round 2 of the XFL draft. Jaquez Izzard. Trying to find some stuff. Sam Houston State. From College Park, Georgia. Let's see here. Played at Howard University. Is that right? Howard? College Park, Georgia. So now he is a member of the, let's see, all WAC first team wide receiver and return specialist, Walter Payton Award watch list. Stats perform preseason All-American first team punt returner. So a special teams guy. Preseason All-American punt returner by Anthony in Sports. So he's a wide receiver and special teams guy coming in playing for the XFL. All right, we'll take a commercial break and be right back with more of your draft coverage right after this. Stay tuned, my friends. What's up, XFL Army? If you're a fan of the XFL News Hub and you have a telephone, which I know all of you do because you're sitting there playing on your phones all the time, then why not download the XFL News Hub app? That's right, it's on iTunes. It's on Android. We have an Android version and an iPhone version of the XFL News Hub app. So what do you get? You get the latest news from XFL News Hub, the premier source of XFL news in the universe. Plus, you get push notifications when we have breaking news. You will be the first to know. You can leave a comment on some of the news right from your phone. Plus, you get this podcast on your phone as well. Remember, you can leave us reviews on the Google Play Store or iTunes. It links to other social media, our other social media accounts, and so much more. Be in the know. I know you're on your phones. People are on their phones all the time. They never get off their phones. So why not just download the XFL News Hub app on your Android or iPhone today? All you need to do is go to the Google Play Store or iTunes and just type in XFL News Hub. That's XFL News Hub. Download our app on your phone today. All right, my friends, we are back. Taking a little commercial break. DC Defenders are on the clock after selecting Zard, wide receiver. We're now in round 3. We've been an hour into this, so by my calculations, 2 rounds per hour with 11 rounds per team or per section. So there's 4 sections. That's 44 rounds of draft coverage. 44 rounds of this stuff. Because there's 11 rounds. DC Defenders select KD Cannon, wide receiver out of Baylor. Next wide receiver. So we've got our running back, DC Defenders fans, Abram Smith. Then we've got Jaquez Izzard, wide receiver from Sam Houston State, and KD Cannon, wide receiver from Baylor. Take a look at him. Oh, wait, we have a special guest. Hold on, my friends. We have a special guest in the studio right now. Hold on. Special guest of the program has been on several times. I've just spoken to his and Jalen Smith, next pick in the. We're moving right along. Jalen Smith, tight end from Louisville. We'll get to that in a second. But we have a special guest, 3rd round. Everybody in the chat room, say hello to Finn the dog. How you doing, Pop? Anything? You have anything to say? DC Defenders got some wide receivers. You excited? So this is Finn the dog. My wife calls him Finny Finster, and that's how he responds. And he's the official dog of the XFL News Hub team. And he occasionally comes on the program. We even threatened to, okay, you want to leave? He's gone. We threatened to, I had him on when he was a puppy, and I was like, the next time you're going to see him is when there's actual XFL news, and it was like 6 months later, and he was a lot bigger. So there's Finny Finster, the Boston Terrier pup of yours truly. All right, on to the show. So let's see. We wanted to check out KD Cannon. I think things might be starting to move a little bit quicker. Thank goodness. Wide receiver, played Baylor. Oh, he played for the Saskatchewan Roughriders of the Canadian Football League. Bunch of stints with the 49. Oh, he was the LA Wildcat. He was drafted by the Los Angeles Wildcats in the XFL draft and waived during the final roster cuts of 2021. He signed with the Sea Dragons from the XFL. Now we're moving. Team 9. Signed off the Team 9. It was terminated when the league suspended. And then he played for the Vegas Nighthawks of the Indoor Football League after that. So former CFL, had some stints in the NFL. KD Cannon. Jalen Smith, tight end from Louisville. Check him out. Louisville. Wide receiver, 25. You can see the, 25 years old, kind of that. So he had a stint with the Ravens, Seahawks, Toronto Argonauts, but he was cut and he played on the New England Patriots practice squad. Next up, Kendrick Rogers, wide receiver for the San Antonio Brahmas from Texas A&M. And then we've got Stephon Guidry, wide receiver of Mississippi State as part of that. Do we have to go to the next page? So that ends out, that's the 20th pick in the USFL draft, or XFL draft. Let's see. Stephon Guidry. football player, wide receiver. Again, that 25 years old seems to be the thing. Played a little bit with the Dallas Cowboys. And let's see. Kendrick Rogers of Texas A&M. Not really sure. Played at Texas A&M. That's pretty much it through 2019. So that rounds out the first page of the draft. Let's see if things keep moving. Next up, Brandon Dillon, tight end from Marion, Vegas Vipers. They have the next pick as well. So this is this whole snake draft. So things are starting to move right along. Vegas Vipers are up next. Brandon Dillon, tight end. What's his deal? Brandon Dillon, Marion University, 25 years old. He's had some stints with the Vikings, Jets, and Saints recently. Was cut in August of 2022. Keeping with that theme. NAIA National Champions in 2015. First team NAIA All-American 2018. Two-time first team All-MSFA 2017, 2019, 2018. Career stats in the NFL, 1 catch for 6 yards. Caught 35 passes for 603 yards and 5 touchdowns in his senior season there. So moving right along, my friends, moving right along. Let's see here. What's going on in chat? Oh, we got 2 more picks coming in. 2 more picks. Juwan Green, wide receiver, New York St. Albany. And Lujuan Winningham, wide receiver, Central Arkansas. So the Vegas Vipers took a tight end, then they took a wide receiver. Not sure why they get the 21st. People are doubling up. I wonder what's going on with these picks. Arlington took another wide receiver. Someone says the FXXR says, I have Katie's autograph card. That's cool. Cedric Bird, wide receiver from Hawaii, taken by the Houston Roughnecks with the 24th pick. We are moving right along. That's what I'm talking about. Especially thanks for all those likes. Hey, 4th round is upon us. Now we're moving. Let's get to 250 likes before the end of the 4th round. Please smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We've got the 4th round coming up. So we've got Brandon Dillon, tight end. Juwan Green from the Vipers. They took 2 players. Lujuan Winningham, wide receiver, Central Arkansas for the Renegades. And then the Houston Roughnecks close out the 3rd round with Cedric Bird. Roughnecks are up next, starting the 4th round of the XFL draft. All right, continuing with our live draft coverage. On to the 4th round. Still no big names that have kind of jumped out at me that I'm like, whoa. Prime says, what round is the defense? So basically, there's going to be 11 rounds. We talked about this earlier. So we basically got skilled positions. There's 11 rounds of that, then 11 rounds of defensive backs, 11 rounds of defensive front 7, and then offensive line, 11 rounds of that. So this is going to be an all-day event. We'll stay on as long as we can. Probably might hop off a little bit to save the voice for a little bit. Not sure if we'll do an 8. I mean, this is slow. I mean, we're already at 1 o'clock. So we have 11 rounds, my friends. 11 rounds. All right. So the Houston Roughnecks, with the 4th round starting out, took Deontay Burnett, wide receiver, USC. And the Arlington Renegades took Brandon Cardano, wide receiver, Washington State. We can see who, like, the DC Defenders have drafted so far. Running back, wide receiver, wide receiver. We got to go back to this picture. John Core Pearson, another wide receiver taken by the Seattle Sea Dragons. None of these. Cedric Bird. I'll take a look at him. Was in the Hunger Games? No. Different Cedric Bird. Hawaii from Los Angeles, not much. Let's see. Deontay Burnett. Let's see. Guess his age. Deontay Burnett. 25 years old. Got it right. Played for the Titans, Jets, 49ers, and Eagles. Then they just lose. Was waived with a non-football injury designation in March of 2021. So he was second team All Pac-12 in 2017. NFL 15 catches for 210 yards. Played college at USC. 25 years old. See the pattern. Brandon Arcondo. Let's check out him. From Washington State. Sean Price, tight end from South Florida, taken by the Vegas Vipers. So let's see what the Vegas Vipers have taken so far. They've got Martavis Bryant, John Lovett. They have two tight ends. It's a little early. Sean Price from South Florida. What's his deal? Is a rapper? Name Sean Price? I don't think that's the same one. So they have Martavis Bryant, one running back in John Lovett, Penn State, Juwan Green, and two tight ends. So on the clock now is the Orlando Guardians. Now the Orlando Guardians, they've taken three wide receivers from Miami, Stonehill, Andrew Jamil, FCF, and Stephon Guidry. Who are they going to take next is the question. I mean, they've taken all wide receivers. It's interesting when you do a CFL draft, like the tight end is really not even a position in the CFL. So as compared, to other leagues, and now you have a lot more versatile tight ends that really bring something to the table as far as offenses go. Oh, here we go. More picks come in. Ryan Becker, tight end for SMU, and Jalen Tolliver, San Antonio Brahmas. So the Brahmas, let's take a look. I believe he played in the original XFL as well. He's a wide receiver for the Edmonton Elks, the Canadian Football League. Played at Arkansas, Monticello. Signed by the Cardinals. So he played for the Cardinals, Titans, Chiefs, Vipers. Tolliver was drafted by the Vipers in the 4th round. He's a Viper in the 4th. He just drafted in the 4th round too by the Brahmas. He finished the XFL with 297 yards, 21 catches, and 1 touchdown before this, you know what. He signed with the Elks in 2021. So the San Antonio Brahmas, they have Patrick Calvin Turner, running back from Hawaii. Kendrick, they have 2 guys from the from the Tampa Bay Vipers of the original XFL. That's kind of interesting. So Jalen Tolliver returns to the XFL after a little stint in the CFL. There you have it there. And I think Jalen Tolliver was a good player. They had Taylor Cornelius when the Tampa Bay Vipers finally got their offense running towards the second part of the season. He was a guy, a DFS guy. That's a guy that you might want to look out for. I tell you what, I would definitely, one of the guys that I would look for in fantasy football would probably be Andrew Jamil. Just because I'm rooting for him, Fan Control Football. Gotta love a Fan Control Football guy. St. Louis Battlehawks, Cacaw is the law. You guys are on the clock next. Ty says, did Cody Latimer get picked? No. Let's see. Still waiting. St. Louis Battlehawks are on the clock. Just trying to get rid of some of this spamoids. Go away. Yeah, could we get DeMornay Pearsonell? That would be nice to get him back in the mix, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be nice? Get him back in the mix. Have you heard the name Latimer? I do know the name Latimer. I don't think there was a Latimer drafted yet. So we're waiting on the St. Louis Battlehawks. Then DC Defenders with 2 picks in a row. Interesting to see there. Thank you for everybody. Thanks for the super chats. Thanks for getting the likes up to 258 likes. Appreciate that. We got lots of people on the stream. Appreciate you guys checking by. Make sure that you follow XFL News Hub. Make sure you follow all of us on the social stuff. Make sure you also follow Alt Football on Reddit. And then, of course, News Hub Fantasy to play fantasy football for the 2023 XFL season. So we got the St. Louis Battlehawks, DC Defenders to wrap up round 4 and the XFL draft. It is so wonderful, my friends, to actually be able to. Oh, we got a bunch of picks that just popped in here. All right, and we're already on to the 5th round. So we've got Mateo Durant, running back, the Battlehawks take from Duke. Jazz Ferguson, DC Defenders. He returns to the XFL. I believe Jazz Ferguson played with the Arlington or Dallas Renegades. Another blast from the past. Ferguson. Let's see. Yeah, the Dallas Renegades took him. So Jazz Ferguson, wide receiver from Northwestern. He was part of the Dallas Renegades. So he returns Briley Moore McKinney, tight end, also taken by the DC Defenders. St. Louis Battlehawks takes Darius Shepard, wide receiver, North Dakota State. Dylan Parham, tight end for the San Antonio Brahmas from North Carolina State, and North Carolina AT&T running back Jaha Main Martin is taken by the Orlando Guardians. Wow, that was just a bunch of picks coming in, which is good. Just good. Get this thing moving. Otherwise, we'd be here all day, guys. So Jazz Ferguson returns, and now he's part of the DC Defenders. Jazz. So had some stints with the Seattle Seahawks, I believe. Jazz Ferguson did. All right. On to the Vegas Vipers are on the clock with the Seattle Sea Dragons, Arlington Renegades, Houston Roughnecks. So DC Defenders. DC Defenders take Jazz Ferguson and then Briley Moore McKinney. Let's see what he's all about. Let's see, Briley Moore McKinney. Let's see what is that. Tight end, free agent, Kansas State and Northern Iowa. Professional career signed with the Tennessee Titans as undrafted free agent after the conclusion of the 2021 NFL Draft. Suffered an ACL in practice during training camp, was placed on injured reserve, was waived August 2022. So he's getting a shot. He could be somebody that kind of comes out of nowhere when it comes to his draft. As somebody who really didn't get a chance, got hurt in the NFL, comes to the XFL, balls out, and then now all of a sudden does big things for the DC Defenders. So far I'm liking the DC Defenders roster. I mean, we've got couple of XFL guys, Jalen Tolliver, Jazz Ferguson, all returning to the XFL. Man, these guys, you're playing the league's doing well, then everything shuts down, and then you're like, and then you're just kind of waiting and waiting. Let's see here. Trying to clean up some of this chat garbage. Very funny, guys in the people in the chat complaining about the spammers. My wife would be pretty upset. That's funny. Good job, chat room. Good job. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. I'm trying to fix my wristband here. We're waiting on the Vegas Vipers pick, then the Seattle Sea Dragons, Arlington Renegades, and Houston Roughnecks. So far, I would say the big, Martavis Bryant. I'm trying to fix this. Martavis Bryant was a big one. Somebody pointed out Mohamed Sanu. He's still out there. But it's really great to see some of the former XFL guys making their return to the XFL, because they didn't, it was, I can't even, I lived through it. It was tough. We were right there right there on the cusp. Things were getting hot. I remember when they shut the league down and people were messaging me. I was just starting to get into it. I just watched my first game last week. I had friends going to the games and they were like, "Oh, I'm starting to really like this. Like, this is really cool." And then you know what? All right, chat says WRSP says, "What do you think about the Guardians selection so far?" Great question. Let's take a look at the Orlando Guardians while we're waiting for some picks to come in. Charleston Rand. I love Andrew Jamil. I wish he was on the DC Defenders. Stephon Guidry, Ryan Becker, and Jahamain Martin. Let's take a look and see if we can look up him. The latest pick from the Orlando Guardians. Let's see. What we got here? North Carolina AT&T. Let's see. Just a bunch of awards. All MEAC performance. Stuff like that. And it's a lot. It's not one of the things that the original XFL did in their draft. I think this is also different. Is that they took guys from big schools like Miami and Florida State and, these type of schools. And they did a lot of that. And this go round, it seems like, 25-year-olds, but smaller schools. You're talking North Dakota State. You got USC in Hawaii. New York, St. Albany, Marion. You got North Carolina State, North Carolina AT&T. But we're starting to see, well, clearly, if you're 25, you're good. And that's what's funny because, if it, for some of these guys that were 25 when the XFL was out in 2020, this is going to be a you know what I mean? It's just being at the right place at the right time. Hopefully they still bring in some of these other guys there. Let's see. So Chanel says, "I wanted Battlehawks to take Jahamain Martin." Well, Battlehawks had their chance. They took Darius Shepard, wide receiver. The Battlehawks have any running backs, by the way? St. Louis Battlehawks. Oh, yes. Mateo Durant from Duke. What's his deal? Let's look up him. Mateo Durant. Running back. 22 years old. 22 years old. Played high school at McCormick High School, senior. Played college football for Duke, 2018 to 2022. As a junior, rushed for 817 yards, received the team's most valuable player award. As a senior, he rushed for 1,241 yards and scored 11 touchdowns. In 2021, total set Duke single season rushing yardage record in December, declared for the 2022 NFL Draft. Steelers, a little stint with the Steelers, and was released in August. So had a little stint with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So there's your running back. So waiting on the Vegas Viper. I have a feeling we're going to get blasted with a bunch of picks here. Let's see what else we got there. Dorian says, "All the way from Key West, Florida. We appreciate you doing this for all of us watching." Hey, no problem. Key West, Florida. I've been down there years and years ago. The plan for me and the wife is eventually to make our way. Love St. Augustine. make our way down to Florida, set up shop there. Orlando Guardians are right there, so I want to be within distance, within a couple hours, an hour or two of Orlando, because I'm a Disney nerd. I don't have any Disney stuff out here. Well, I mean, I got this guy, Groot. Couple Groot things, Baby Yoda, Doge. So big Disney fan, and but been to Key West like that. Let's see here. John says, anyone notice the Brahmas, OC, Patrick, and Tolliver connection, all former Vipers, including myself? Yeah. There you go. We talked about that. Let's see here. Let's see. Everybody's saying this is the best person out here. I assume you might be related or friends with that person. Why do HBU players always get overlooked? Deion Sanders is starting to open pro teams' eyes to HBCU. Yeah. I think, what about not only that? Oh, we've got some more. Oh, here we go. Here we go, my friends. Vegas Vipers, Matt Jones, running back out of Florida Gators. Brendan Knox, running back from Marshall. And Keith Ford, running back, Texas A&M. So Vegas Vipers take Matt Jones, running back. That name sounds familiar to a lot of people. I believe he played in the XFL for the for St. Louis. Let's see. So Matt Jones gets picked up by the Vegas Vipers. Another name. Florida, played for the Redskins, Colts. He's 29. He's 29. So yay. But played for the Redskins, Colts, Eagles, and Battlehawks. And he played in the spring league with the Lions. This is a guy that didn't get picked up by the USFL or wasn't interested. So he was named to the midseason All XFL team after rushing for 314 yards and a touchdown, 80 even rushes, and having 25 receiving yards and a touchdown. And I believe, was that written by? Oh, that was midseason. Then we got Brendan Knox, running back from Marshall, Keith Ford, running back from Texas A&M, Justin Smith, wide receiver from Norfolk State. And that rounds out part of round 6. Bunch of picks coming in. On to the next page. We're in round 5 of 11, so we're moving right along. So Matt Jones, let's see some other guys out here. Keith Ford, that name sounds familiar. Keith Ford played football at Oklahoma and Texas A&M, signed by the Buffalo Bills, 28 years old, undrafted, member of the Colts and Green Bay Packers. He was also part of the St. Louis Battlehawks. I thought I remember that name. Rushed 10 times for 52 yards. He's now with the Arlington Renegades. Blah, blah, blah. So he played for the Battlehawks. Brendan Knox, did he? I don't think so. From Marshall. Nothing really on him. I think may have played a little bit. Dallas, maybe? Justin Smith, wide receiver. I think he played in the XFL as well. Roughnecks are up next. They're in Renegades, Sea Dragons, Vipers, Guardians, Brahmas, Battlehawks, DC Defenders. Justin Smith. Defensive end, no. XFL. Or am I spelling it wrong? Hold on. Justin Smith, wide receiver. Norfolk State. Lots of Justin Smith. No, just Norfolk State. Justin Smith, though, it does look like he looks like he's wearing a Guardians uniform, but maybe that, I don't know. On to the next page. Houston Roughnecks are on the clock. Round 6 of 11. Long way to go. Let's take a commercial break and be right back with more of this draft, shall we, my friends?
Fan-controlled football. You heard that right. Fan-controlled football. A real football league with real players controlled by real fans. All in real time. Register to try out at fcf.io.
We are back waiting for the Houston Roughnecks. Round 6, pick 41. And we're going all the way to round 88 picks. 88 players taking 11 rounds. We are on round 6, my friends. Round 6, waiting for the last pick, Justin Smith, taken by there. Let's see here. Waiting around for the next pick. Appreciate you guys checking in. Don't mind doing this at all. On to, appreciate all the likes out there on XFL News Hub. Maybe check out, one of the things I wanted to talk about is Alt Football. Make sure you sign up for Alt Football on Reddit. This is where all the kind of news happens, Canadian Football League, Indoor Football League, XFL, USFL, all in one spot. Basically, if this is the first time you're part of this, this is the Alt Football community. And the XFL is part of that Alt Football community. What does Alt Football mean? It means leagues where it's not the NFL and not college football. So everything else, European League of Football. And so we follow all of that stuff. And that's what I'm kind of known for, is running these sites that run all these Alt Football League information stuff. Got a huge team of writers. We've got one person covering every, we have one guy covering every single XFL team. We've got somebody covering, Matt Lyons covers the European League of Football. We've got, I believe, Anthony Miller is covering Indoor Football League this season for us, especially because they have a partnership with the XFL. So that's the Alt Football community. That's what you're part of, and that's what you're checking out now. During the season, of course, we'll have, our podcast is weekly every Monday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. Let's see. Yeah, so we're live every night at 8 p.m. Eastern, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, talking about the XFL. We'll talk about other leagues too. But during the season, it's going to be a lot of fun. We have, of course, Mike Mitchell, the GOAT, XFL insider extraordinaire. He broke all these news before anybody else did from ESPN or any other place. So he broke news about, we just talked on Monday on the podcast about Kyle Sloter and Luis Perez returning to the XFL as being a strong possibility. So he's got all that info. So we've got all that stuff on XFL News Hub. So you want to come check us out. So Alt Football on Reddit, sign up and be part of that community. We got a Discord channel. You can find all that stuff on XFL News Hub, of course. And just follow along. Hang out with us. Draft is going on. And we'll just keep rolling. Keep them rolling on the offensive skills. round 6 of the XFL draft of 11 rounds. So we're, what do we say, 88? I think 88 was the number, the last page, 88. So we're almost halfway. Vipers will be the halfway point of this round. Now, what's coming next after this round, you ask? Then we have defensive backs, cornerbacks, safety, and nickel, followed by the defensive front 7, followed by the offensive line. So we have 11 rounds of selections. So if it's 88 picks, right, at the end of this list, 88 picks times 4. You do the math. 88 times 4.
88 times 4 is 352.
There you go. 352 picks. I definitely won't be here for all of that, but maybe we'll keep the stream running and you guys can keep going in the chat. But you get the idea. So right now, but a lot of these picks, all of a sudden you'll get 1, then you'll get 4 in a row. So we'll just kind of have to wait and see there. So what's up in the chat? How you guys holding up? You guys working? What are you guys doing today? Hanging out? You working? Let's see what's going on in the chat. Eric says, would you think there would be more HBCUs players chosen? I think so. I just wonder where. I don't think they are. Yes, the question is where. So what do you got? So let's see. We got Danny is hanging out. Pidskin Punk is working. Cool. Sam Clutch says out here working, waiting to hear my name called. All right, cool. Shaw says at the library. Good Wi-Fi, LOL. Caleb watching Fast and Furious 4. Okay, not a bad one. My wife loves Fast and Furious stuff. Tino, that's all. I'm a kid living life for cause you'll get drafted. All right. Tia Richardson says hanging out. Not many XFL 2020 players, huh? Chef Morley. No, there were some, but that's the problem, is that you're dealing with age. But you saw just in the last batch of players, you mean talk a 28, but that 25-year-old looks like those were the ones that were taken earlier on in the draft, and now maybe you're getting these 28-year-olds. But I mean, Matt Jones, good player. I mean, these are a lot. I mean, and this shows you that there's a lot of players out there. There's a lot of players to be picked. And so my conspiracy theory, did you hear Roger Goodell talking about NFL teams in Europe? And did you hear what he said? Now, 2 years ago, the NFL was always just talking about, hey, we'll play a game in Europe. We'd love to go to the European market one day, blah, blah, blah. Now, they just had their games in London recently, and somebody was like, oh, so what are you thinking? Thinking that what are you thinking, Raj? And he was thinking, oh, you think you get the same stock answer. But that's not what happened. Roger was like, well, in order for us to work in Europe, we need to have 4 teams in Europe, so we need to have a division in Europe. And we're starting to think about doing that soon, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, that's why. This is what the deal is between the XFL and why this is important to them. I'm like, what? So you're a fan of the Rock NFL, so that's why you want to do this kind of partnership with the NFL Alumni Academy and testing rules and all this other stuff. If the NFL wants to expand, adding another team in San Diego, sorry, San Diego fan. All right. In the chat, tell me some cities where the NFL should go. before we continue. So what are some cities that you think the NFL should set up a team? So we've got, San Diego, Oakland, St. Louis, Canton. Love Canton. Canton, Ohio. We were just there for the USFL Championship game. Shout out to Spartan Steakhouse or the Sparta Steakhouse. Memphis, Oklahoma. But here's the thing, my friends, and I appreciate all of you talking about your cities. That doesn't really move the needle for the NFL, adding another team in the United States. San Antonio. It doesn't move the needle. What moves the needle for the NFL is going global and having teams in Europe. That's what moves the needle for them. Now, the only way to do that is you need to have a division of 4 teams because of the travel costs and going across, flying overseas, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're going to put 4 teams in Europe, we're still waiting on these picks, man. Come on. Let's see. You guys taking a break over there. So if you're going to put 4 teams in Europe, where are you going to get those players from? You need to get them from somewhere, and you can't get them all from college. So you're going to have to get them from a league like the XFL. And if the XFL can train up and, in the next 3 years, the XFL is strong and it's got good players and things are rocking and rolling, then the NFL could potentially have teams in Europe. And that's where the XFL comes in. That's why these leagues like the XFL and the USFL are important, because not everybody peaks at 24 years old. Maybe they takes to their 26 or 28 before they really kind of get into their own. And they needed playing time. Rather than just sitting on practice squads and practicing all day, they need game experience. This is what the XFL brings to the table. So that's why that's why the XFL matters to the NFL. So that's my big conspiracy theory, and that's why I think they partnered with The Rock and Danny Garcia. Miss Falk says, thank you for covering the draft. I'm a new follower. Thank you. Make sure you like and follow the channel. It's very simple. Just subscribe to the channel, and you're good to go. That's all you need to do. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. Make sure you hit the notification bell so that when there's XFL breaking news, remember, we still have the draft. We've got the draft going on this week. We still have rules. We still have the schedule. We still have to know where Vegas Vipers are playing. That's another one. So there's still a lot more things to come out. Then you're talking January, you're talking training camp. There's another draft happening then. So, yeah. So there's still a lot of XFL stuff on the horizon happening. So it's important. So subscribe. We really appreciate it. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, and join us. Here, before we started, I'm taking a look now. We're still waiting for this, the next draft here, which nothing's. We were rocking and rolling, and now we slowed down. Cool. We added about 200 subscribers so far, doing our little fun stream here, which is really cool. So we appreciate that. And we just roll on, waiting for, we got some picks. We've got some picks in, my friends. All right. Max Borgahi, running back from Washington State, taken by the Houston Roughnecks. Arlington Renegades take Sean Bayer, tight end from Iowa. Let's take a look at the Renegades roster real quick while we're kind of waiting here. Arlington Renegades. So Sal Cannella, to me, this is one of the biggest news of the week, or of the draft so far. Sal Cannella from the USFL now joins Kyle Slaughter, and that's big. Keith Ford, good running back, joining the team now. And then you got Sean Bayer. I assume he's a blocking tight end. You just got Sal Cannella. You got running back. You got two running backs, 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends. So I would be curious of where they're going to go. I mean, because you got to think about other teams and what they're going to pick. So Arlington still has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more picks on the day. And then the Houston Roughnecks, they're a lot different. So they got Adrian Killens, running back. Then they picked a tight end, Garrett Owens, Cedric Byrd, Deontay Burnett, wide receiver, Justin Smith, wide receiver, then Max Borghi, running back from Washington State. So that's who they have. Oh, next picks, Damian Willis, wide receiver, Troy, and Jeff Badette, Vegas Vipers, wide receiver, Oklahoma, another former XFL player. Excited, a lot of fans, and I think even Brandon Anderson, I believe, when he was on our show on Monday, talked about Jeff Badette. He covers the Vipers, so Brandon should be happy because Jeff Badette is now part of the returning to his team with the Vegas Vipers. So played college football at Kentucky. He's 28 years old. Finished before transferring to Oklahoma. Signed with the Vikings, undrafted free agent. Played with the Dallas Renegades of the XFL, who drafted him fourth overall in the 2020 XFL draft. So he played with the Minnesota Vikings, Dallas Renegades. Then he tried out with the Bears. Spent time with the Washington football team, now the Commanders. And then spent time with the Falcons, Las Vegas Raiders, and played with the Michigan Panthers. But that was selected the 6th pick in the 15th round of the 2022 draft by the Panthers. He was inactive, and he was released in May. Dontez Byrd, a guy selected by the Orlando Guardians. Dontez Byrd, a fan favorite. He's always there on social media. He gets selected, wide receiver, Tennessee Tech. Dontez Byrd also played in, so we've got another former USFL guy, though Badette didn't last long and was released. Dontez Byrd, I believe, played for the Tampa Bay Vipers. Played at Louisville, Texas Tech. He played with the Falcons. He was in the AAF, Memphis Express. Oh, that's right. Played for the Seattle Dragons. Now he's going to the Orlando Guardians, Dontez Byrd. Then he played for the Hamilton Tiger Cats, and somebody mentioned him earlier, played with the Massachusetts Pirates of the IFL. And then Kalen Ballage, running back, Arizona State, taken by the Brahmas. That name sounds familiar as well. Kalen Ballage played at Arizona State, stints with the Dolphins, Jets, Chargers, and Steelers. There's a Steelers connection there for the San Antonio Brahmas. Brian Hill, running back from Wyoming, gets selected by the St. Louis Battlehawk. And Raquel Armstead, running back from Temple, taken by the DC Defenders to wrap up the 6th round. So Brian Hill, did Brian Hill play in the XFL also? Falcons, Cincinnati Bengals, Titans. Oh, BC Lions played in the CFL. I knew that from somewhere. Puka Williams, running back from Kansas, gets picked. So DC Defenders take 2 running backs back to back. Take a look at them. Raquel Armstead. So, college football at Temple, played with the Jacksonville Jaguars, Giants, Saints, Packers, and then Jaguars again, released in August. And then Puka Williams, best name. This says wide receiver, return specialist, played at Kansas. Was a first team, 23 years old, to a younger guy. First team all Big 12 running back as a freshman and sophomore. He signed with the Bengals as an undrafted free agent in 2021. So Williams entered the draft as the 20th ranked running back according to Sports Illustrated, projected 7th round pick. They're going undrafted and went to the Bengals 2021. He moved to wide receiver for the Bengals, released in August. Practice squad, Chargers, kick returner. So there you go for him. Jordan Thomas, tight end for the St. Louis Battlehawks, taking another tight end, Alize Mack. So Battlehawks take Jordan Thomas. Houston Texans, Cardinals, Patriots, Lions. Bunch of NFL stops there. And then Lee's Mack. 25 years old. Let's see, played at Notre Dame, friend of mine's, big Notre Dame fan. Saints, Steelers, Chiefs, Lions, Packers as well for him. So a bunch of picks coming in. Reaction, any of these guys, I mean, it's great to see Jeff Badette, Dantes Bird return to the XFL. Hopefully Badette could, and he's stuck on for a while with the Commanders. And Dantes Bird, again, excited to see both of these guys return to the XFL. That is some great news for them. These guys just giving it, getting a second chance at all this stuff. So pretty cool to see them back in the XFL. So we are on to the next. Let's see here. Draft continues. Reaction chat room. What do you think? What do you think of some of these picks? Who's the one that stands out? Former Renegades player Jabet, says Chef. Dantes. Let's go Polka. Armstead and Polka are really good picks, says David Hilliard. Cool. Chef Morley says, so happy for the players that are returning. Me too, man. Oh, we've got more picks. Devin Darrington, a running back from Virginia, UVA. Thoughts and prayers out to UVA and their football program. And then Vegas Vipers take Isaiah Macklin, wide receiver, North Carolina Central. So there you have it there. That is in the 7th round. We're going all the way to 11. Devin Darrington. Let's check him out. Devin. Not much there. Just a 5'9", 205. running back. And then Isaiah Macklin, same wide receiver. Yeah, they list him as tight end too. It's a bigger player. So there you have it with those guys. As the picks keep coming in, we're almost closing out round 7. We started at 12. 12 to 1, 1 to 2. So 2 hours the draft started, and we're at round 7. We'll just keep on plugging along. Let's see here. Reaction in the chat room. What do you think of some of these guys? Let's see. Isaiah is from Vegas. He's a hometown kid. Oh, that's cool. Q Wilson, the American Soldier. Why the draft wasn't on YouTube? They just didn't feel like doing it for whatever reason. So they just left it up to us to do it, which I don't mind. Do you guys mind? We've added, let's see how many subscribers now. Make sure you like the button. Make sure you like it, subscribe. Yeah, we're over 200. We've added 200 subscribers at least so far. So this is great. We're at 292 likes. We better get at 300 before the end of the 7th round. I'm going to be upset. But my voice is starting. I'm still here. Voice is still going. Lots to talk about. I appreciate all. Hey, you want to thank me for doing this. We've got some more picks. Some more picks. Are you all ready for this? Here we go. Rashard Davis, Seattle Sea Dragons, the former first overall pick in the XFL draft to the DC Defenders. Oh, I wish DC brought him back. From James Madison, returns for the Seattle Sea Dragons, taken in the 7th round. The former first pick who never played, Rashard Davis, returns to the XFL. Seattle Sea Dragons. Rashard Davis, June Jones offense. Seattle, let's go. Now, your quarterback's in Seattle to confirm, to make sure. Ben DiNucci from James Madison also, and Steven Montez. So 2 JMU grads. A friend of mine went to JMU. And so I've got respect for the school. They're good. Return. So DiNucci and Rashard Davis, Seattle Dragons. What do you think, Seattle Dragons fans? Sea Dragons. Seattle Sea Dragons. And for the record, they put all of the logos have the letter and the name, and that's why they changed it from Dragons to Sea Dragons, okay? That's why. Ja'Cory Sullivan, wide receiver from Central Michigan, is taken by the Arlington Renegades. Houston Roughnecks, John Trey Kirkland, wide receiver, Louisiana State. Aaron Nelson, the Houston Roughnecks, wide receiver from Delaware Valley. And Alex Ellis, tight end from Tennessee, taken by the Arlington Renegades. Seattle Sea Dragons are on the clock. And they take Tavanian Cunningham, a wide receiver from Arizona. Vegas Vipers are on the clock with the final, that 60th pick. We've got 88 to go, so we're moving right along. I like it. Let's take a look at the Seattle Sea Dragons, shall we? What do we got going on here? So really the big ballyhooed, Ben DiNucci, was like a big kind of, people are really high on him for the Seattle Sea Dragons, and teaming him up with June Jones. That's big. Now, Kevin Shaw, wide receiver from Liberty. Let's take a look at him real quick on the wiki deal. Kevin Shaw. No, just, 5'10", 170. Really interested why they went with him in their first pick. Then TJ Hammonds, Juwan Green, Pearson Knox, running back, Damon Willis, Rashard Davis. So that's cool. I would love to see him back in the XFL. I think that would be fantastic. So, former number 1 overall pick in the XFL draft, Rashard Davis. Now, let's take a look where I believe it was mostly Tennessee that had him. Matthew Sexton, wide receiver from Eastern Michigan, that's taken by the Vegas Vipers with the 60th pick in the draft. So Rashard Davis played at JMU. He is 27 years old, so he's still young. He was with the Eagles. That's what it was. Oh, Eagles, Raiders, Chiefs, Titans. He was with the Rough Riders, Saskatchewan Rough Riders, in 2021. But he was released in December, and then signed with the Jets and released. But it doesn't have anything about the XFL on his wiki page. Come on, man. You were the first overall pick in the XFL draft. Nothing about that. But okay. That's fine. Well, you're now in the XFL. So Matthew Sexton, taken by the Vegas Vipers. Here we got some more picks coming in. Octavius Miles, wide receiver for the New York Guardians, and Terry Wright, wide receiver from Purdue. Up next, the Battlehawks, followed by your America's team, DC Defenders, are up next on the draft. Reaction to what are some of these names, chat room? What are some of the names that kind of jump out to you? I always like to hear. I mean, I'm not the only super nerd here in the XFL world, so I'd definitely like to hear from you guys what you guys are thinking in the chat room. We've got some more picks. Deontay Dye, wide receiver, Hendelberg. Where is that? Let's take a look. We can look him up. Dye. He's got a wiki page. American football player. He is 29 years old. Even though Dye impressed scouts in the combine running a 4.39 40 dash, he went undrafted 2015 and for draft signed on rookie. Let's see. Played for the Buccaneers, Orlando Apollos, AAF guy, Los Angeles Wildcats. The league sees drafted in the 10th round, phase 1 of the 2022 draft by the Los Angeles. He was waived during minicamp and signed by the Tampa Bay Vipers. And then he was waived again. So he was waived a couple times. So he is now 29-year-old. Yeah, I'm yawning. I am yawning. So 29-year-old. So it's not just 25-year-old. I just want to point out. Appreciate everyone. All right. Thank you. We've gotten over 300 likes. Appreciate that. We should probably, you know what? After the DC Defenders take their pick, we got to switch things up. Okay? And what I mean by switching things up, official sponsor, we've got the Zoa energy drink coming up next. Got to keep going. Got to keep going. Round 8 in the books. Keep going. Who are the DC Defenders going to take? So we've got that last list was good. That last list was good. We're almost towards the end here. But yeah, I mean, you've got Rashard Davis, Dantes Bird, Jeff Badette, some good names out there on the list. Now just waiting for the DC Defenders to bring in their pick, the 64th pick, 8th round of the XFL draft. Waiting on that. So we get 2 picks. Hopefully, the DC Defenders pull out, a bbig time wide receiver or something. But I mean, it's been a great mixture. Are you talking 25-year-olds? Those are kind of older guys, different schools, not all big, super, name schools. Did I just make you guys yawn? What do you think, chat? Jeff Van Holven says Matt Sexton is a real burner. Interesting. Devin Michael says best players available. Lots of people waiting. What's the name? All right, you guys are spamming me up. Oh wow, there's a ton of picks that just came in, my friends. Tons of picks. Let's go right at it right now. So Ethan Wolf, tight end from Tennessee. Josh Hammond, from wide receiver from Florida. Abdul Adams, running back from Syracuse. TJ Vasher, wide receiver from Texas Tech from the Brahmas. Orlando Guardians select Patrick Smith, wide receiver, Tennessee State. And DeAndre Torrey, running back, North Texas, taken by the Vegas Vipers. Moving in fast and furious. Seattle Sea Dragons, Arlington Renegades are up next. We're on the cusp of hitting the 9th round. So it is time. It's time, my friends, to crack a Zoa. Drink your Zoe, and let's freaking go. I do like the zero sugar Zoa is better. Do you drink Zoa? Drink your Zoe? The Rock tells you. All right, what else do we got going on here? So some names out here. Ballage is a baller. B. Nep. Shaw says TJ Vasher. Heck yeah. What's the deal with TJ Vasher? Let's take a look at that. San Antonio Brahmas. Wide receiver from Texas Tech. Played with the Dallas Cowboys. Vasher's uncle, Nathan Vasher, is a former cornerback for the Chicago Bears. Signed with the Dallas Cowboys as an undrafted free agent, was placed on reserve non-injury football list in August, was waived in August. "24 years old, so on the younger side. Patrick Smith. Well, let's try DeAndre Torrey. Vegas Vipers. Running back from North Texas. Michigan Panthers, Philadelphia Eagles. So shortly before the regular season of the 2022 USFL season, Torrey signed with the Michigan Panthers and appeared in one game, making 2 rushes for 3 yards. Interesting. Oh, and in August, signed with the Eagles after a successful tryout and was released on the 23rd. So Goucher High School, Mississippi, North Texas. Went undrafted. So played in the, so after all going unselected in the draft, attended minicamp with the Jets, but was not signed in 2022. And then hopped on to the Michigan Panthers, played a little bit, and then got released so that he could try out for the Eagles and didn't make it there. So DeAndre Torrey is now a Vegas Viper. So there's another former USFL player hopping to the XFL. So what do you think, chat? They're going to try Bald out for North Texas. Let's see. Kalen Balaj, look him up. B. Nep. Eric says, I'm praying Calvin Jackson from WSU and Last Chance U gets drafted. Chris says Max Borghi is a stud. There you go. And just for the record, just by naming random people's names out here, it's not like the people, like if you're not in the draft pool, you're not getting picked. If you're in the draft pool, putting the name here in is not going to get you. It's not going to help you. Trust me. Talk to people at the league, and we all laugh about, how some people market themselves. There's a way to do it, and there's a way of not to do it. Just putting it out. To your Zoa. Drink your Zoe. So, Seattle Sea Dragons, Arlington Renegades, and the Houston Roughnecks gets 2 picks. We are almost at the final page before we get into the last page. It's pick number 70 of the XFL draft. So let's take a little commercial break, and then we'll get back to more finishing out the offensive section of the XFL draft. Shall we? Let's take a little commercial break, my friends. What's up, XFL Army? If you're a fan of the XFL News Hub and you have a telephone, which I know all of you do because you're sitting there playing on your phones all the time, then why not download the XFL News Hub app? That's right, it's on iTunes. It's on Android. We have an Android version and an iPhone version of the XFL News Hub app. So what do you get? You get the latest news from XFL News Hub, the premier source of XFL news in the universe. Plus, you get push notifications when we have breaking news. You will be the first to know. You can leave a comment on some of the news right from your phone. Plus, you get this podcast on your phone as well. Remember, you can leave us reviews on the Google Play Store or iTunes. It links to other social media, our other social media accounts, and so much more. Be in the know. I know you're on your phones. People are on their phones all the time. They never get off their phones. So why not just download the XFL News Hub app on your Android or iPhone today? All you need to do is go to the Google Play Store or iTunes and just type in XFL News Hub. That's XFL News Hub. Download our app on your phone today.
Coaching now in the XFL, I love the opportunity for these young players that are on the outskirts of the NFL, that they still have a platform to show that they can play, show their talent, show their ability, and to keep their dreams alive and keep them moving forward. I think it's pretty special.
All right, my friends, we are back with the draft. More players have been taken since we took this little break. We are now into the round 10. So we've got Joshua Perkins, Seattle Sea Dragons, tight end. Jackson Northrup, wide receiver from Purdue. Darius Robertson, wide receiver, Wayne State from the Houston Roughnecks. Then the Houston Roughnecks take B.J. Bird, wide receiver from Morehead State. There you go, there. Arlington Renegades with the 74th pick take Dexter Williams, running back. We'll have to go back to that. Seattle Sea Dragons with the 75th pick take Scotty Williams, running back, Mississippi. 76th pick, Vegas Vipers, Seed Blacknall, wide receiver, Penn State, also former XFL guy. 77th pick, Orlando Guardians select Diuli Aristadi, wide receiver from Bethel. And then San Antonio Brahmas take Travis Johnson, wide receiver, Montana State, with the Battlehawks and DC Defenders up next. So Dexter Williams, let's take a look. Let's take a look here in a second. Dexter Williams, running back, wiki. I believe, is this the Kansas City? So Dexter Williams, Notre Dame, drafted by the Green Bay Packers in the 6th round of the 2019 draft. He's 25, so he's young. Packers, Giants, Browns, Dolphins, Browns, Philadelphia Stars. I thought I saw that somewhere. Williams signed with the Philadelphia Stars, the United States Football League, on June 29th, 2022. Then in August, signed with the Green Bay Packers and was waived. Signed on August 10th, waived on August 30th. That's why he's available for the XFL. More names come in. Giovanni Haskins, tight end Rutgers, is on there from the St. Louis Battlehawks. Your DC Defenders, with the 80th pick, the 10th round, are up next. So Dexter Williams is the name now. Cahill Waring, tight end, San Diego State, is the DC Defenders pick. I wanted to look up, hold on, Saeed Blacknall. So, played at Penn State, 26 years old. Raiders, Dolphins, Cardinals, Los Angeles Wildcats, and Steelers. That's where he wound up. Blacknall was drafted by the Wildcats in the supplemental draft on November 22nd, which is funny. So the XFL had its supplemental draft in November 22nd, yet we had our draft basically around the same time. He signed to the team on January 6th. Scored his first pro touchdown during the regular season with 44-yard touchdown with a pass from Josh Johnson against the Guardians. Scored a 17-yard touchdown with another pass from Johnson. Blah, blah, blah. Totaled 4 catches for 120 yards, 2 touchdowns on 14 targets in 3 games during the XFL season. Then signed with the Steelers, was waived, tried out with the Panthers, re-signed with the Steelers, and waived again. And then he has been out since 2020. So another former XFL, and just like you guys were saying in the chat, love to see the former XFL people come in. All right, we're on the final page. Oh, another name. Lucky Jackson, DC Defenders. Austin Prohl, Ricky Prohl's son. Wide receiver, North Carolina Battlehawks. Now, if I'm not mistaken, St. Louis Battlehawks staff let's double check before I say this. The wide receivers coach is Ricky Prohl. His son, Austin Prohl, is now going to play with his dad for the Battlehawks. How cool is that? So Austin Prohl, wide receiver, played at North Carolina. He's the 82nd pick to the Battlehawks. Played with the Buffalo Bills, Tennessee Titans, Rams. He was on the Seattle Sea Dragons. He was drafted, caught 14 yards and 57-yard touchdown passes for Brownsville. Former being the first touchdown. That's right. So he was the first. That's a good trivia question. He caught the first touchdown in XFL history. Well, the 2.0 era. Then he tried out with the Bears, 49ers, Chargers, Bills, Giants, and now he is in the XFL. And his old man is his head coach, which I think is great storyline. That's a great one. Pretty cool. What do you think? Caw is the law. Where's my Caucasians? What do you think of Austin Prohl getting drafted, playing with his old man? What do you think of that, my friends? Let's see here. Drink your Zoe to Austin Prohl. Isaac says, love it. Love his dad. Future XFL MVP. You think Austin Prohl is going to be an XFL MVP? I think that's great. I think it's a great storyline. I think between his Ricky Prohl as his dad, and then Austin playing, and he's a good player. There's no question about that. All right, and we are done with the first. Oh, there you go, Cody Latimer, wide receiver, Indiana. So we got DeAndre Goldsby, tight end, the San Antonio Brahmas, take a tight end from Florida. Then Orlando Guardians with the 84th pick take Cody Latimer, wide receiver, Indiana. People were asking about him. At 85th pick, Vegas Vipers takes Grayson Gunter, tight end, Southern Miss. Seattle Sea Dragons take Jalen Reed, wide receiver, Oregon. At the 87th pick, Arlington Renegades take Jordan Smallwood, wide receiver from Oklahoma. He returns to the XFL as well. And then at the 88th pick, Houston Roughnecks take Brycene Alain, running back, Delaware State. What do you think of that, my friends? I know people were asking about Cody Latimer. You should be happy. And that finishes. Let's take. Somebody's asking about Cody Latimer. Let's see. Let's see. Cody Latimer, wide receiver. Yes, Broncos. Oh, this is interesting. He is 30 years old, so he's much older. Drafted by the Denver Broncos in the second round of the 2014 NFL Draft. Played his college football at Indiana. He was a member of the Broncos in their Super Bowl 50 win against the Carolina Panthers, and has been a member of the New York Giants and Washington football team. So, second round pick. Played with the Giants and Washington football team in 2020. He was placed on the commissioner's exempt list in 2020 following his May 2020 arrest. Was released by the Washington football team there. So getting a second chance at 30 years old in the XFL. So good for him. See what he can make of that. Grayson Gunter, Jalen Reed, Jordan Smallwood. Played in the XFL, I know that. There you go. All right, first round. All the wide receivers, all the fun stuff is completed. 33. There are 33 more rounds of the other roles. Yes, the FXXR said no Sanu or Huff. That's true there. There you have it to close out the round. So now we're on to the defensive backs are up next with the Orlando Guardians taking the first pick. So what we're going to do is take a little break. Awesome XFL round by our young, good players. Caleb says, awesome XFL draft. All around good young players here and good teams. Hopefully some of these guys will shine in the league. Awesome, especially for Cody Latimer. Cool. Now remember, guys that didn't get signed, the offensive guys that didn't get signed or picked yet, doesn't mean that they're out. It basically means that they are, they could still be picked up tomorrow. So have no fear there. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a little commercial. What we're going to do is we're going to get into our interview with DC Defenders head coach Reggie Barlow that we did yesterday. Give us a chance to break, recoup, and then we'll be back with more defensive back draft stuff. All right, so we'll be right back right after this. Check this interview out. All right, friends, we are with Reggie Barlow, head coach of the DC Defenders. Coach, thanks so much for being on the program.
Mark, thanks for having us on, man. Excited.
I know you're a busy guy, so let's just get right into it. So how does it feel to finally be able to talk to a player, coach a player after all this time with the announcements and you getting announced as a coach? How does it feel?
Man, it's awesome, Mark. I tell you, it seemed like it's been forever. We've gone around the country from Maine to Spain, man, looking for football players. And to know that we've watched so many guys, and now it's coming down to possibly having 50 to 60 guys that are our guys, and it starts with Eric Dungy. So I'm excited about that.
So take us through the process of picking somebody like Eric Dungy. Why did you go with him? What is it about his game that you like?
Yeah, so when he was at Syracuse, I mean, he had an outstanding career. I mean, there were times where Eric mentioned this kid with some of the top quarterbacks in the country. He's a dual threat guy, big guy. Normally, you see the dual threat guys be in that 6'1", 6'2" range, but he's a 6'3", 6'4" guy. Can really spin it. Had some quarterback runs in college where he, was able to get things done. He can make all the throws. His football intelligence, IQ is really good. He's a leader. He knows what it looks like to be a leader and be the face of a program.
So he has some experience with the XFL, the 2.0 era with Bob Stoops a little bit. Did any of them, did you talk to Stoops or any of the people within the XFL about bringing him on to the DC Defenders?
Yeah, we didn't talk directly to Stoops, who's, by the way, is just an amazing coach, amazing guy. And he's been one of the guys that I've really tried to latch on since I've been awarded this position, but didn't really reach out to him. But we knew if he had a guy like that on his team, then obviously this kid had the skill set and everything else that you would want in a quarterback and as a player on your team.
So now that you have the draft is up next and you've built college programs before, what's it like going to build a pro program this go around? I mean, you're starting from scratch. There's you, your staff, Eric Dungy, and that's it.
Right on. Yeah. I tell you what, having guys like Von Hutchins, who is our director of player personnel, Greg Williams, who obviously has been a head coach in the NFL. He's our defensive coordinator. Just having those guys and our assistant coaches, knowing what we want each room to look like from a skill set, from a height, weight, demeanor, all that stuff. These guys have done a really good job. We've casted our net, as I mentioned, over and watched a lot of guys, and we know what we want that to look like. And very similar to building a program in college. I mean, it starts up front. All right. You got to have people that's going to protect. Well, it starts with your quarterback, but you got to have people that's going to protect them. You got to have edge rushers. So we feel like we've found a lot of those guys that we'll have on our board, and then hopefully they'll be available for us when it's our time to pick.
Yeah. So speaking of your pick, how excited were you when you got the first pick in the draft? I mean, there's pressure now because is this going to be the top offensive player on your in the league? How did you feel when you got named the first pick in the draft?
I was like, are you bleeping me? Like, are you serious?
Well, the defenders of the past, they also had the first pick, and they took Rashad Davis, who wound up signing with the Tennessee Titans or something like that, and never played it down in the XFL. So now that you have the first pick, is there any pressure on you, or are you excited about having that pick?
Yeah, no really pressure. I mean, we like to say we apply pressure, we don't feel pressure. So we're going to take we're going to take a guy that we feel like brings us the most stability at his position, a guy that can, contribute on a high level. Obviously, a guy that's going to have to be able to speak and talk to media coverage and all that stuff because he will be the first pick. So our coaches, our director of player personnel, we've done a really good job of vetting all these guys that we're planning on drafting, and we feel good about it.
So, I mean, would you say you've watched more game tape for players? I mean, we talked about the player pool, 1,700 players or more. Have you seen more game tape and player tape now than you ever did in your whole college career? I mean, that's a ton of guys that you're evaluating for this season.
You said it right, Mark. It is a lot of guys. And yes, it is. I tell you, recruiting in college, obviously you have to look at a lot of guys, but more times you're watching their highlight tapes. And every once in a while you can go back and, watch a guy game tape or something. But with this being on a professional level, you're able to go into catapult and you're able to pull up game film, you're able to pull up targets as a receiver, just whatever you need. And we've sat and watched a lot of tape through Zoom. We've sat and had meetings at coaching retreats and watched film. So yeah, it has been a lot. And we'll continue to do it up until it's time for draft.
How much did you rely on any of that, the analytic data? I know that you guys had a company come in and I cannot remember the name right now, but doing all that data analytics and player, is that factor in your decision for some of these things, looking at some of that data? It's kind of a new way of approaching picking players.
Yeah, it was we used some of that stuff early on, but then at the end of the day, we talk about trusting your eyes. A lot of these guys have been around professional sports, college sports, and you know what you like in a player. You know what a solid player looks like on film. So obviously that, but the other part of it was having those intimate conversations with those guys about what have they been doing, the last 6 months or whatever. Have they been training? Are they in shape? What's been their mindset when they play football? So it's been a combination of all of those things. And again, I can't thank our coaching staff and our director of player personnel, Vaughn, for really leading this thing. He's been in the NFL for a long time. He knows what this part of it looks like. And he's done a good job of really, really building us a solid board of really good players that we'll be able to bring, that DC will be proud of.
And so what kind of style of football player are you looking for in this draft, without giving things away? Because tomorrow, I know everybody wants to keep secrets before what they're going to do before a draft, but kind of what's your ideal guy that you're looking for the DC Defenders?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, just mindset is everything. We talk about mindset, skill set, and then scheme, but it starts with the mind. You want a guy that loves football. You want a guy that's tough-minded, that have experienced adversity before and then tuck his tail and stayed in the fight. And then, of course, you go to the skill set. A guy that, depending on the position, offensive line guys, tackles, you want 6'4" and up, all right, and 285, 300 pounds, and every position we have a profile of what we want that kid to look like. But again, it starts with mindset. It starts with, are you a tough guy? Do you love football? Are you willing to compete? Have you overcame adversity at some point in your life? And will you be really invested into the team concept, the family concept? And are you ready to defend DC?
All right. And the final question is, in order to get Eric Dungy to be on board, did you have to tell him about the beer snake? Was that a recruiting tool for you, for some of these guys?
Oh, yeah. We've talked about not just with him, but many of the guys that we've talked with throughout this whole process that we think if they're available, we'll take them. We've talked about that. Many of them have gone and YouTubed it and watched it and just, they can't believe it. I mean, it's, they can't believe it. So we're hoping to break a record this year, so we can stack those cups.
Yep. So fans are excited. We definitely, Eric Dungy is a known commodity in the alt football space. So DC is definitely super excited to have you as a coach and super excited to have Eric Dungy as our quarterback. So I appreciate your time and good luck in the draft tomorrow.
Yes, sir, Mark. Thank you, man, so much. Go DC.
All right. What's up, XFL Army? If you're a fan of the XFL News Hub and you have a telephone, which I know all of you do because you're sitting there playing on your phones all the time, then why not download the XFL News Hub app? All right, friends, we are with Reggie. What's up, XFL Army? If you're a fan of the XFL News Hub and you have a telephone, which I know all of you do because you're sitting there playing on your phones all the time, then why not download the XFL News Hub app? That's right, it's on iTunes. It's on Android. We have an Android version and an iPhone version of the XFL News Hub app. So what do you get? You get the latest news from XFL News Hub, the premier source of XFL news in the universe. Plus, you get push notifications when we have breaking news. You will be the first to know. You can leave a comment on some of the news right from your phone. Plus, you get this podcast on your phone as well. Remember, you can leave us reviews on the Google Play Store or iTunes. It links to our other social media accounts, and so much more. Be in the know. I know you're on your phones. People are on their phones all the time. They never get off their phones. So why not just download the XFL News Hub app on your Android or iPhone today? All you need to do is go to the Google Play Store or iTunes and just type in XFL News Hub. That's XFL News Hub. Download our app on your phone today. All right, my friends, we are back. We are back. We've got the first picks up in the draft. Took a little break there. And we are off to the defensive backs section of the draft. Thanks for everybody for hanging out with us on this XFL draft. So your first pick, 12th round, first pick are defensive backs. Orlando Guardians select CJ Holmes, cornerback, Jackson State. There you go, HBCU, Dion. The 12th, pick 2, San Antonio Brahmas select Luke Barco, cornerback, San Diego State. And the 3rd pick, St. Louis Battlehawks select Ben DeLuca, safety from UNC Charlotte. So there you have it. The picks are in for the round of defensive backs. What's up, everybody in the chat room as we continue, as we motor on? Some people kind of bounced after the, everybody kind of wants to see the offensive players, but we're just going to keep grinding on, keep going on, keep doing what we're doing because I think this is fun. I think this is interesting. I also think that things are going to move a little bit faster. And also, I drank my Zoe. I got my Zoe. So let's freaking go. Okay? So here's the deal with this section of the draft. So right now, we're in the defensive backs section. Same thing, 11 rounds. This is the defensive backs groups. You got cornerback, safety, and nickel are here. So you got 11 rounds of this. Then we've got defensive front 7, and then the offensive line coming after that. So we are now 3 picks in, which is good. We're at 2:51 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And up next is the DC Defenders. And part of the reason why I'm like, screw it, I'm just going to go for it all the way is because I've been sitting on the bench for 2 years waiting for the XFL to come back. Do you know how rare it is, my friend, in the chat room, how rare it is for leagues to, something to go bankrupt and then return? Like, I was like, maybe there's an outside chance that the XFL comes back. It was so good. We were saying it, within our group and all this kind of stuff. We're like, oh, it's so good. Why wouldn't it come back? And now we are continuing. And we're back. So this is fun. It's a lot. Hey, what do you think about the first round? What are some of your surprises, chat room? And in the comments, chat room and comments. Remember, we're live on Facebook. We're live on Twitter. We're live on Instagram or all the other social media stuff, which I should probably take a look at here in a second. While we wait for I can't do that here. Look at me. All right, let's make sure we're all out there. I mean, a lot of surprises. One, Austin Prohl, that was a good one. Excited about that. That was a good pick. We also have some video we're going to show you here in a second. We'll get through the first round, and then we'll get some video to show you from the first round of the XFL draft. Some pretty cool videos that they had put out. We have those to play for you here in a little bit, but we're still waiting. We've got 3 picks in to the defensive backs section. We've got Jackson State guy. CJ Holmes is the first overall taken there. Let's see here. Well, all of our social channels are growing here. It's kind of funny. Let's see here. Got our live draft coverage and making sure retweeting it so people know that we're still exist. We're still going strong on the Twitter. Still waiting on those picks. Yeah, so chat room, what are some your surprises when it comes to the draft so far? Let's see what you guys think. Wish we could see the player pool. That's what David Drunkenmiller says. Yeah, people have asked about the player pool, and my thing has always been that because of, and we talked about this on Monday's show. If you're a nerd, if you're an all football nerd, which I know you are, check out our interview with Mike Mitchell, Brandon Anderson, as we talk about this kind of stuff. The reason why you're not going to see the player pool is because they don't want the USFL to know who those players are. Now, back in the past, when it was just the XFL and AAF went under, guess what? They didn't care. They didn't care at all. So you're not going to see the player pool because they don't want to know, and neither side wants to know. So we will never see who is in the player pool. People have their own lists based on social media posts and that kind of thing. But also I have the power to continue because I drank my Zoe. So that's kind of why you're not going to see the player pool stuff. What else we got, chat room? Appreciate everybody. 326 likes. This is fantastic. We need to get to 350 by the middle of this round. You guys are hardcore, and I appreciate you guys starting up. James says, did they start defense yet? Yes, we're starting the defense. Let's go. The fancy offense thing, is done, which is what a lot of people want to check out. We're still rolling strong, and appreciate the super chats. Who are some guys on the defense? Let's talk about that. Defensive guys. In the chat room, let us know who are some defensive guys that we need to look out for. And while we're doing that, let's check out a wiki on CJ Holmes, cornerback out of Jackson State. Jackson State. Getting blocked. All right, we've got some more picks in the draft here. We've got my DC Defenders with the 4th pick, taking Parnell Motley, cornerback, Oklahoma. The 5th pick, Houston Roughnecks take Raleigh Texada, a cornerback from Baylor. A couple of Baylor guys in here. And number 6 pick, Arlington Renegades take Devontae Busby, cornerback from Pittsburgh State, Kansas State. So, of course, with America's team. And I got the shield to prove it. I got the shield, the old shield. I've got the shield to prove it. America's team. Put that back here. Look how hardcore I am. Okay? You want to talk about hardcore XFL guy? Look at that. This is my first XFL hat. I wore it all the time. It's got the DC on the back. 2020. Then this thing that lasted a summer, and it was, or not, it was like when they bought the league, they put this out as like a special edition. I'm one of the few people that got that. And then I got the DC Defenders one, and I like this one. Anyways, enough about my fashion. We'll get into these players in a second. We've got more coming in. Chris Jones, Seattle Sea Dragons with the 7th pick, cornerback out of Nebraska. 8th pick, Vegas Vipers, Kenyon Kennedy, cornerback, Garden City. Is that Garden City Community College? Interesting. All right, let's take a look at Parnell Motley from your DC Defenders. Parnell Motley. All right, we got Jameson Houston, the Las Vegas Vipers, cornerback from Baylor, another Baylor guy. So Parnell Motley. Is 25. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Houston, San Francisco 49ers, Broncos, Lions, Cleveland Browns, Calgary Stampeders. He signed in September. The Canadian Football League. Calgary Stampeders. Was he released or anything? So Calgary Stampeders, CFL guy, Parnell Motley. He makes his way here. Chris Jones, Keon, I bet you we're Vegas Vipers. Parnell Motley. Was he released at all? Let's see. I'm curious now. I'm curious because this was a conversation. It says he's currently a member of the Calgary Stampeders. Let's see. Antoine Brooks from Maryland. What's interesting about Motley and why I'm like getting stuck on it, I had Dave Naylor on, CFL Insider on the program a little while ago. Oh, okay, so we got Vegas Vipers with the 9th pick, Jameson Houston, cornerback for Baylor. Then at 10th, Seattle Sea Dragons took Antoine Brooks, cornerback from Maryland. Yeah, go Maryland. Terps. Because it's saying Motley was a free agent. So interesting. So I had Dave Naylor on, and we talked about CFL guys jumping to the XFL. And the problem was that CFL guys are under contract until February, in February when the XFL season starts. Parnell Motley was a free agent for the Calgary Stampeders, is from my understanding, which means technically he's not like free yet. But he's here in the draft, which means did the Calgary Stampeders let him go? Like release him from his contract because they weren't going to re-sign him or something. Like that's interesting. Josh Hawkins, Arlington Renegades, cornerback, East Carolina. If this is who I think it is, this will be your first guy to return to the same team. If this is who I think it is. So Josh Hawkins, cornerback, played at East Carolina, signed with the Green Bay Packers. So when undrafted, he is 29 years old. It is. So here we go. So Josh Hawkins played for the Green Bay Packers, Carolina Panthers, Chiefs, Eagles. He is returning to the Dallas Renegades, the first player to return to his original team. is Josh Hawkins returns to the Arlington Renegades, to the Dallas Renegades. His contract, he played for the Falcons, was up and down, followed his career, Carolina Panthers, Detroit Lions. Now, check if I'm wrong, chat room. I'm going to rely on you for this one. Was he the guy that during the whole, COVID thing was out partying or something, and there was like a video or some kind of thing like that, and then that's why he got cut? Was this him? I feel like it was. But still, if it's not him, I apologize, Josh. I feel like it was. Like he was out somewhere. Remember the whole mask thing and all that stuff? And then he got cut, or I don't know if it was him or not. But regardless of that fact, he returns to the Arlington Renegades. So you got your first guy to return to his original team. How cool is that? And then Argene Harris is corner the Houston with the 12th pick. The Houston Roughnecks select Argene Harris, cornerback, USC. Then America's team, the 13th pick, DC Defenders, select Juwan Neal, cornerback from Shepherd. So we're into the 13th round of the XFL draft. So how cool, that is cool. Josh Hawkins returns, and he was a great player. And I really thought he was going to be, let's see, what is it? Something. Can you please focus your screen is really blurry. Oh, you mean when I do a split screen? Is blurry? Oh, here's another player back. St. Louis Battlehawks, Channing Stribling, cornerback of the from Michigan. Channing Stribling, I believe, was the split screen you guys are talking about. My wife is here because she needs codes. Oh, so if you're a fan out there if you're a fan out there, here, if you're a fan of the XFL Week in Review, XFL News Hub, and all that stuff, do us a favor. My wife is trying to get Taylor Swift tickets. So if you know Taylor Swift or you want to give us tickets, help us out. That'd be greatly appreciated. I think she's going to need my wallet too. Stand by. All right. So she's in the queue trying to get Tay-Tay tickets. And Finney Finster is here as well. All right. So we've got another pick. We'll get to that one in a second. 15th pick, San Antonio Brahmas select Kari Vincent Jr. We'll talk about Channing Stribling. Hold on a second, my wife, because we've got another guest. Making his second appearance, Finney Finster, the dog. Finn, the dog. Say, chat room, say hi, Finn, to Finney Finster, the dog. He's here for the second round. How you doing, Pop? You can't drink my Zoa, okay? You can't drink my Zoa. It's my Zoe. Can't drink my Zoa. All right. We cleared it with his agent, my wife, then he can make a couple more appearances. Okay. Channing Stribling. Let's take a look at that. You talk about this screen is blurry or this screen? Some of you guys are talking about it. I don't know if I can focus that more. Let's see. Nope. This. How is that, my friends? How's that split screen? Is that better? Is that a better split screen for you? Hold on. Right. All right, my friends. There we go. We got some more picks in for the draft. Let's see. We've got so the 15th San Antonio Brahmas, Kerry Vincent Jr., cornerback, Louisiana State. Orlando Guardians with the 16th pick, Javaris Davis, cornerback, Auburn. Not that Javaris Davis from the CFL. Not that guy. All right. So let's talk about Channing Stribling. He is another former XFL guy to make his return. Appreciate everybody coming back on the thing. Hey, we're almost at 350. Get those, smash that like button. We are almost at 10,000 views. Just want to point that out. That is awesome, my friends. Channing Stribling. I believe he played with the New York Guardians. Let's see here. He is 27. Browns, Colts, 49ers, Colts, Chargers, Memphis Express, AAF guy, Hamilton Tiger Cats, Seattle Dragons. Oh, Dragons. Back to the Tiger Cats. Philadelphia Stars. Was selected by the Philadelphia Stars in the 8th round of the 2022 USFL Draft. Was transferred to the inactive roster on May 4th. Signed with the Commanders on July 14th and was released on the 24th. So another former AAF alt football guy there. Caleb says, hey, Finn, he's cute, LOL. It's fine. Nothing is blurry. Dennis Wade says, you're good. It's their screen. It's their Wi-Fi. He says, 1060 Design says their Wi-Fi connection is lowering the resolution. Nothing is wrong. Bro, it's good. Just trying to make it good. All right. Actually, I think this is better on the split screen anyway. So, Stribling is on there, returning to the XFL, but this time with the Battlehawks. Pretty cool there. What did I want to get to? I wanted to get to something, and I don't remember what it was. Heading into the 14th round, Guardians are up next, then Brahmas, Battlehawks, and then your DC Defenders. So, this is what I want to ask the chat. What are some guys that you want to see picked in this round? Give me some names here that we should look out for that you want to see. Mike says, God bless you for your coverage. No, God bless you for watching. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. God is good always. Always. Mike Hampton. Ryzen John. Any relations? Millen John. Kerry Starks. Jay Bowdry. Kerry Starks again. David Jr. Xavier Reddick. Trent Richardson. That's he's unless he changed and he's a defensive lineman, he ain't coming back. Remember he tried out for the XFL, or they had him at one of the events, but then they were like, nah, we're not interested. Oh, this is what I wanted to show you. Playing around. All right. Here is a little video clip. This will show you. As we wait for the Orlando Guardians to make some picks from today's draft. Check it out.
A few things for.
Oh, wait, that's not it. That is the wrong one. That was from The Rock. Yesterday, I was going to play it. Then he used some colorful language, and I was like, I don't want to get in trouble with you know what. Okay, here we go. Here is today's draft with the first pick in the XFL draft. So check this video out. Oh, wait, maybe I need to, let's fix this. right? All right, let's see.
Coaching now in the XFL.
DC Defenders, you're on the clock.
Ready to rock and roll? Yeah, ready to be a defender, right? Cool, man. Well, yeah. Well, we love what you do on the field and from a personality and character standpoint, and we're excited about it, man. And with your blessings, we want to go ahead and put your name down and turn this first pick in, man. How about this for history? You know what I'm saying?
With the first selection of the skill position in the XFL draft presented by ZipRecruiter, the DC Defenders select
Abram Smith, running back, Baylor.
How excited are you for him to start his journey with DC?
He's history in the making to be the first pick, our first pick of this draft. So we're excited about his opportunities. He's an amazing kid. He's looking forward to it, and we're excited for him.
There you go. Abram Smith picked in the first round of the XFL draft. We have more clips coming throughout the little broadcast here, but there you go. From DC Defenders head coach Reggie Barlow, who you just heard earlier from our interview with him yesterday. Oh, by the way, thank you very much. 350 likes. Appreciate that. Jack says, where do I watch the draft? Right here. It's not on ESPN2. It's not ESPN Plus. It's just online, so you can watch it here. That's what you need to do. So let's drink a Zoe to that. All right, so we're waiting on the next pick in the draft. Appreciate you guys hanging out. It's been a lot of fun. We're on the defensive side of things. Orlando Guardians are back at it with their next pick, the 17th pick. And then we got the Brahmas, St. Louis Battlehawks, DC Defenders. I mean, it's one thing to follow these leagues and have a good time and all. And we're excited about all the different stuff that's going on. But when you have players that you can like get excited about, and like that's our guy. He's on our team. Like that's what really makes it real. Let me ask the chat room this too, and in the comments too. If you suckers read this or watch this marathon of a podcast, are you going to do you guys have season tickets? I got my season tickets, and I got my DC Defender season tickets. Super excited about that. I think DC Defenders I'm telling you, everything was on the cusp of excitement here in DC. And the Commanders are, everybody hates the Commanders. I'll tell you a little inside scoop story. I got a friend who company has club level in seats, including alcohol and food and a parking pass for Commanders games. You can get all of those for free, and he cannot give them away. He said he was telling his friends, like, hey, do you want to go? They told him, and I quote, not unless you pay me $20. So, Commanders, club level, all food you can eat, all the beverages you can drink, and free parking pass. And his friend said, not unless you pay me $20. That's how bad the Commanders situation here is in DC. So until maybe myself, if this stream can get up to, if you guys can get this stream up to, where are we at? 400, 10 million views and 100,000 likes. Maybe I can buy for $6 billion. I could buy the Commanders. But DC Defenders is going to be the football team in the area. Between the beer snake, we got a great coach, Reggie Barlow, the excitement around the league. That place was packed, and it was freaking cold. I went to a Green Bay Packers, Baltimore Ravens. Yes, you got my Baltimore Ray Lewis picture back there. And I've got a flag up here. Ray Lewis You know, Baltimore Ravens game in Green Bay, kickoff was -21. Yes, that was the coldest I've ever been in my life. And Indianapolis, we went once. That was freaking cold too. The other ones that I was the coldest was at the DC Defenders game in like February. Shout out to Walters there across the street from the Nats Park, Washington Nationals Park, baseball field. Walters is the spot to go. Before any game, you will find me at Walters. Say hello. You know, we'll take pictures, we'll hang out, we'll drink some Zoe. I'm gluten-free, so I'm a cider beer person, and I believe that they had good cider beers when I was there. I'm not a big drinker. I'm not a big drinker at all. But Walters, shout out to Walters. Shout out to Canton, Ohio, to my Greek family there at Sparta Steakhouse in Canton as well. But yeah, going to the games, it's a lot of fun. You go to Walters first, you get a cocktail, but they had like fire pits outside, and it was like, you know, gloves and hats. I mean, that's how we started the season off, was in the super cold, and people were still there. And the first game I had on, if you go back into the archives big time after the XFL shut down, I'm going to look up Eric Moses was the president of the DC Defenders. Had a chance to have, I met him a bunch of times, and the league was done. So he now gone on to great things in the NASCAR circuit. And is he in Nashville? He's in charge of the Nashville Super Speedway or something like that. And anyway, he was on the podcast, and we were talking about, they were surprised. So first of all, if you went to the first DC Defenders game, and it was the first XFL game, because we had the first Austin Prohl, who was drafted to the St. Louis Battlehawks. Austin Prohl was your caught the first catch, and that's your trivia question. Next trivia question, we already answered it. Who threw the first touchdown pass in XFL history, of the 2.0 history? Let us know in the comments who threw the first ball. We kind of already said it. We already gave you away the team. But Austin Prohl was the first one to catch it. So I was at that game. I was like in the back. You could kind of see me in there with the beer snake. I mean, it was cold, and that place was freaking packed, and people were fired up. And the difference between the CFL and some of these other leagues, and I don't know about like the NFL, it was all young people, like in their 20s, ready to watch some football and have some drinks and have a good time. And then the beer snake was born, and it was cold. And Oliver Luck was there, and all sorts of people were there. I think what's Vince McMahon's son's name? Whatever, I want to say Eric McMahon, but that's not it. I think he was there. It was a great time, and it went by quick. And when I had Eric Moses on, if you were there at the first game, they had problems with their because of the demand. They didn't have enough people, and the Brainiacs behind the and this thing is slowed down. I'm going to refresh it just in case there's nothing wrong. The Brainiacs that ran the and hey, I don't know, whatever from whatever. I'm a software engineer by trade, and the Brainiacs behind the payment system decided to run a software update the night before this event. So they didn't have enough people, and then the software for the checking stuff, they upgraded it the night before, which you don't do. You just leave it, and you do it some other time. So that all happened, but the game went so quick. Like I remember, like just waiting in line for some food and maybe an adult beverage. I don't even remember. And it took forever to get the food, and it was like in the second quarter. Like so, the game moves fast. 3 hours, you're in and out, and it was a lot of fun. And the game goes quick. That was the biggest thing. It's like you can't like leave your seat, go back, whatever. Like you missed a lot of action, and it was just a lot of fun. We were chanting MVP for Cardell Jones. The history of Cardell Jones and Sonic. That is also an alt football lore where Sonic. So he watched Sonic Hedgehog. So he was MVP. He was playing great. PJ Walker was playing great. Josh Johnson was playing great. Cardell Jones was playing great. He put a post, said that he went to go see Sonic the Hedgehog, the movie, which is a good movie, and it was terrible ever since. So that was the Sonic curse, and that was the inside joke. So that's another all football lore. So then the running joke was, and I haven't seen Sonic 2 yet. We were hoping that Cardell saw Sonic 2, and then, the curse could be lifted. But also, what's interesting is that Cardell Jones was at the training camp, the camp in Arlington, Texas. And you saw his picture last night on the Path to the XFL Draft that was on ESPN, which, by the way, if you also watched it towards the end, they referenced an article from XFL News Hub. But he was there. He was not picked up. Do you think he might get picked up later on this week is something to think about as well. So while we're waiting for these picks to come in, how about we get another draft video? This is from, let's go with this next pick from the San Antonio Brahmas making their selection in the draft.
Jaquez. Hey, Coach Hines Ward, how you doing, man? Man, we're super excited. How would you feel about being the San Antonio Brahmas with our first pick? Congratulations, man. Jaime says hello. Man, we're glad to have you, man. We're going
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, ma'am. With the third selection of the skill position in the XFL draft, the San Antonio Brahmas select
Jaquez Patrick, running back, Florida State.
I heard you on the phone say to Jaquez, we're going to make you a building block. We're going to build around you. What made you believe that he could be a foundational piece of the Brahmas here?
Well, I mean, he's a bell cow running back. I mean, he can play all three downs. Great pickup in the blitz game. And he's a guy that you can give the ball to 25, 30 times a game. He's acclimated to our system with our offensive coordinator, Jaime Elizondo. So, to be familiar with our scheme is you can't pick a better player to build around than Jaquez. So we're super excited to have him. And with our first pick, we're ecstatic.
So there you have it, Brahmas. Jaquez Patrick selected by the Brahmas. I don't know what's going on. I bet you we're just going to get loaded with picks, waiting for that Guardians pick. We'll get back to the chat room. Let's see here. David Drunkenmiller says supplemental draft January 9th, I think. Well, the problem with January 9th is that is when the season, when they all meet. So I don't think that is going to be the case. Jeff says St. Louis Battlehawks 2020 home opener was outstanding. We've got some, you know what we can do too while we're waiting? Speaking of that, and I've been so bad. Let's go to some emails. So remember, if you want to be part of the show, you can do it right now. We'll check it out. Be part of the show. Email podcast at XFL News Hub with your thoughts, or record an MP3 or video on your phone, and we'll play it on today's show. Leave us a voicemail, 888-430-7692, extension 3. Okay? So let's go to, we have our emails. I was thinking about this. Let's go to an email, shall we? And speaking of emails, we'll go to our first one. Let's see here. All right. So, so you can see me when I read it. This comes from Steven. He says, putting a team, so this is about the Vegas Vipers, which we're trying to figure out what the deal is with their stadium. Steven says, putting a team in the heart of Raider country is a huge mistake. I hope Cashman Field turns them down just so a more worthy city like San Diego gets them instead. Vegas Viper fans out there, are you concerned? And thanks for the email. So you can also email us as well. Vegas Viper fans, are you concerned that the team does not have a stadium yet? I mean, that's, it's a bit concerning. Don't get me wrong. But let's see here. So that's the problem there. Chef says, who stink? Let's go Renegades. That's not very nice. Who stink? We're all friends here. I don't know. I'd be always wondering what of the 3 Texas teams, who's going to be the best. I think Stoops has got it. If I'm a betting man right now, and I'm not, I don't have like millions of dollars. If I'm a betting man right now, I'm definitely going to say that the Renegades are going to be the team to beat. Kyle Sloter, that draft has been looking so good right now. Going back to the Vegas Vipers things, the FXXR out here in Vegas, we have so many stadiums, so I don't understand how they don't have a home. Aaron says cacaw. Yes, cacaw. Isaac says it's because they're afraid of all the poop on the ground from the fans. Okay. Is that something that they do in Vegas? Is that a Vegas thing? So the DC's got the beer snake and you got poop on the ground in Las Vegas? Is that your thing? Pro David 777. No, they said they feel like they will get it done very soon when I went to the town hall yesterday. Isaac says they poop standing up. Vipers fans. Oh my goodness. That is not nice. So Pro David 777 was at the event and say, so he was there. I actually have a clip from that event. While we're still continually waiting, let me see if I can find that clip, my friends. Speaking of that event, so this was the event. Is this the only one I have? This is the only one I have. And why was Rod Woodson not at the QB thing, but he was at this event? Anyway, let's see here. Let's check this out.
First Town Hall, the newest addition to the XFL, which is so awesome. I mean, Vegas as a sports city has just grown and grown, and I feel like the XFL was just such a natural fit. We have got the head coach of the Vegas Vipers here, Rod Woodson, as well as president of the XFL, Russ Brandon here. We're going to try to answer some of your guys.
So there's the video from that event. Did you, what did you think there, Pro David 77 about? How did that event go? Was it fun? Let us know. Tom says, haha, cacaw. Shasha says, the biggest delay, LOL. Yeah, I don't know what is going on here. Let me take a look. Let's see what else is going on. Yeah, let's find out what the delay is. Is there anything on social media? Not getting loaded. Not really seeing anything yet from the XFL. No, nothing. Nothing new, nothing crazy. Are they starting to, just this was a minute ago, about the first round of the, I'll do another refresh. They just put out the first round on a social media stuff. So let's, about the defensive backs. That was a minute ago. So we're waiting on that, but there's nothing going on. Just did a refresh. So anyway, we'll get back to you guys in the chat room as we wait. Still nothing. Let's see. Primetime Prank says, I've tried that. It's eerily satisfying. Oh, come on. Look, XFL, look what you make us do when we're waiting around for these picks to continue, this kind of conversation that happens in the chat room. And I only got 367 likes, and I got to deal with this stuff. XFL taking forever. They better have like 15 picks posted. I agree with that. Lord, come on, get to picking. My anxiety's out of the box. Shasha, I know yours is 10 times worse. Let's see. Checking Twitter. I've refreshed. Defenders need. Okay. He said, David said it was fun. The president said Cashman and Bishop Gorman are very in the talks. It sounds like they are trying to get Allegiant. Patrick De La Cruz says Defenders Barricade is back and better than ever. Section 115. Section 115. Where am I? Let me pull it up. Oh, and by the way, for the record, we've talked about this before. And if you're new to the chat and all this stuff, playing fantasy football, make sure you head over to newshubfantasy.com to play your fantasy football. Get your fantasy football fix. Playing XFL fantasy football will be a lot of fun. I'm signing into my ticket account now and seeing. Am I like 117? No. I forget where I'm at. I need a drink of so. Yeah, we better be like 5 rounds in. At least. All right, pulling up my DC Defenders ticket thing. Let's see. My profile. I have my tickets. DC Defenders. My events. Stand by. Is it under my events? As my wife. Anybody got Tay-Tay tickets? Taylor Swift? I'm pulling it up. I think this is it. You don't have any tickets for upcoming events. I need to see a map. I think I took a picture of it somewhere. As we wait for the draft to continue, I am trying to find where I got my season tickets. I know the membership pricing. I'm in section. Oh, hold on. Let me zoom in on this. So you are in section. I'm in section 131, 130, 131, somewhere in there. You're in 115. Yeah, so you're behind in the end zone. So cool. We'll hang out at Walters then, I guess. Let's see here. Yeah, so we're not there, but cool. Defenders Barricade. I like the name. Let's see. Bishop Gorman only sits 3,000. What about Kurt Bennick? He was on the XFL's radar, but there was something going on with him, and that's why he was with the 49ers. Now he's not. He just got released like yesterday or something like that. Thomas Jackson says, not sure what it means, but at the top of the page on the draft board it says, will resume. Oh, okay. Well, while we're waiting, since they give us a break, we have another interview that I think you guys might enjoy. It is with the new quarterback of America's team, your DC Defenders, Eric Dungy. Let's check that out, and then we will hop back on. Hopefully, we'll get some more picks coming in. All right, we're here with Eric Dungy, selected as the quarterback of the DC Defenders. Eric, thanks for coming on the program.
Of course, Ken. I'm super excited for this opportunity and excited to talk about some DC Defender football.
All right. So what made you decide to return to the XFL? I knew you had a stint in Dallas before, but what made you decide to give it a try this go round?
Yeah, I had some opportunities in Canada and some of these other leagues that have popped up, but I was really waiting on the XFL. I knew it was coming back, had a lot of fun in it back in 2020 when I was in Dallas. And, just getting behind Dwayne Johnson and Danny Garcia, it was kind of a no-brainer from that standpoint. So was in talk with some of the teams and then Coach Barlow and Coach Keiss. And I'm excited to be here, like I said, and just ready to play some football. And they're running a similar offense to what I ran up in Syracuse. So really excited to go back to the roots and show what I can do again.
So what was your reaction when you heard Dwayne Johnson bought the XFL after, going through everything with COVID and the league shutting down? And even though things felt like things were on the up and up with the XFL, it was kind of like all hope was lost. And then all of a sudden, The Rock buys the XFL and Danny Garcia. What was your reaction when you saw that?
Oh, I was pumped. Obviously, I'm a huge fan of Dwayne Johnson, all his movies that he does, everything that he does for communities. But to be behind a guy like that, it's incredible. He knows firsthand. He wears the 54. He was cut from a team. He understands the pain that it has, and just the hard work that it takes to get back to that point, and giving us another opportunity to show. At the end of the day, it's really for the love of football, and it's what we want to do is play. And I've been talking to some of the quarterbacks here, and they're all great guys, and they're in the same boat as me. They just want to play football, and that's what it's all about.
So what is it like working? You decided to go with DC and work with Reggie Barlow. What did you like about him as your head coach?
Oh, just, he's obviously just a very high character guy. And I got a lot of respect for him. And I've been catching up with him briefly while I'm here. And he's, again, just can't say enough good things about him. And he's going to demand perfection. I can already tell that. But from that standpoint, he believes in me. And that's all I really need. When someone believes in me, I want to give everything I can to them and prove them right. So it's a good way to start off.
So since you've been around the first iteration, XFL 2.0 era, now you're part of the XFL 3.0 era. Is there any kind of similarities or differences you've noticed so far? I mean, this is still new, up and coming, but any kind of differences?
I would say the difference is I feel like this is just, not the XFL 2.0 was very structured, but this just feels, like a really, work in production. And I think they've done a phenomenal job. They've had, a year and a half to basically plan everything. I think they got a great business plan. They got a lot of people behind them, some exciting TV, deals that they have in the making. And it's a lot of good hype around it. And I think they rebranded really well. And, obviously with Dwayne Johnson and Danny Garcia, it's easy to get behind people like that as your leaders. So again, it's just a really exciting time for XFL and all the guys who got picked up today and who are going to get picked up tomorrow and the next day.
Yeah. So speaking of the draft, now that you're the quarterback, are you telling the coaching staff like, hey, these are the type of wide receivers I would like, or this is the type of offensive line? Have you kind of given your 2 cents into this draft that's going to happen over the next 2 days?
Yeah, I've definitely given my 2 cents. They've asked me for my opinion as well. So I've listed a couple of guys that we'll see if they get taken tomorrow, and I'll be excited if they do. But I got a lot of faith in these coaches, and they've been doing a lot of research on some guys from the hub spots that they've been doing and these little satellite camps that have been going on. So they see the talent out there, and they're going to put the best people on the field together. And hopefully they're wearing that red and playing for DC here.
There you go. Now, what can fans expect from your game? How would you describe your game to fans that don't know you from Syracuse? How would you describe your game?
Yeah, and I think a lot of people didn't even know I was playing football anymore. And for me, I've always I've loved the game. I love to win. I love to lead by example. So for me, I just play with a lot of passion, and everything I can do, I do everything in my power to win. Whether it be running the ball, throwing the ball, or putting the guys in the best position. And for me, I just want to have fun out there, and then just give the fans something to root for. At the end of the day, it's for the fans and it's for the fan base, and you want to obviously win for them and make it an enjoyable and entertaining game for them.
So speaking of the fan base, so clearly you were part of the 2.0 era, so about the beer snake and how important that is. So when you were coming to DC, what's your thoughts? Are you going to participate on the beer snake that first game, or Or
You know
what are
what?
your
I would
thoughts
love
on
to
that?
participate in the beer snake. I would say the first beer's on me, and then we'll get the thing going. So yeah, I'm excited. I definitely saw that from the XFL 2.0, and that's a fun tradition that's going to carry over for 3.0. And yeah, I would love to contribute to that.
All right. Well, hey, I appreciate your time, Eric. Congratulations on being part of the DC. Now you're part of the Washington, DC area, and so can't wait to see you and the team hit the field in 2023. Thanks so much for being on the show.
Great. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it.
All right, we are back, my friend. I have been told that there is a 30-minute lunch break, and that's what the delay is. So while we kind of wait and reconvene with the next part of the draft to continue, let me see what I've got. I've got a bunch of stuff I could play for you. Let me find it. So while we're waiting, I think it would be fun. Let's see here. If we have, while we wait, I think you guys are going to enjoy this, even though this is after the fact, but we're talking about the draft and stuff like that. We're going to replay our thing with Mike Mitchell, Brandon Anderson, talking about the XFL draft. And we will come back when they start making picks again. We'll cut right in. But for now, check this out. All right, we're here with Mike Mitchell and Brandon Anderson. Guys, thanks for coming on the program.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah.
All right, so let's first talk. We've got the XFL draft. This is kind of like the precursor to what's going to happen. And this is recorded Sunday night, so things could change at the blink of an eye. We'll start with the GOAT, the XFL insider, even though he doesn't like to be called that, Mike Mitchell. Is there any kind of rumblings you're hearing before the draft?
There's a lot going on right now. Like a lot of players and agents are talking. It's difficult because, you mentioned the insider part. Oftentimes I don't like to go public with certain things, but I can say this, there are certain USFL players that were released by NFL teams that have had talks with the XFL and that have reached out to the XFL to try to be selected in the draft or to end up on teams. And two of the names I've been hearing, and I'm not saying that they're going to be announced on Tuesday as assigned quarterbacks, but there's been some backrooms moves to try to see if they can angle themselves in. And that's Kyle Sloter, the New Orleans Breakers quarterback, and Luis Perez, the New Jersey Generals quarterback. So everybody's familiar with Luis now in this space. So those are two guys that I've been hearing rumblings about. I'm not so sure where Perez would end up, but and I can't confirm this. So I usually I'm uncomfortable sometimes with going forward with stuff like this because it may very well not happen. But I have heard about Kyle Sloter potentially with Arlington. Now, he could end up back with the Breakers. I do know that the USFL hired John D. Filippo, who's his former offensive coordinator in Minnesota. And it's possible, this is a great thing about these leagues, is that someone like Sloter can end up getting more money and being paid more by the USFL than he was last season. So that's the leverage that's here for some players in terms of making choices. I also know one of the other USFL quarterbacks everybody's familiar with is Brian Scott. We know he's been working out with Jordan Palmer. The XFL actually listed him as one of the quarterbacks that was, what did they use? Under evaluation. Scott is a lock to be in the XFL. I suppose things can change between now and then, but you won't hear his name on Tuesday. And the reason for that is he's still under contract with the USFL. Now, he can work out with Jordan Palmer. That's his own free time. He can do any quarterback that's under any league can work out with Palmer as a personal quarterback coach, but he's cannot sign an XFL contract or commit to the XFL if he's under contract with the USFL. And that's the key verbiage we've been hearing. I've been writing about for months and been pointing out for months is that January period, because you have a lot of potential players from the NFL whose practice squad contracts expire after the season who could join the XFL. And then, of course, you have USFL players whose contracts expire on 12/31 who can join the XFL. And that would be someone like a Brian Scott. There are others right now that I can't really get into. I can't name because of, the information I've been given off the record. But, the info that I have in terms of the XFL is they're looking for, and I'm not in any way trying to downgrade the USFL players, but I think the XFL has an interest, maybe 40 to 50 USFL players tops. And so whether or not they draft them, sign them, we'll see. Of course, USFL has a lot of great players there, but I think the XFL, we saw, Anthony Miller did a tremendous job writing an article covering the recent Zoom call held by Doug Whaley and Russ Giglio. And they listed, which was very forthcoming. They listed the number of players in the draft pool that are from the last 3 NFL draft classes. And I think Russ Giglio mentioned roughly 725 players are from the NFL 2022 draft class. And the XFL, as we know, for months on end, we're at all the showcase games, at all the college all-star games, at pro days during the draft, at the combine itself. So they've scouted this recent class thoroughly. And it's a lot of players who recently cut in camp, undrafted guys who got mini camp invites but didn't get signed. So I think they're going to skew a little bit more younger. And I know the USFL has a lot of good players, but a lot of those guys were guys who were out of the NFL mix. Unfortunately, for some, like guys like Darius Victor, who I think still should be in the NFL. These are players that were out of the mix for like 2 or 3 years, and they haven't had an opportunity. I think the XFL is going to skew younger. They'll have some veterans in the mix. The teams are, of course, going to be attached to some of the players, like the personnel directors, like Randy Mueller will be attached to guys he personally drafted and picked up in the AAF, or he personally drafted and signed with Houston in the XFL. So you could see a lot of XFL 2020 guys sprinkled into these teams. But I think they're going to skew more younger. And I know 725 sounds like a crazy number, but the reason for the uptick there is because of COVID. Because there was an extra year of eligibility towards players. That's why when Russ Giglio went through the numbers, he said it's 115 from the 2021 class, and I think I have it here somewhere, 275 from the 2020 class. So the numbers are higher this year for this particular draft class that just passed. So I think they're going to skew younger. That's a lot of players. That's over 1,100 players out of what is reported to be by the league itself a 1,700 player draft class. So that leaves 600 other guys. It's fascinating, this whole draft process. The mystery part of it is you can argue that maybe we should have more information on who's in the pool itself, but the mystery part of it makes it a little bit more fun because there may be some names that we haven't heard.
Yeah. One thing is interesting when people complain that they're like, well, why don't they release the draft pool of all the 1,700 players? Well, because they don't want the USFL to see that who they have and they're looking at. So I mean, in either side, so you're never going to get.
That's a fair point, Mark. A lot of people don't make that point. That's very fair, because the last time the XFL had this draft process 3 years ago in 2019, in the fall 2019, there was no AAF. Unfortunately, the AAF went out of business, so there was no direct competition there. So I know that, what's funny is we know a little bit, right? Because a lot of players and coaches have publicized the fact that they're in the draft pool. If you're on social media, you see that constantly. And if you keep track of it, do your homework and make a list like crazy people like me have, then you have an idea a lot of the players that are in the pool. And then we know that the AA guys, that's the NFL Alumni Academy graduates, are automatically going to be on XFL rosters in training camp. That's the 66 players per team.
Mm-hmm.
And then we know about the January period, which is what we were just talking about, the 1231, the practice squad guys, the fringe NFL guys that are still waiting for an NFL opportunity. So yes, I think it would have been cool if, like back in 2019, because back in 2019, when I went to the showcase in Montclair State, legendary Sam Mills alma mater, a Hall of Famer, they gave you a full list of everybody who was at the showcases, every single player. So you had so that was cool, right? But it's a little bit different now. The competition makes it a little bit different. They're a little more secretive, even though if you've been following this closely, you kind of have an idea which players are in this group. You know, I didn't mention even the XFL 2020 guys that are automatically in the draft pool. Doesn't mean they'll be selected, but they're in there. You know, there's the guys I'm rooting for, Rashad Ross and the Jeff Badets and the Cameron Artis Paynes. I'd like to see all those guys back in the league again. But Tim Cook, but we'll see. But yeah, I think the mystery part of it comes with the signed quarterbacks, and and I think there could be some interesting and unique names that a lot of people haven't thought of, which makes it the process a lot more fun. It's going to be an extended period this entire draft week that's coming up.
Any Cardell Jones? I mean, we saw pictures of him. Has there been any talk of like they want him to return, or
I think it's possible. Yeah, I think, Mark, it's a good name to bring up. I think it's possible that that Cardell Jones could be back in the league. Maybe as a backup. Maybe he's paired up with King in DC, because that's where I figured Derek King's going to end up, is in DC. So that could be like, it's almost similar to what the Defenders had last time, where they had Tyree Jackson, who's kind of a dual threat hybrid type player, with Cardell, who's more of a pocket passer, although he is mobile. So I could see Cardell on one of the teams. The difference this time between the last time is that Cardell's not the, front and center as one of the assigned highlighted guys. He's going to have to fight for his supper, for lack of a better term, this go around. But why not? Maybe a situation like DC is not bad. To go there with that staff and with Reggie Barlow and Fred Keiss and everybody else. And maybe him with King would be good, because King is a very, unique Kyler Murray-esque type talent, very unconventional, very shorter quarterback, 5'8", 5'9", maybe. And so extremely fast, explosive. And maybe you want to pair him up like a dual quarterback kind of system, sort of what we saw in the USFL with the New Jersey Generals of DeAndre Johnson and Luis Perez. Maybe some of these teams decide to employ that type of deal. So I could see Cardell. I'm not saying he's going to be an assigned guy, but I think he's worthy of being a backup at the bare minimum, maybe compete. Who knows?
Well, no, just for the record, for all the researchers out there, Sonic 2 did come out. So therefore the curse is broken. So he should be good to go. All right, Brandon, you are our boots on the ground kind of Vipers guy. You got your Vipers shirt. You're all ready to go. You wrote the article talking about the different stadiums. Anything that you're hearing on that side as far as kind of a resolve? You did post something recently about them actually having a event too.
Yes. So they are having their town hall finally, after most of Vegas was left in the dark for a while. We finally got the event. It's this Tuesday night, from I think 5:30 to 8 in Vegas. And the interesting thing about the invite that they put in there is get ready for us to play in Vegas come February. So I don't know if anything's been locked up, but the more I've read into it, the more things I've seen on Twitter, it does sound like Cashman Stadium could be a done deal. Obviously, with us recording Sunday night, I'm suspecting that probably tomorrow morning, if not on Monday or Tuesday, there will be the official announcement. I would think it'd be very weird for Rod Woodson and the Vegas staff or whoever's going to be at the town hall that they don't have a stadium, because I think that could cause some chaos with season ticket holders that you invited to the town hall. There was some talk I saw earlier that a lot of people were saying that the Las Vegas ballpark where the Las Vegas Aviators play, their president came out in one of the, I think it was Las Vegas Biz article that said, hey, they're not going to play there. That president recommended Cashman. Saw some back and forth today that they actually may be at the Las Vegas ballpark after all. I don't know what may have changed. I've kind of gone back and forth with some people with that, but in the end, most Las Vegas people keep going back to Sam Boyd Stadium, which we all know is out of the question no matter what. So it definitely sounds like 100% that Allegiant is 100% off the table at this point, and those talks are nowhere to be found anymore.
So what's the deal with Cashman Stadium versus this ballpark? I mean, what's the difference between the two?
So I think
preference.
I would say my preference for TV style would be Las Vegas ballpark. It looks a lot nicer. It has a backdrop to it that says Las Vegas ballpark. I think the attendance is pretty close. It's between 10,000 and 12,000. Now, of course, at Cashman, if the XFL wanted to do what they did with Globe Life Park, aka Choctaw Stadium, and add the bleacher, they could get an additional 4,000 seats. That's up to obviously the Las Vegas, I think it's Lights FC that plays there, local soccer team. If they can kind of reach a deal with them, just like they did the Dallas team that plays at Choctaw still, that could be something that's an investment for both the league and for the soccer team to add 4,000 additional seats. But yeah, if I had a preference, I would go more with Las Vegas Ballpark. It's nicer. I follow a few food groups or like Facebook / Instagram accounts of stadium food groups that talk about Las Vegas Ballpark being one of the best stadiums, even with MLB, for food.
Interesting.
I'm like, hey, I want to go there. But if last case scenario, if it comes down to Cashman, I've seen the seating chart. I actually saw someone who created I guess you could say a seating chart based off the soccer team and then insert an XFL field, kind of like the Ticketmaster presentations have been for the other teams or whatnot. And it looked nice. So I'm curious to see, but to me, it sounds like they have something locked down at this point, just because of their wording in emails. And what was interesting is the season ticket holder email I got was different than the actual huddle email I got. The whole thing about the stadium was not in the second email, which I got days later. So I'm curious if they put that in there because fans are worried.
Yeah. So Mike is going to be covering the DC Defenders. Brandon is covering the Vegas Vipers. So Mike, give me your reaction to the new DC logos. I mean, if you're watching online, you see I've got the old DC logos behind me. So what was your take on the whole logos things coming out?
I'm happy with the logos. I think it's fine. I think you don't want to veer off too far from it because it's such a great brand. Brandon just mentioned the Las Vegas Stadium, and I just want to tie this in with DC, right? So I don't have a problem with a mid-sized stadium. I think ideally a mid-sized stadium or a smaller stadium is perfect for like a new upstart league. You prefer like something that's state of the art, like Audi Field. It's because Audi Field's a beautiful location, beautiful stadium. It's the perfect size for these kind of leagues. You'd like a mid-sized stadium, something that's so you have potential to draw more. So like you have something in that 20 to 30,000 range, even 35 or something. So if maybe you can push it and, get in there, because it doesn't look bad if you've got 12, 15,000 in a 25,000 seat stadium, 30,000 seat stadium. So I don't have a problem with, a smaller stadium, and Las Vegas Ballpark would certainly be great for that. As far as the DC logo goes, I noticed at the DC fan get together, they held up the shield flag. And I want to see that shield more prominently used. So hopefully the XFL uses it, because I think it's cool gimmickry for fans. It's like an awesome thing. So I think it was a cool part of the Defenders back in 2020. So yeah, I'm happy with what DC there, and I'm anxious to see who they end up drafting. They have a very good personnel staff there with Von Hutchins running the show there, and a good coaching staff. So that it's going to be cool to see when these teams start to add players, they're starting to add the personality to their rosters. So, and I think you'll see more people start to follow the league too, and take an interest in the league when you see specific names of players. So DC, we knew they weren't going to all of a sudden show up with a purple logo and be some kind of strange Wranglers team or something. We knew they were going to be the Defenders, so I mean status quo is a good thing. Some tweaks. I can't wait to see what the helmet and uniforms look like. We might see a little bit variation from the last time. Maybe they'll incorporate black more into this, more so than just the red and white look from 2 years ago. So
My my microphone was off that whole time. So nice job, Mark. It's like, oh, where's the sound? It's because I turned off the mic. All right. I read the names basically. We're going through it. Something happened with the 31st pick. Come on, Mark. You should know better than this. San Antonio Brahmas. They must have missed their pick. So some names out there that kind of jumped out to me. Will Hill, Arlington Renegades. I believe he played. We got the sound back. Must repeat everything now? No. So do you want me to repeat it? If we get another big break, we will again. So Will Hill, let's see. I believe he was with St. Louis Battlehawks. Played his college football as a Gator. Oh, no. New York Giants, Baltimore Ravens, Hamilton Tiger Cats, Orlando Apollos, AAF, and St. Louis Battlehawks drafted by the Battlehawks. 33 tackles, 2 interceptions. Nil was named to both XFL midseason awards and was rated as one of the top grades defensive backs by Pro Football Focus. So, and he hasn't played since there. So Will Hill, but he is now with the Arlington Renegades. You see Bob Stoops grabbing some of those guys from, that played well in the original XFL. Speaking of Hamilton Tiger Cats, here you go. I got my Hamilton Tiger Cat and another former AAF guy. I got my Hamilton Tiger Cats hat. That's my CFL team. You got to pick your CFL team. Actually, if you go to the CFL.ca website, you can actually, they'll give you questions and then you can pick. It will pick your team for you. Some other names out here that jumped out. Raheem Moore was another one that jumped out. Let's take a look. I believe he played for the DC Defenders. Again, Renegades taking former XFL guys. Safety, let's see here. Denver Broncos, Houston Texans, Cleveland Browns, Giants, Arizona Hotshots, DC Defenders. Drafted in the 7th round. During the Phase 4 was waived. During final roster cuts, re-signed in February. Interception in his first XFL game. It was the first interception in league's history. And then played 15 tackles, 2 picks, and a forced fumble. Highest graded defensive back. So, and he hasn't played since then too. It's interesting that some of these guys have not, didn't jump at the chance for, there it is. I got to make sure I'm a little bit more up on this thing. But it's Raheem Moore, Arlington Renegades. And we've got some more that you can actually hear this time. So 61 DC Defenders, Trevon Fuller, cornerback from Tulsa. 62 St. Louis Battlehawks, D'Angelo Ross, cornerback from New Mexico. 63 San Antonio Brahmas, Ryan Lewis, cornerback from Pittsburgh. 64 Orlando Guardians, Roman Tatum, cornerback, Southern Illinois. 65 Orlando Guardians, Naheem Hosen, cornerback from Ferris State. And then 66 San Antonio Brahmas, Cedric Stone, safety from Liberty. I think he's the second Liberty guy out there. So we are back. We have sound, which is great. I love sound, and I'm sure you guys do too. So we're back in the mix. All right, we are back in action, my friends. We're back in action. Settle down. Settle down. So any of those names that I read jump out at you? Appreciate everybody from hopping back on. It's so funny when can't hear it, and then all of a sudden, when you can hear me, then the numbers go back up. We're at 382 likes. Can we get to 400 before this round is over, please? We started at 11:11 a.m., November 16th, and we are at 383 likes, so we appreciate that. Megawatts says, Jesus loves you and died for the cross for your sins. Get a relationship with God and Jesus. Confess your sins. Live for Christ and not for the world. I got my cross there. God is, if you watch me and you watch the podcast, I always say God bless at the end. Being a Christian changed my life, from where I was before. I mean, I had that whole thing come to Jesus moment. It's a real thing, my friends. And it's hard. It's hard to be a good Christian guy. You want to be a jerk sometimes. You want to be negative, but I think, kind of this. So yeah, there's, this has kind of been my. I don't know. It's just something, just kind of like my little mission, is to talk about football and not be afraid to talk about God and Jesus and stuff like that. And I know a lot of players in the league, have a lot of faith, whether it doesn't matter what religion you are, but also, a lot of prayers, about being part of this league and coming back and getting that second chance and all that stuff. So there's a lot of positivity about this league going forward. So, all right, 66, San Antonio Brahmas, Cedric Stone, safety from Liberty. We talked about him. 67, St. Louis Battlehawk, Lucas Dennis, cornerback from Boston College. 68, DC Defenders, Junior Falk, cornerback from Delta State. And 69, Houston Roughnecks, Michael Lawson, cornerback from Western Illinois. Got another one that popped up. Number 70, Arlington Renegades. They finally don't take somebody that was on somebody else's team. Abu Darami Swarme, cornerback from Colgate. Colgate? Is that what it is? SIP. So there you have it. So far, where's my Renegades fans? I've got to tell you something, Renegades fans. If you're in there somewhere, I know you're in there. Is the Arlington Renegades the team to beat in the XFL based off of this draft so far? We'll take a look at their draft here in a second. Seattle Sea Dragons at 71 take Kendall Karzisk, safety from St. Norbert. And some of these schools I've never heard of, and that's a good thing, because in the original draft of the XFL, it was all big name schools, all the Florida ones, and Alabama, and Georgia, and all the big name type of schools. No Virginia Tech Hokies, by the way, except for Ryan Willis. My brother went to Virginia Tech, so I'm a pseudo Hokie person, I guess. A good friend went to Florida, so in Gainesville, so I'm kind of like a pseudo, and we went to the game supporting the Gators getting beaten by Georgia. So I'm kind of and I have a t-shirt. My wife bought me a hat, so that makes me a fan, I guess. So yeah, so no Hokies in there. So that's kind of interesting. But Hokies haven't been good for a while. So that's what I'm thinking, is the Arlington Renegades could be the team to beat based on the draft. Habor 81 says, haha, Kakal is not the law, only Roughnecks foe. Joseph Dixon says, Abram Smith, Albany High alum. I have no choice but to be a DC fan. And when you go and tell your friends that you're a DC fan, you must preface it by saying, America's team, DC Defenders. The Dallas Cowboys, did you know, somebody told me this the other day, that they approached, originally, there's a story behind it, and it was a marketing idea, and they originally approached the Pittsburgh Steelers. That was what it was. I think I heard this on Pat McAfee show. They originally approached the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Rooney family said no to the idea of being called America's team, because remember, they won all the Super Bowls. And then somehow Dallas was like second pick. So originally, I believe, look it up, is that the Steelers were supposed to be America's team. But I'm taking it from Dallas and putting it in DC because that's where it makes sense. Washington, D.C. So tell your America's team. Dave says, if you see my name, I am also a Hokie. Oh, Drunken Miller. Yes. I heard, and that was around the time my brother, I believe, was a Hokie, that I maybe, are you related? I don't know if you're related to Drunken Miller or if that's just your name, but I was told that he, in fact, was a Drunken Miller. That he was a big drinker, but I don't know if that's true. Allegedly. I'll say that allegedly part. Cedric says, Stribling, great corner. I agree with that. Caw says Isaac. Let's see. Joseph says, I'm literally a Cowboys fan, so let's go America's teams. I mean, you could say America's teams if you want. Oh, David Drunkenmiller is his cousin. Is it true? Is it true what my brother told me? Because I will go to him and say, hey, it's not true. If that's what I was told. If David, if that's true. I'm going off whatever David says in the chat in our 5-hour long USFL or XFL draft. If that's true or not. And he played for the 49ers, I think, for a little while there. And he was a big guy. I mean, I think he had the build and everything. So just didn't work out in the NFL, I think. All right. So we're still waiting on the next picks. Is it still? All right, we're back. So on the clock, all the stuff at the top is working. So we're back in business. We're at 72 picks of 88. It's 4:18 p.m. And we've been doing this since 11:11 a.m. So let's see. He said, yes, he dabbled. Okay, there you go. There you go. Answering the question there. But anyway, appreciate you guys hanging out. But based on the draft, let's talk about that. Based on the draft, I think the Renegades might be the team to beat. I mean, look at the veteran, just defensive backs they have. You have Josh Hawkins, who I think is an NFL caliber guy. Will Hill played great. I mean, Devontae Busby, let's take a look at him. Raheem Moore. So I think, I mean, that to me, they've got a great draft. So let's check out let's go to our lookup wiki. There it is. And back to the regularly scheduled draft. We're on this page, I believe. So Devontae Busby. College football, Pittsburgh State Gorillas. Cool name. So, okay. Kansas City Chiefs, Chicago Bears, Chiefs, Philadelphia Eagles, AAF guy, San Antonio Commanders. 29 years old, another veteran guy. San Antonio, Denver Broncos, after the AAF went there. Arizona Cardinals in 2020. Broncos, Raiders, Patriots. Busby was selected with the third pick of the 8th round in the 2022 draft by the Generals. Then again, here's another guy, got, released by the USFL, signed by the Commanders. And here's the thing. The Commanders signed him on August 4th, but then released him on August 16th. In effect, doing the XFL a favor by releasing the guy. And so that he's building a veteran team, Bob Stoops is. What do you think, chat room? Bob Stoops is building a veteran team. Very interesting. I am very intrigued by that. And you know what we should do? Speaking of Bob Stoops, we have all this stuff with the draft. Let's check out when the Renegades made their first pick in the XFL drafts, shall we?
Sal, Coach Bob Stoops here, buddy. I'm doing great, man. How you doing today? We're getting ready to draft you our first pick for the Arlington Renegades, buddy. Fired up? We're going to team you up with your boy Kyle Slaughter again.
With the 7th selection of the skill position in the XFL draft, the Arlington Renegades select
Sal Cannella, tight end, Auburn.
Nice.
What are your expectations for your selection here from day one?
Well, he's a big, strong, athletic guy that's can run and played with one of our quarterbacks, Kyle Slaughter, already in the USFL, so they have a connection. And looking forward to working with him.
Well, there you have it. First of all, Coach Bob Stewart. We blocked again. Are we going to do another? Okay, we're Vipers are on the clock. I'm just making sure that we're not taking another break. Did you hear Bob Stoops talk about the USFL and connecting him with his buddy, Kyle Slaughter? We told you. Mike Mitchell, if you listen to the interview, talked about Kyle Slaughter as being part of this. But I just find it so fascinating. Why are these guys picking the XFL over the USFL? Is it the time of year when they're done with their season? Is it the Rock, Danny Garcia connection? I'm really, we have lots of friends in the sporting world. We're going to get to that answer. I just find it pretty fascinating that, these guys are all jumping ship. Now, you know what I mean? We'll have to find out. And I know that the XFL, from what I understand, it's only a 1-year contract. So they could technically play in the USFL afterwards. I feel like the XFL is like, hey, if you want to go play wherever you want to play, that's up to you. I believe that was something that they had talked about. So, so there's no hiding. And they even mentioned the USFL. So they know. Mechanic Day. Oh, wow. We got a bunch of picks here. He's asked, does the XFL pay more than the USFL? Yes, they do. They do a little bit more. But not like a ton, not like thousands and thousands of dollars, but they do pay more. Okay. We are off to the races. So we've got, where were we? Oh, Cedric Stone with the 67th pick. Lucas Dennis. Oh, I did that. All right, here we are. All right, with the 72nd, Vegas Vipers select Deontay Anderson, cornerback, Houston. 73, Vegas Vipers, Adam Sparks, cornerback, Louisiana Monroe. 74, Seattle Sea Dragons, Roger Cray, cornerback, Old Dominion. 75, Arlington Renegades, T.J. Green, safety from Clemson. 76, Houston Roughnecks, David Tolentino, cornerback, Grandview. 77, DC Defenders select C.J. Anthony, Garden City Community College. Nice. Another community college. 78, St. Louis Battlehawks select Tarek Lewis, cornerback, Utah. And then 79, San Antonio Brahma select Tenny Adiwusui, cornerback, Delaware. So we're rounding out number 80. We've got about 8 more picks left. Any last minute picks that you think should make the cut? Are we missing somebody, chat room? Who are we missing that could be part of the last cut? Kia says, congratulations, Uncle Peanut. Is your last name Peanut? Let's see here. David, my man, Hokey Man, says likes DC's roster. I do too. I was curious too how much Greg Williams has a say. Clearly, he's going to have a say in the draft for the teams. As far as players and stuff, and what kind of defense. I mean, say what you want about Greg Williams, whatever bounty hunter, whatever deal. Dude has always been a great defensive coordinator. So I feel good about who our D coordinator is. But just some interesting names here, and yeah, we're almost done. with this round. We're going to get a dinner break too. Let's see here. Rashawn says, yes, my nephew, Pickett, safety for the Vegas Vipers. So proud. Awesome. I love to see that kind of stuff. 1060 Design says, could be attendance maybe, not having everyone go to one location. What you talking about, Willis? Patrick says, 3 IFL players from the Las Vegas Nighthawks have been drafted. Oh, that's cool. They're not as good. The Nighthawks is not as good as the Pirates, bro. But that's cool. You know what else is cool? All we need is 5 more likes to get to 400. So take a second, help your boy, and get us that 400 likes. All we need is 5. 5 before we got 8 picks and 5 likes to go. Who's going to get there first? Let's see. We saw that. I'm sure want to hear Eric Monroe called, shocked as heck as he has not been called already. That's Tammy checking in there. Let's see here. Yeah, CJ Anthony was drafted. Some other names: Orion Stewart out of Butler, Marshawn Franklin, CJ Bowdy. Talking about that. USFL played all games in Birmingham. That is correct. And here we go. Next pick. Back at it. Shaquille Wiggins with the 80th pick. Orlando Guardians take him out of cornerback out of Tennessee. We keep on rolling. Oh, he is back. Orlando Guardians with the 81st pick take former DC Defenders. Matt Elam returns, cornerback from Florida. There was all of a sudden, Matt Elam disappeared. And we were excited because former Raven, Matt Elam, we'll get into his in a second. He was with the DC Defenders, and all of a sudden he wasn't. And it was like, did he not want to play anymore for the team? He was one of their big name defensive players. So Matt Elam is with the Orlando Guardians, Florida, the Florida connection, the head coach of the Orlando Guardians. So there you go there. Not surprised that he would bring in Matt Elam. 82nd, San Antonio Brahmas, Jack Corner, cornerback from Iowa. 83, St. Louis Battlehawks, Mike Hampton, cornerback, South Florida. DC Defenders with the 84th, cornerback out of Texas, Holton Hill. 85, Houston Roughnecks, John Brannon, cornerback, Western Carolina. 86, Arlington Renegades, Donatello Brown, DB from Valdosta State. And 87, Seattle Sea Dragons, Mikael Wright, DB from Oregon. So we went from cornerback to defensive back. Matt Elam. Yeah, so I don't know. Has he played since how old is he too? I mean, I think this is great. This is great. So we got to remember. Oh, and finally, the last pick is in. I got to, 88 pick. Vegas Vipers select Steven Roberts, DB from or Auburn. So there you have it. The last pick for this round. This is completed. So we have completed the defensive backs, DB, safety, nickel. Now we get to the defensive front 7. I think this is going to be a real good one. I've been looking forward to this one. Things aside from the lunch break, things have moved pretty quickly. So we are on to that. So the defensive backs is completed. I wanted to check out Matt Elam before we get into. So he is, well, first of all, he's a Gator, so that's cool. 31 years old. Safety, played at Florida, earned All-American honors, drafted by the Baltimore Ravens in the first round 2013 draft. So he played, he was with the Ravens. He got arrested or something like that, became a free agent. Signed with the Saskatchewan Roughriders, a practice squad. Then he was with the DC Defenders in 2019. He was waived March 3rd, 2020. And he was a big He was picked in their open phase. He played with the Tuscan Sugar Skulls of the Indoor Football League. All right, another Indoor Football League. And then was with the Edmonton Elks. He was signed January 26th, and then he was released June 27th. And just got some legal trouble, but that was in 2017. But yeah, so we will see. Hopefully Matt Elam sticks around. I mean, he was a big 31 years old, Florida Gator. We'll see how that transpires. So we're done with the defensive backs and the draft. Now on to, which I think is going to be interesting, is the defensive front seven. And that has not begun yet. As we prepare for that. So what do you think, chat room? Do you think, I would say that the, I would say that the Renegades went super veteran when it came to their picks in the draft. But speaking of the draft, we got another video for you as we peek in. How about the Seattle? Oh, let's go with the Orlando, since they picked Matt Elam. And let's check in with their first round pick here in this draft.
Hey, man, I just want to let you know, man, we have selected you with the first pick. Our first pick, man, ever in Orlando Gardens, man. Congratulations.
Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you so much. With the fourth selection of the skills position in the XFL draft, the Orlando Guardians select.
And what will be one of the coolest last names in the history of pro football, Charleston Rambo, wide receiver, University of Miami, the U, baby. I am an unbiased owner. Let's do this.
Coach, DJ just said it. Rambo, what a name there. But what does he bring to your football team here in 2023 as you get things launched?
Playmaker, a whole bunch of catches, guy that can flip the field, score from anywhere on the field. And that's what we want. Put points on the board.
All right, I made sure I set my thing back on. And we are back with the draft. We are on to the next. Seattle Sea Dragons, the front seven. Again, we talked about this before. It will be your inside linebacker, edge, defensive end, and defensive tackle. Let's see what's going on here. So number one, the Vegas Vipers select Vic Beasley out of Clemson. That is your first pick. The Vegas Vipers, Vic Beasley. Let's take a look at him and the wiki. Vic Beasley. All right. Defensive end. Beasley is a consensus All-American for the Tigers in 2013. He is 30 years old. Again, these leagues are taking, you need a mixture of veteran guys as well as, young guys. And I was afraid, like the USFL was like, we're not doing any older guys. It's all going to be young guys. And I get that. But I think you need a mixture of two to really kind of get these guys going. So you got some 30-year-olds in there, which I think is great. Senior year was named ACC Defensive Player of the Year. 2016 was named to his first Pro Bowl and All-Pro honors following his league-leading 15.5 sack season. So played with the Falcons 2016, 17. Then he played all the way to 2019. Tennessee Titans, and then finished with the Las Vegas Raiders in 2020. Signed to the practice squad. He was active for a little bit, and then was promoted. So that's been it. So since 2020, he is the first pick, but a former Pro Bowler. Is that right? Yes. AC was named his first Pro Bowl and All-Pro honors, 15 and a half sacks. When did he do that? Fifth-year option. Oh, in 2016, moved to defensive end to strong side linebacker, recorded his first sack. He had a breakout in week one playing Denver Broncos, recorded 8 total tackles, 3.5 sacks. Performance in the 2016, Beasley was selected to his first Pro Bowl, but didn't participate due to the Falcons making it to the Super Bowl. Ended the season with a league-leading 15.5 sacks, was named to first-team All-Pro and ranked 40th by his peers in the NFL Top 100 Players of 2017. Suffered a hamstring injury, was out a month, played 14 games. The Falcons extended him, 5th-year option, played 16 games, not a big thing. And then that was kind of it. So 2020 was the last time some of these guys played. I find that interesting. Let's see. 1060 Design says that 6 for Pirates, at least in the Indoor Football League. That's good there. Patrick says, and Vegas beat your Mass team last season. LOL. Dang. Some IFL trash talk. I'm super excited to. I have a dream. You want to steal my dream? Here's my dream. Starting an Indoor Football League, Hershey, Pennsylvania. Boom. Done deal. It would work. So if we want to get some investors together, I'll run the league. That is my dream. Is to build up these sites and get enough money to have indoor football league. I will never be able to get a championship ring, but I could be an owner, not the Washington Commanders, which I would, if I had $6 billion, I would acquire and change the name to the Washington Finn, and our thing would be a Boston Terrier dog. And then everybody would hate me and run me out of town. All right, we've got some more picks in the hopper here. Elijah Ponder, defensive tackle, was the second from the Seattle Sea Dragons, defensive tackle out of Cincinnati. Arlington Renegades with the third pick take Ontario Alaka, inside linebacker, Texas A&M. And number 4, Houston Roughnecks take DeAndre Johnson, inside linebacker, Miami of Florida. There you have Elijah Ponder in the XFL before. All right, let's see here. Next pick, Niles Scott, nose tackle, Frostburg State. Are you talking about Frostburg, like Frostburg in Maryland? For reals? I got to look this up. I have friends that went to Frostburg. Niles Scott. That Frostburg? Let's see. Yes. San Antonio Brahmas with the 5th pick. San Antonio Brahmas select Niles Scott from Elkton, Maryland. 27 years old. Played at Frostburg as a nose tackle. Well, he had the college career. San Francisco 49ers, Denver Broncos, Bengals, Bills, Raiders, Titans, Patriots, Seahawks, and Dolphins. Nice. Yay, Frostburg. That's funny. First team All NJAC, second team All NGAC, 2016 and 2017. Elijah Ponder is what I wanted to. Let's see, Elijah Ponder. Nothing athletic. I was trying to see if there's a wiki on him. Didn't play in the XFL earlier. Must be a younger guy. So there you go. So we got our first, from what I know, correct me if I'm wrong, chat room, Vic Beasley is the first Pro Bowler? that we've got here? Run with Ringo says, can't believe Josh Flowers is still on the board. He needs to be picked up. We just started this. We just started we just started this one. Let's see. Bunch of people in the chat. Appreciate you getting us over 400 likes. That's awesome. Appreciate that. Brian says, yes, it's in Maryland. I know where Frostburg is. I know it's in Maryland, Western Maryland. Near, oh, geez. Come on, Mark. You should know this. Cumberland. Ding, ding, ding. Cumberland, Maryland. All right, next up, Lakeem Williams, inside linebacker from Syracuse, number 6 to the Seattle Sea Dragons. Next up, 7, St. Louis, without the Battlehawks name. Maybe we'll give this a little refresh. Oh, not that one, this one. Refresh the page. See if we get those images back. Stand by. There we go. St. Louis is up next with the 7th pick. Then we got the Vegas Vipers back to back. So on the clock is St. Louis. Let's see. Let's check out Lakeem Williams. All right, we got it next. So number 7, San Antonio Brahmas select Justin Alexander, defensive end, Incarnate Word as the 7th pick from the Brahmas. Let's look up Lakeem Williams. I don't really have nothing from him. I'm just trying to get a sense if there's anything. Justin Alexander. Nope. Nothing on him per se. All right, Vegas Vipers have 2 back-to-back picks. And speaking of the Vegas Vipers, let's have some fun. And see how they did with their first pick in the 2022 XFL Draft.
Danny. Hi. Thank you so much.
With the 5th selection of the skill position in the XFL Draft, the Las Vegas Vipers select
Martavis Bryant, wide receiver, Clemson.
Coach, what was the reaction when you made the call to Martavis?
Well, excited. He's a playmaker. 6'4", tall. Can make contested catches. Put pressure on the defense. That's what we want. He's been in the league. Understands what it takes to be at the top of his game. He fits in what we want.
So speaking of the Vegas Vipers, former Steeler, now with the team, the Vegas Vipers now have 2 picks in a row at number 8 and number 9. What do you think they're going to take there? As we're waiting, check in with our friends in the chat room. You guys are awesome, by the way. Anybody raise your hand or put a +1 that you've been here since 11:15. I'll give you 11:15. We started at 11:11. All right, 11:30. Since 11:30. Give me a +1 in chat if you've been here since 11:30. No sound. What do you mean no sound? I fixed that. I'm back. Bop, 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 bop. Let's see. Number 8. Oh, that changed. It was the Orlando Guardians. What? Oh, okay. So the Orlando Guardians had the next 2 picks. They fixed that. So at number 8, Orlando Guardians select Nick Coe, defensive end, Auburn. Then the Orlando Guardians again at 9 select Jared Willis, defensive tackle, Miami of Florida. And then at number 10, San Antonio Brahmos select Rico Jeffers, inside linebacker, Texas Tech. On the clock at number 11 is the St. Louis Battle Hawks. Jared Willis. Let's see. That name looks familiar. Let's see. Gerald Willis, defensive tackle out of Florida. For the record, oh, wow, we got a lot of plus ones. We got to give you a shout out before we get into that. I'm getting my info from Wikipedia. So Tom D, 1060 Designs, Mega Man for Hire, Isaac, the Madden Guy, Andrew Merklander, C.E. DeLuca, Cameron Brandon, Agent Gaming, been on and off. Well, how dare you? That's fine. The Madden Guys, there's plenty of sound. Good. MWS3 says, been here since it began. Defensive line specialist coach Des Walker. Man, that's a long name. Your parents named you defensive line specialist coach? When the D-line are going to be drafted is right now. Defensive line will happen right now. David Drunkenmiller, homeless cop. How can you be a homeless cop? That's sad. Miss Falk, been here the whole time. April Anderson, Philip Mara, MSW3. Miss Falk, got you. Gangster Grills, LOL, I came in at 2 o'clock. Okay, that's fine. Danica Walker with a +1. Appreciate that. All right, we're on to Timothy Pullins, Clinton Walker, and Debbie Dorsey. +5, Clinton Walker. There's 5 people. Is your whole family watching? Is that what's going on? All right, next pick. Oh, we're going to do Gerald Wilson, but 11th, the St. Louis Battlehawks tick Emike Agduli, inside linebacker, Houston. Let's go to the Gerald Willis, who was taken by the Orlando Guardians, played for the Baltimore Ravens, unselected in the 2019 draft. He was undrafted. Then he was released, played for the Dolphins and Green Bay Packers. Willis is the younger brother of All-Pro safety Landon Collins of the New York Giants. So there you have that, my friends, there. Rico Jeffers, and then so DC Defenders are on at 12. Appreciate you guys. That's a lot of you checking in, hanging out the whole time. That's good. Appreciate that. And you got the likes all the way to 418. That's huge. That is huge. Lots of views on this show. Let's see. Eternal says from the beginning. Matt says +1 between work and a nap. How dedicated are you, Matt? You need to listen, Matt. All you needed to do was to go to work, come home, get yourself a Zoe. So get yourself a Zoe and let's freaking go, please. Okay? But that's fine. Let's see. Homeless cop says, not homeless or a cop, you dingus. Well, hey, that's your name, man. That's your name. If I'm dog face turtle nose, then I should have a dog face and a turtle nose. And I'm looking at, I have a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle thing over here. So that's why. But if I'm like turtle face, then I should look like a teenage, I don't know, whatever. Okay, fine. Gangster Grill said, I forgot to turn on my notifications for your channel yesterday. My bad. All right, you're forgiven. Gangster Grills is forgiven. Matt says, I do my best. Homeless cop, cacaw. Cacaw is the law. That's why you're a cop, because cacaw is the law. That makes sense now. Okay. Let's see here. DC Defenders at 12 take Andre Mittens. Let's take a look at Emike Egbuli. You got a wiki. Linebacker, free agent, played at Houston. He's 26, so he fits into that standard where the XFL has kind of been looking for the most part, but we're still seeing guys who are, even in the 30s, which I think is great. Selected by the Los Angeles Chargers in the 6th round of the 2019 draft, waived by the Chargers, re-signed to the futures contract, the whole kind of deal, then waived in 2022. So he's ready to rock and roll in the XFL. I mean, this is the thing, the biggest thing I know that I learned. And by the way, that was Copy Inc. says something about Emike because that's her son. So I had to do it. The mom asked, I needed to do it. But, what's interesting, and she understands this, just like a lot of other people that are, at least that I learned being part of the alt football world, is that these guys are cut, re-signed, cut, all the time. And I never knew until I started getting into the XFL how crazy it is for these players that, and I didn't really even notice it until when the XFL guys, so in 2020, when the XFL, we got the 13th pick, Houston Roughnecks take John Daka, defensive tackle, James Madison, by the way. So when the 2020 XFL went under and these guys got signed, like your Josh Hawkins and, these guys got signed to NFL squads, I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to write an article about that they got signed. And Jordan Tamu is a perfect example. Signed, week later cut. Signed, a day later cut. I mean, it got to the point where, and I was writing this all the time because I didn't understand. And I was like, oh my gosh, these guys get cut and signed and cut and signed. But the thing is, if you're on a practice squad for a week, you're making like $6,000, $5,000 or something. So it's worth just to stick around and make a nice bit of cash. And then if you get to the active roster, you're making me even more money. So I understand why guys, are just trying to hang on to get selected to be on these, to be on a practice squad. Because people are like, so that's where, but this happens all the time. These guys getting cut. And you see it all the time as we're going through these guys' names. You see that they've been, cut, signed. Next up, we have our next pick. 14, Arlington Renegades take Josiah Coatney, defensive tackle from Mississippi. Up next, 15, Seattle Sea Dragons. And then we've got the Vegas Vipers. That's 15, Seattle Sea Dragons, 16 and 17, Vegas Vipers. I do want to point out that we thought about doing a recap show at 8 o'clock tonight. That's probably not going to happen because I don't even think we're going to get done until 8 o'clock tonight. And I'm going to be like, yo, I've talked myself out. We'll do a recap of the whole draft thing tomorrow at 8 o'clock on XFL News Hub. Did I think we would be done by now? I bet you we're going to get another break for dinner or something like that. But they're in Vegas time, so they're 3 hours behind me. They had to get up early. All right, up next, number 15, Seattle Sea Dragons took Nico Lalos, defensive end from Dartmouth. He comes in at number 15 there on the clock. Number 2 in the round there, Seattle Sea Dragons. No, I mean, aside from Vic Beasley and Mike, just because his mom is watching the stream, though she's probably out partying now. Does any of these names jump out at you, chat room, that you're like, wow, like this is a great pick? I know you have your own, like pick my cousin or pick my, whatever. But I mean, I'm saying of the guys picked now, who's something that we should, who's somebody that really kind of stands out you from these names? Let's see here. Where do you get your info about the players? Wikipedia search. Wettish says, I hope this league has some good pass protection in that pool, or this will be a long, slow season. R3Y35 says, still hoping to see some San Jose State guys drafted. Listen, R3Y35. I'm waiting for some Virginia Tech Hokies to be drafted. What the heck? Are they biased? Is all the coaching staff biased? And trust me, I know personally people in the league, people, the GMs, all this kind of stuff. And I might have to put a protest ticket in because there has not been a single Virginia Tech Hokie picked at all. Drunken Miller knows what I'm talking about. There's a bias or something. So San Jose State, wait your turn in line because the Hokies need to get picked first. I mean, I've seen University of Maryland. We saw Frostburg State. Ladies and gentlemen, Frostburg State. And there's no disrespect to Frostburg State. My son was going to swim there, and then their coach strung him along. I just want to point that out. So Frostburg, meh. And my daughter, one of my daughters is going to visit there, but she's not going to go there, even though she said this might be on her list. But I am a Sigtal, and I know Sigtal is at Frostburg State. So I can't say that. So I'm not being negative about Frostburg State. But come on. Virginia Tech Hokies. This is defense. This is what the Hokies are known for. I mean, we do have Ryan Willis, Frostburg State, and San Antonio State. We still got Ryan Willis, but he was kind of like sort of a Hokie. He wasn't there all 4 years or something like that. So there you go. Anyways, back to the chat. Enough about me. Pass protection in the pool. Yeah. Wettish had a point about that. Here's my take on that. I've seen some great high school football games. I've seen football is good. And as long, yes, offensive line is critical, important, but it's not you could still run. Think about all the Division I schools that are out there. And Division I football is fun to watch. Division II football is fun to watch. Division III football is fun to watch. You're telling me the offensive line is great. It just, you're not going to get the Michael or the Jonathan Ogdens in the XFL, but I think you'll be fine. And I heard, at least from the USFL, that they were letting holding calls go. They needed to because, because of the talent. But the USFL games were fun too. So yes, offensive line is important, but it's still fun to watch football without great offensive line. All right. So the Vegas Vipers, 16 Vegas Vipers select Max Roberts, outside linebacker, Boston College. And number 17 Vegas Vipers took Robert Windsor, defensive tackle, Penn State. Up next, number 18 Seattle Sea Dragons. If there's not a Hokie picked here, I'm out. I'm done. It's ridiculous. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just saying. Yeah. So there you have it so far. Up next, the Seattle Sea Dragons. Then you got the Arlington Renegades and Houston Roughnecks. All right, I asked you. I know Tom D says Ryan Willis was a Hokie. He was. Then he wasn't. He came from Kansas or something. But yes, Ryan Willis is. Cavalier from Edge says Gerald Willis and Nick Coe is a good combo on the D-line for the Guardians. That boy Rain says a USFL merger would do numbers. That is always in the back of my mind. I am not sure where this is going to go. We have USFL News Hub. We've got XFL News Hub. We've got CFL News Hub. I'm not sure where this is going to go because the USFL is doing slow and steady, wins the race. The XFL is doing somewhat slow and steady, but still jumping out the game. Because remember, and if you heard our interview with Mike Mitchell, originally the XFL was going to do a hub situation just like in Birmingham. And there was outrage, including a lot of feedback from XFL News Hub. Was where the outrage began because Mike Mitchell was reporting it. Then they kind of pivoted. And sometimes we think that was because of us. because the backlash, they didn't realize the backlash would be that bad. So, but that means that they have to spend more money. I like the way they're doing it. And I even think we talked about it. It was like, just fly the teams out home. You don't need to practice here the whole time. We'll see how it goes this year. I mean, the XFL could blow through all their money and that would be done, and the USFL is left standing. But I will tell you this. It's not about now. It's about 3 or 4 years down the road where these leagues are going to be. If I was a betting man, I would say that 4 or 5 years from now, I could see some kind of merger. At this point, they'll both be like, we just can't compete like that. We'll have to find out how that happens. But it could be one way or the other. Let's see. Oh, he says he can do Arlington versus the Breakers. Yeah, I mean, that would be cool. But remember, they play at completely different times a year. Let's see here. Clinton Walker says still mining. Crypto? You're mining crypto? Let's see. MSW3 says, has there been a UTEP miner? Oh. Not that I know of. David says, Hokies struggled the last few years. Yeah, do they need a new coach? People are... Kelly says, you did it, Amike. Praise God. Love you, Mom. All right, Kelly. We're happy for you. D2 has Michael Orr players too. I agree. Robert says that as well. I agree with you. And this is what, the XFL is all about too, is like just giving people the opportunity to do something. Here at XFL News Hub, if you didn't know, one of our great writers, Josh Davis, passed away. Man, it was last year. I think it was last year. It feels like it's been a long time. And we were devastated. And he loved football, and he loved alternate football, alt football, followed all the leagues. He was the champion of fan control football when we were like, what the heck is that? And now I'm a Team Adoki owner. I mean, I've interviewed Ray Austin multiple times on my podcast. He's the commissioner of fan control football. Can't wait to go to Atlanta to check out fan control football. Excited for, DeAndre Francois and the wide receiver that got picked up, I forget by who, being in fan control football. So I'm excited to see these guys play. And his mom had told me, thank you for giving my son an opportunity to shine. And that freaking stuck with me forever. And that's the whole thing about the XFL and the USFL. Giving these guys a chance who could never get a chance there's only so many spots in the NFL, but give them a chance to shine. Give them a chance. And you know what? Some of these guys might not ever make it to an NFL roster, but they could have a nice little career, 5 or 6 years in the XFL. And like for us, as this league grows, and if Andre Mincer, inside linebacker, winds up having a huge season from Vanderbilt, has a huge season, I mean, us defenders will always remember him. Not that he played for the Ravens or he played for the Commanders, but that he played for the DC Defenders. And that's what I really appreciate about The Rock and Danny Garcia, what they're bringing to the XFL, is because they had a chip on their shoulder too. None of us, myself, DJ, I haven't met Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, but everybody calls him DJ, Danny Garcia, we all have this path. These players have that same path. It's this little chip on your shoulder. You just never got a chance. I was never a writer. Did I think I would be? Now, I used to do radio shows in my basement as a kid. That's probably why you're asking, how is this guy doing this? He's been talking for 6 hours. I used to do radio shows in my basement as a kid all the time. How is he doing this? But I was not a writer. I was a terrible writer. Thank you, Grammarly. Pro tip, Grammarly, all the way. Would not be able to do this without Grammarly. But I always loved sports, basketball, football, baseball. So to be able to do this is awesome for me. But at the same time, even for me, it's giving my writers an opportunity. I mean, we've got great, talk about the GOAT, Mike Mitchell, XFL Insider. Brandon Anderson, he's kind of newer. Jay Nokes, who was on the show at the beginning, he was making a name for himself just before the XFL turned down. Anthony Miller, another guy. Matt Lyons, Pat Ruffino was on his own, and now he's kind of part of the family. Now he's making a name for himself, and that's what these leagues do, especially for the players, is giving them an opportunity. That's all you're doing, is just giving them an opportunity. Now, where they take it, it's up to them. And one of the things that Reggie Barlow talked about in our interview, if you didn't hear that from earlier, mindset. If you've got a growth mindset, you can do anything. If you're a fixed mindset and you blame everybody else, you're not going to make it. But these guys have got a growth mindset. The DC Defenders are looking for guys with a growth mindset. And, it's just about opportunity. And this is so exciting to have it back because it was snatched from us. When the story that I always tell about us at XFL News Hub, one of the great writers, our OG. So basically, Mike Mitchell, and really the OG from the beginning is Matt Nagashima. He's the one that was with me from the beginning when I had like 2 people. And he was like 2 people. So he was an OG. And I remember him and I having a conversation when what was happening, where. And it was starting to what. Because I don't know if you could still say it on YouTube. And I was like, do we write about this? Do you think this is going to be a thing? And we're like, no, let's just kind of leave it. Like, we don't need to like freak anybody out. And then it was like the next week, that thing happened with the Seattle Dragons. Somebody had it. And then the rest is history. So, the opportunity was taken away from all of us. And now it's back. Danny and DJ, Redbird Capital, Russ Brandon, the whole team over there, like, brought it back. And now we're just so thankful to have it back. So let's go. And now we've got players and all these players to get an opportunity. And I want to see this 3, 4, 5 years. I think because the NFL needs players to expand to Europe, that's why the XFL is going to be around for a long time. These guys aren't dummies. They know. They know what the deal is. You guys aren't dummies either, even though you hung out with me all day. Appreciate it. Appreciate you guys. And while we're waiting, how about let's dive into the archives. And let's see, who else do we not get? Oh. Where's my cacaw? Cacaw is the law, my friends. And let's check in with the St. Louis Battlehawks when they made their pick, their first pick in the 2022 XFL Draft.
Marcel, what's up, baby? Good morning, man. Hey, making it official, man. I just want to let you know, man, we're fired up for you. Can't wait to have you. You're officially the number 2 draft pick in the entire draft, man. Feel good about that, and I'm excited for you, man. Remember now, close to the chest. Don't let anybody see it.
With the second selection of the skills position in the XFL Draft presented by ZipRecruiter, the St. Louis Battlehawks select
Marcel Aitman, wide receiver, Oklahoma State.
The second overall selection here today. When you looked at Marcel, what was special about him to have you write his name on that card?
Yeah, 6'4", long wingspan, can go up and get the football. Listen, when our quarterbacks are on the field, they want weapons, and we want to build around what we have so far, and we love what we saw on tape, and we're impressed, and he's excited. He's fired up. Just talked to him. I broke out of training. He was working out as we speak, and he's ready to go, so I'm excited for him and excited for the fan base to see this guy get on the field.
All right, there you go. Cacaw is the law. Anthony Beck checking in. Are these guys on lunch break again? Is this a dinner time break? We're so, are we on lunch break again? All right, nothing, not seeing anything about the lunch break. We're still good. I think picks are starting to come in. Maybe. I think we're going to have some picks here in a second. Seeing them on social media. Give it a second. I think we got a bunch of picks coming in. But there you have it. Cacaw is the law, my friends. Cacaw is the law. What do you think about that? What do you think about St. Louis Battlehawk fans? There's tons of you out there. And I heard tickets are selling really well, which is really exciting. I'm super excited about the tickets for your St. Louis Battlehawks. Waiting for these draft picks to come in. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, we're about to get some more picks in here. Are coming in. They're hitting Twitter. They haven't hit Draft Central just yet. Yeah, here we go. Lots of picks coming in. We're ready. All right. So we stopped with 15th Seattle Sea Dragons, Nico Alalos. Defensive end Dartmouth. We're back. 16 Vegas Vipers, Max Roberts. Outside linebacker, Boston College. 17 Vegas Vipers, Robert Windsor. Defensive tackle, Penn State. 18 Seattle Sea Dragons, Curtis Weaver. Defensive end, Boise State. Number 19, Arlington Renegades, Will Clark. Defensive tackle, West Virginia. Did he play in the XFL with the Renegades? I'll have to look at that. Number 20, Houston Roughnecks, Tavante Beckett, inside linebacker out of Marshall. We continue. Number 21, San Antonio Brahmas, Jacob Penzuski, defensive tackle, Michigan State. 22, Seattle Sea Dragons, Willie Harvey, inside linebacker, Iowa State. Number 23, St. Louis Battlehawks, Denzel Chukwukuli, defensive tackle, UTEP. 24, Vegas Vipers, Stanley Maponga, defensive end, Texas Christian. And 25, Vegas Vipers, Keontae Shad, defensive tackle, Oregon State. Next up, St. Louis Battlehawks and Sea Dragons. I want to check out, as we go back, Will Clark, defensive tackle out of West Virginia. And I know I'm missing some guys that probably play. Mike Mitchell would be better at this than me. Will. No, it's baseball. Okay. Will Clark, defensive end, free agent drafted by the Cincinnati Bengals, 2014. He's 31 years old, played college ball at West Virginia. I wonder if he knows Pat McAfee, by the way. Third round, 88th pick in the draft. Played with the Bengals, Buccaneers, St. Louis Battlehawks. I knew I saw him somewhere. Wait a second. Arlington Renegades, going veteran. Will Clark, another guy, St. Louis Battlehawks. Of course, blah, blah, blah. Signed with the Detroit Lions in 2020 and then released, and then New Orleans Saints in 2020 as well. Again, another guy hasn't played since 2020. There are a lot of guys that we've seen, at least some of the older ones, that haven't played since 2020. I mean, that's a long time. But, they could heal up. It's going to be real interesting to see if were these guys' names put in because they're agents? Do they still want to play? Or a lot of people, waiting on the sidelines? We'll find out. 26, St. Louis Battlehawks, Yohanda Gafani of defensive line from out of Wyoming at number 26. 27, Seattle Sea Dragons are next, and then 28, San Antonio Brahmas. So that's one of the interesting things that we've kind of seen. Some of these older guys that people, ever since what, haven't really played. How are they going to be? a 2-year absence. I mean, they better start working out now because January is going to be around before you know it. All right. So Willie Harvey, linebacker from Iowa State, another guy that we could take a look at. He signed with the Seattle Sea Dragons at 22, or was drafted. Played his college football at Iowa State. Played for the Cleveland Browns. He received draftable grades, signing an undrafted free agent with the Browns after the 2019 draft. Waived. 2019 signed practice squad. Waived, resigned, waived, resigned. Waived again, signed, waived in August 2022. So those are the guys, and he is 26. These are the guys that I thought some teams would be targeting more. Guys that really just never got re-signed after, this summer in August. And you're seeing a lot of those guys, which is good. But the Arlington Renegades are like pulling out a veteran team because I think they want to win now. I wonder too, conspiracy theory, if I think, who does the XFL want to win the championship? If you're the XFL business. So for example, when I was talking with people from the USFL, and I was at the USFL Championship, Canton, Ohio. What's up, Canton, Ohio? Again, for the 5th. I loved, going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Drove up to Cleveland. Cleveland was a good town. Hung out at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It was awesome. Not enough Rush merch. If you see, this is a Rush record that's got laser cutout of my boys from Rush they looked like in the 70s, 80s. I think it's 70s. So great town, and shout out to Spartan Steakhouse. Always got to give them a shout out when we talk Canton, Ohio. But one of the things that they were talking about was, because they were in Canton, Ohio, they were really hoping that Pittsburgh would have had a good season and played in the championship game because Birmingham was far away. And I talked to fans that traveled from Birmingham and drove with their kids. I mean, you're talking, it was like 10-hour drive or something. It was like, I don't like drive. I mean, we drive to Florida because Florida is great. And I love St. Augustine and all that, that area out there, Jacksonville, that's kind of like our spot. And, we've driven to like Daytona and like all this stuff. I mean, you're talking like a long drive. I remember this, I felt like it was longer, whatever the drive was for Birmingham, Alabama. But the USFL really wanted to have Pittsburgh Maulers because Pittsburgh was so close. I mean, for us to get to Canton, Ohio, you had to travel through Pittsburgh or around Pittsburgh. So they were really hoping for that. If you're the USFL, and I know I could ask people in chat, but you all are just super biased. I can't trust your opinion on anything. You can't even get me to 450 likes. We're at 432 likes. You can't even get me to 450. I'm not going to trust your opinion. But if you're the XFL, like St. Louis is a given. Even if St. Louis is a 500 team, you don't need them to win the championship to go crazy. They're good. I think the same thing holds true for San Antonio. They're good. I think if I'm the and I think DC will be fine. I think Seattle will be fine. I think all those markets are fine. If you're the XFL and you want a team, well, I mean, I guess St. Louis would travel well if they played their championship in Vegas or Arlington, which my guess is that the championship game will be in Arlington, just because that's the home headquarters. Does the XFL, I mean, Houston did well too. I think a good Arlington team is kind of what they're hoping for. I mean, you put Bob Stoops, the biggest name of the coaching staff in Texas, in Arlington, Texas. I think between that and Vegas Vipers, they really want to do well. I think those are the two teams they really want. I mean, you got Rod Woodson out there. Oh, we've got a bunch of other ones. So my conspiracy theory is that they want to have the Vegas Vipers or Arlington do well. And you could see based on the draft that the Vegas Vipers, the Arlington is going veteran, which is kind of interesting. All right, more picks in the draft. At number 27, the St. Louis Battlehawks select LaCale London, defensive tackle, Western Illinois. At number 28, DC Defenders select Fadol Brown, defensive tackle, Mississippi. 29, Houston Roughnecks select Elijah Quails, defensive tackle, Washington. We'll look up his name in a second. 30, Arlington Renegades, Devontae Lambert, defensive tackle from Auburn. 31, Seattle Sea Dragons, Austin Faoli, defensive line, Oregon. And at number 32, Vegas Vipers select Pitta Tamalapuinu, linebacker from Utah. There you have the next picks. Elijah Quails. Let's look up him. Because is that somebody, Houston Roughnecks? Did he play? Why do I know that? These are guys I'm like, I know that name from somewhere. So Quails is 27, California. College career at Washington, right? Yep. Played with the Eagles, selected in the 6th round of the 2017 NFL Draft. 4-year, $2.52 million contract with a signing bonus of $127,000. Ended his rookie season with a Super Bowl ring after the Eagles defeated the Patriots. So he's another guy with a Super Bowl ring. Then on September 18th, they waived him. Carolina Panthers picked him up, practice squad. Baltimore Ravens, Ravens, picked him up and waived him 5 days later. Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 2019. Didn't make the final roster cut on August 30th. DC Defenders. I knew that name from somewhere. Was drafted in the 3rd round in the draft. He, of course, then you know what happened there. Then the Giants signed him and waived him on the 31st. Quayle signed with the Giants and was waived on August 31st, 2021. Then signed with the BC Lions on August 21st, 2022. He's another guy. Was he not released yet? Did they let him go? I find it interesting. It's another guy that technically says that he is still signed, but he's not. Or you know what I mean? Like he still should be under contract per se with the CFL team. So I wonder if some of these guys was let go. And BC Lions just lost recently, like as on Monday or Sunday. Okay, we've got some more here for you. More picks are in. 33, Vegas Vipers select Jashim Martin, defensive line from Pace. 34, Seattle Sea Dragons, Jordan Evans, linebacker, Oklahoma. 35, Arlington Renegades, Jesse Lemonnier, linebacker from Liberty, a bunch of Liberty guys. 36, Houston Roughnecks, Austin Edwards, defensive line, Ferris State. And at 37, DC Defenders, America's team, looking for a linebacker, Anthony Hines, linebacker, Texas A&M. There's your picks so far. We are at 38 of 88. Keep on trucking. So let's take a look at Austin Edwards as a name. All right. Do we have anything here? So Austin Edwards from the 36 Houston Roughnecks. 25 fits that category. Ferris State, defensive end. Atlanta Falcons and Kansas City Chiefs. Again, was released August 16th, 2022. A lot of these guys released just before, wasn't picked up after this season. Let's take a look at another guy. Jordan Evans. Played at Oklahoma. I'm surprised Stoops didn't pick him up. Linebacker, played at Oklahoma, 27 years of age. Let's see here. Selected by the Cincinnati Bengals, the 6th round. Signed a contract. Bengals announced the decision to hire former defensive line. Blah 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 blah. 11 tackles. Pass during a 33-34 win against Tampa. So he had a huge game. Placed the COVID, or I don't want to say that. Evans was signed with the Bengals on a 1-year contract. Injured reserve. Oh, he was placed on injured reserve in 2021 after suffering an ACL injury. So Jordan Evans is trying to make a comeback from ACL injury, and that's why he's on there. All right, more picks in. The St. Louis Battlehawks at number 38 select Kevin Atkins, defensive tackle, Fresno State. 39, San Antonio Brahmas select Owen Carney, linebacker, Illinois. 40, Vegas Vipers select Emmanuel Olangunda, defensive line, Tennessee State. And we're approaching the halfway point. Orlando Guardians at 41 select Terrence Smith, linebacker, Florida State. There you have it so far. We are almost at a halfway point of the draft. Oh, we've got another one. At 42, San Antonio Brahmas select Amari Cobb, linebacker from Marshall. All right, what we're going to do, let's take a very, very quick commercial break.
Fan-controlled football. You heard that right. Fan-controlled football. A real football league with real players controlled by real fans. All in real time. Register to try out at fcf.io.
So if you don't get the chance to get signed and you're out there in the chat room or watching this later and you don't get picked, you can always sign, try Fan Control Football, Hub Football. Those are places where you can try to make a name for yourself to get in there, even if you're on this draft pool. All right. Number 43, St. Louis Battlehawks select Drew Singleton, linebacker from Rutgers. Let's give him a look. Drew Singleton. And then we'll check in with our friends in the chat room. Nothing, just a Rutgers player. Nothing too crazy there about him. Let's go to the chat. Hello, XFL News Hub. Love the Vegas Vipers. XFL fan Schwarzenegger Den likes them. Okay, cool. I think the Vegas Vipers have one of the best. I love that their color scheme, their look. I mean, I think it's better than the Tampa Bay Vipers. John Delia says, can't believe I'm saying this, but if I have yet to see a guy that is not from the NFL in the draft. I mean, they said that they were going to look for guys that had a sniff in the draft, that were picked up on a practice squad, cut, that kind of thing. So I kind of agree with you. I hope we get some guys that didn't really, there was a couple guys that weren't on NFL rosters that we've read so far. So I think we're good there a little bit. I think there is a couple guys. At number 44, DC Defenders select Dame Nunde, defensive line from Portland State. You know what's going to happen to me, by the way. I appreciate everybody. Hey, we're at 449 likes. Can we get to 450, please? I just need one person to give us a like. I should protest and be like, I am not going to talk anymore. Well, you guys might want that. I'm not going to talk anymore until you give me 450 likes. I got 440. There we go. Thank you. The person who gave us the 450 likes. Appreciate that. Next up on the picks is Houston Roughnecks taking Chauncey Rivers, defensive line at the 44th for the Houston Roughnecks. back to our chat. Yeah, so there are guys, Jamon, that were picked that didn't have any practice squad or NFL kind of stuff, but they were on the younger side. The guys, they were definitely on the younger side for some of those guys. XFL fans, Schwarzer Dent says, I have subscribed to all your social media. Thank you. Thank you, XFL fan. And you should. If you're an XFL fan, we're on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, for Pete's sake. TikTok. It's your kids use TikTok. Now adults are using TikTok. I'm not going to do like dance stuff. TikTok. On TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. We're huge on Facebook. And Twitter especially. Always on Twitter is a good spot to always get stuff, even though whatever Elon, what's going on there. But TikTok, we're on there as well. So we are now on to the number 46, Arlington Renegades. Appreciate you all for hanging out. And this new jumping in, we wanted to remind you that you can play fantasy football. I'll log in so you can see it. How about that? Oh, we got some more picks coming into the pipeline here. We've got at 46, now we're past the halfway point. Arlington Renegades select Bruce Hector, defensive line from South Florida. 47, Seattle Sea Dragons, Trey Walker, linebacker, Idaho. Vegas Vipers at 48 select DJ Calhoun, linebacker, Arizona State. That name sounds familiar. 46, Vegas Vipers, PJ Dawson, linebacker, Texas Christian. Let's take a look at PJ Calhoun. That sounds definitely familiar. Oh, we got more. More picks coming in. At number 50, Seattle Sea Dragons, Daniel Joseph, defensive line at North Carolina State. And number 51, Arlington Renegades, Ryan Mueller, linebacker, Kansas State. Next up, 52, Houston Roughnecks. Checking in. PJ Calhoun, no. Arizona. Nope, nothing comes up for him. Trey Walker? That name rings a bell a little bit. Let's see. Anything comes up? Yep. I knew this one. From Idaho? No. No, different Trey Walker. Different Trey Walker. We've got some more picks coming in. The Houston Roughnecks at number 52 take Takarius Tisdale, defensive line from Mississippi. 53, DC Defenders, Jamal Brooks, linebacker, South Alabama. Ryan Mueller, did he play in the XFL? I would be surprised if he did. Let's try. Ryan. Defensive end. Let's see here. Kansas State. Yep. Okay. So Ryan Mueller, 31. Oh, boy. Arlington Renegades. They're going super veteran. All right. Let's see. Philadelphia Eagles. San Diego Chargers. Hamilton Tiger Cats. On 2017, released from roster cuts, promoted to active roster, moved back down, futures contract, transferred to retired. He was removed from the retired list on his contract expired in 2019. Mueller was drafted by the New York Guardians. Open phase of his contract was tournament, blah, blah, blah. He was credited with the Defensive Play of the Year after batting a pass up in the air and then catching it, breaking 2 tackles, attempting returning it for a 33-yard touchdown. So there you go. I knew his name was somewhere. So Arlington Renegades. That's the question that I would ask Bob Stoops. We got more. We've got 52. We got the Jamal Brooks. Oh, no. So 52, Houston Roughnecks, Curious Tisdale, defensive line, Mississippi. 53, DC Defenders, Jamal Brooks, linebacker from South Alabama. And then 54, St. Louis Battlehawks, Ilmore Lumore, defensive line, Towson. So Towson and Frostburg got more guys in the XFL than the Virginia Tech Hokies. Man, I don't know what's up with that. XFL fan says, never stop XFL News Hub. There you go. All right, next up, Prince 55, San Antonio Brahmas, Prince Emil, defensive line from Penn is in. Let's see here. More of your chats. Brian Galvin said, Trey Walker just retired from the Commanders in the offseason, then unretired. Wonder what was happening in that situation. Interesting. That's a good point. Gabarius, that 1000s, haven't seen any Mizzou players yet. That's true too. Jowson says Cacaw. Brian Gavin says Daniel Joseph, Canadian kid, was supposed to be a high pick in the CFL. Originally was at Penn State before transferring to NC State. Daniel Joseph. Really? Let's check it. Let's check him out, huh? Shall we? Daniel Joseph. We've got some more coming in. There's a lot of, let's see. I can't find his stuff. It's just a ton of Daniel Josephs. That's the problem. We've got some more picks coming in. 55, San Antonio Brahmas select Prince Emil, defensive line, Penn. 56, Orlando Guardians, Terrence Plummer, linebacker at Central Florida. 57, Orlando Guardians, Kevon Patton, defensive line, Texas State. There you have it. At 58, the St. Louis Battlehawks are next. So 58 of whatever. Hey, man, we could get done by 6 o'clock. Maybe I could eat dinner by 8 o'clock. I haven't even asked my wife if she got Tay-Tay tickets. That's how dedicated I am to you guys. The Battlehawks are next at 58. 58. I appreciate you guys, again, for all that, hanging out. All right, we've got a bunch of picks to come in. A bunch of picks that just came in. Let's see, where do we leave off? 57, Orlando Guardians, Kevon Patton, defensive line, Texas State. 58, San Antonio Brahmas, Andres Hughes Murray, linebacker for Oregon State. 59, St. Louis Battlehawks, Glenn Robinson, defensive line, Purdue. DC Defenders at 60, Joseph Wallace, defensive line, Sam Houston State. And that is it for number 60. Of your players right there. So number 60, the DC Defenders, and now we're at Houston Roughnecks. So we'll take a quick commercial break because since we got a bunch in a row, we'll be back with more of your stuff right after this. Right, more draft, defensive front end. But we're at 61. We got to get to 88. We'll be right back. What's up, XFL Army? If you're a fan of the XFL News Hub and you have a telephone, which I know all of you do because you're sitting there playing on your phones all the time, then why not download the XFL News Hub app? That's right, it's on iTunes. It's on Android. We have an Android version and an iPhone version of the XFL News Hub app. So what do you get? You get the latest news from XFL News Hub, the premier source of XFL news in the universe. Plus, you get push notifications when we have breaking news. You will be the first to know. You can leave a comment on some of the news right from your phone. Plus, you get this podcast on your phone as well. Remember, you can leave us reviews on the Google Play Store or iTunes. It links to other social media, our other social media accounts, and so much more. Be in the know. I know you're on your phones. People are on their phones all the time. They never get off their phones. So why not just download the XFL News Hub app on your Android or iPhone today? All you need to do is go to the Google Play Store or iTunes and just type in XFL News Hub. That's XFL News Hub. Download our app on your phone today. All right, we're back, my friends. More picks. At number 61, Houston Roughnecks take Ellis Brooks, linebacker from Penn State. At number 62, Arlington Renegades select Doug Costin, defensive line, Miami of Ohio. At 63, Seattle Sea Dragons take Emmanuel Smith, linebacker from Vanderbilt. At 64, Vegas Vipers select C.J. Avery, linebacker from Louisville. And that's what you have so far in the XFL draft for you there. All right, my friends. Let's see. You know what? Let's take oh, we got more picks. Keep going with more picks. I like it. Let's see here. More picks. We've got 65. Vegas Vipers takes LaRon Stokes, defensive line from Oklahoma. 66. Seattle Sea Dragons take Antoine Jackson, defensive line from Ohio State. On at 67, Arlington Renegades are on the clock next. My friends, what I wanted to do is take a look at something. It's fine. Never mind. Back to Draft Central. Waiting on the next picks. Make sure you got your Zoa. I'm almost like halfway done with my Zoe. Drink your Zoe and then do, 6.5 hour live podcast all by yourself. Though Jay Nokes came in the beginning and helped out a lot. 6.5 hour podcast all by yourself. That's some gangster level stuff. Powered by Zoa and you guys in the chat. I just like talking to you guys. Make me laugh. What do you got going on? 472 likes, man. Can we get to 500 before the end of this to 88 picks? That would be pretty cool. All right. Appreciate you guys sticking with it. Let's see. Nick and Laura Pelt says, St. Louis was absolutely killing everyone else in season ticket sales. Oh, absolutely. There is no doubt St. Louis Battlehawks were crushing it when it comes to the season ticket sales. There's a way that you can kind of see by like trying to sign up, and it gives you a number, and then that number, it's like every 1,000 or something like that. Yeah, theirs is going to be off the charts. That place is just waiting to blow up. I would love, the league is not going to give out any numbers specifically. I know it's been asked. Hey, can you give out some numbers with, where season tickets are? They're not going to say anything. Maybe I'll get it one day. Let's see here. Cavalier says Ellis Brooks and Doug Costin are two picks I like. Doug Costin, let's check him out. It's a good one. Why you like him? Doug Costin, defensive tackle, 56 Arlington Renegades, 25. Okay, he's finally a young guy. A young guy. Huh. Another former USFL guy from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Played Miami of Ohio. So with the Jacksonville Jaguars, Cincinnati Bengals, practice squad guy. Birmingham Stallions. With the Birmingham Stallions on May 20th, 2022, was subsequently moved to the an inactive roster. He was transferred to active roster later that day. Then he got a tryout. Oh, wait. On the 20th, Costin signed a one-year contract with the Steelers on July 19th. Then on August 16th, he was released. So here's another USFL guy. He was there. We were there together, I assume, for the championship game when the Birmingham Stallions beat the New Jersey Stars, the Philadelphia Stars. That was a great game and a lot of fun. So he's got a championship. Again, another guy that got a chance in the NFL after the USFL season, who then turns around and signs with the XFL. Let's see. 66 Seattle Sea Dragons, Antoine Jackson, defensive line, Ohio State. 65. Oh, wait. Let's go back. 64 Vegas Vipers, CJ Avery, linebacker, Louisville. 65 Vegas Vapors, LaRon Stokes, defensive line, Oklahoma. 66 Seattle Sea Dragons, Antoine Jackson, defensive line, Ohio State. 65 Arlington Renegades, Nick Temple, linebacker, Cincinnati. 68 Houston Roughnecks, Diego Fagot, linebacker, Naval Academy. Again, another one in Maryland. 69 DC Defenders, Aaron Sterling, linebacker, South Carolina. 70 St. Louis Battlehawks, Mike Rose, linebacker, Iowa State. 71 San Antonio Brahmas, Joel DeBlanco, linebacker from Cincinnati. 72 Orlando Guardians, Kristen Tate, defensive line, Georgetown, not Maryland, but D.C. 73 Orlando Guardians take Jacoby Jones, defensive line from Texas. 74 San Antonio Brahmas, Drew Beasley, defensive line, Michigan State. At 75 St. Louis Battlehawks, Seth Walker, defensive line, Dartmouth. And 76 DC Defenders, Jarrell Owens, defensive line, Oklahoma State. On the clock, 77 Houston Roughnecks. We are almost there, friends. We're almost there. So, yeah, so there's been a bunch, these USFL guys that sign a contract with an NFL team only to, then turn around and sign with the XFL. But there's still some other guys out there that I knew signed contracts but are not, but we didn't see like on the offensive side. There's some playmakers from the USFL that aren't, that we haven't seen yet. But there's that other draft. Tomorrow's going to be fun too. Tomorrow is going to be fun, my friends. Let's see here. Moving on. Keith Kirby says Vincent Ray, Morehead State, easily the best linebacker in this draft. Gaburkas 1000 says Nick Temple, good pick. Jowen 52 says I just got my season tickets today. And I knew I wouldn't have gotten tickets probably if I didn't put the deposit. About 35% of the dome is sold out before the season tickets are open to the public for the Battlehawks. That's very cool. Let's see here. Yes, I'm very excited about that. I definitely, and I've told my wife, we got some more guys going. Let's see here. I'm like, so many names now. I'm like, as my brain's like, did I already say that name? Did I already say that name? Oh, we got a bunch. So we've got the DC Defenders at 76 take Jarrell Owens, defensive line, Oklahoma State. 77, Houston Roughnecks, CJ Brewer, defensive line, Coastal Carolina. 78, Arlington Renegades, Josh Watson, linebacker, Colorado State. 79, Seattle Sea Dragons took Tazar Skipper, linebacker, Toledo. And at number 80, Vegas Vipers take Rod Henderson, defensive tackle, Alabama State. We're on to the final page. At 81, Vegas Vipers select Jawan Johnson, linebacker, Texas Christian. I think he played in the XFL as well. We'll take a look at him. All right. Nope, definitely not. Juwan Johnson, the power forward, not the tight end. No, wait. I'm not sure. I can really find anything about him. How about this? XFL. I found one. What's this? Jawan Johnson, New York Guardians, linebacker, and then play with the Ottawa Red Blacks. Oh, yeah. These are guys that played and signed with in the CFL. So I think he's a former XFL guy. New York Guardians. Returning, playing for the Vegas Vipers. Up next, Seattle Sea Dragons at 82. We are almost done with this round, my friends. And I know Ryan Ritchie says, go Navy, beat Army. Okay. Let's see. 480 likes. I like that. Gavin says, Mike Rose, Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year, had a productive career at Iowa State. Cavalier says, Tazar Skipper had a really good preseason for the Steelers a few years back. He is awesome. Cool. Joan52 says, Mac Jones is going to do good for the Vipers. Yeah, I mean, there's some good. I'm very excited. There are some good players in this draft when we get to see all that. I mean, and I will tell you this, my prediction. I have a feeling that the supplemental draft is going to be off the charts. I'm just warning you. The supplemental draft is going to, because you're going to have NFL guys, you're going to have USFL guys, and this was just a little taste. I mean, one of my favorite players from the USFL. I mean, I like who I thought he got signed, DeMarcus Gates. I thought he he got picked up by an NFL team. Scooby Wright did not. And so, but I'm a big fan of DeMarcus Gates and Scooby Wright. Would love to see them transition to the XFL. If not, then in your USFL and root for them there. But I have there. So the USFL did NFTs, and I know some people are like, NFTs, like it's a collectible. Relax. You collect Beanie Babies, and you're getting upset about NFTs, digital collectibles. That's all you need to know. So, so I got a bunch of NFTs of DeMarcus Gates, Scooby Wright, and I have a feeling the XFL will do something else because those can get traded, and when they get sold, then the players get a cut of the action. It's a good thing. So BC says, what was the last pick? It was Jawan Johnson, linebacker, Texas Christian, at 81 for the Vegas Vipers. We are on the final page, 88. Dragons, Renegades, Roughnecks. Oh, we've got a bunch more. Okay, here we go. We're almost there, my friends. At 82, the Seattle Sea Dragons take P.J. Hall, defensive tackle, Sam Houston State. At 83, Arlington Renegades take Isaiah Graham Mobley, linebacker, Boston College. At 84, Houston Roughnecks take Jaquan Artis, defensive line, Lenore Rhyme. I'm telling you, they were listening. They were watching the program. Where's Drunkenmiller? Where's my boy, David Drunkenmiller? Where are you at? At number 85, the DC Defenders have selected Jordan Williams, defensive line, Virginia Tech. My guys, DC Defenders, took a Hokie in the draft. Now, Jordan Williams. Listen, man, you need to represent on this team and dominate and be one of the best players in the league. Let's look him up. Finally, a Hokie. So what other schools are missing? I know somebody said San Jose State or something. Let's check them out. Does he have a wiki page? We got another pick up. No, can't find one. We'll go to Hokie Sports and look them up. Next up, 86 St. Louis Battlehawks. Phil Campbell, linebacker from Pittsburgh, is the next one. All right, so 6'5", 285 is Jordan Williams. Played 11 games, making 6 starts at defensive tackle. 20. Oh, okay. Let's see. Came from Clemson. And he's a redshirt junior. And it looks like he was on the roster in 2021. Don't know really sure 2022. So there you go. Jordan Williams on the squad. 2 more picks left in this draft, and we've got him. We are done. Offensive line is next. All right, the last 2 picks, and now no one's going to watch. Watch. 87, San Antonio, except for parents. But I'm fine. I'll be here the whole I've done it this far. Might as well go all the way. 6 hours and 49 minutes podcast. Talking the whole time, sitting down once. All right. 87, San Antonio Brahmas select Mike Travador, defensive end from Rutgers. And closing it out at number 88, Orlando Guardians, DeKellen Brooks, linebacker, Florida State. We have wrapped up, my friends, the defensive portion of the draft. Congratulations. Thank you for all the likes so far. We're going to continue. We've gone this far. Might as well go all the way. Up next, Gabarka says, anyone know if Marquette King is in the pool? Yes, he is, and that will happen tomorrow. I hope he goes back to St. Louis. It'd be awesome. I don't even know why he's not in the NFL. It's crazy. All right, my friends. So that is it for up next is the offensive line section of the draft. The Houston Roughnecks pick first. I assume this will go by quick. So there you have it there. To round out the 2022 XFL draft, maybe if we could get this done in an hour, I can get some food or eat something. I've still got Zoe. I want to thank my sponsor, Zoa. It didn't really sponsor me, but I want to thank Zoe. Get your Zoe, bro, and you're good. Here's the next part. Let's see here. So we are on to the final section of the thing, but before we get started, we've got to drink our Zoe. I still have a can left. I mean, not a lot left. Drink your Zoe, and let's freaking go for some offensive linemen. 6 hours, 51 minutes, and 54, 55, 56 seconds. All right, I can keep counting. Talking. All right, and we're going to be doing this. So tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern, because by the time this is all wrapped up, to go through a review, I'm just not going to have time to do it. Hopefully the XFL puts out a press release with all this stuff, so we don't have to do some big write-up. So that's that part. Let's see here. Yeah, I haven't seen any things come out just yet. All right, so we're the final offensive line stuff. Let's see. So let's take a little. Do I have any other videos? Let me see if I'm missing. Did I get everybody? I think there's one more video I need to do. Did the Vipers? Oh, Roughnecks, Renegades, Orlando. Yeah, I think I did them all. All right, let's check in with the first pick in the draft from the Houston Roughnecks, who are basically on the clock now for offensive line.
Adrian, Coach Wade Phillips with the Houston Roughnecks. We're going to pick you right now in the first round. We're really excited to get you, man. You bet. Yeah. Well, this is going to be. We're going to be an air raid offense, so you're going to have a chance to make a lot of plays.
With the 8th selection of the skill position in the XFL draft, the Houston Roughnecks select
Adrian Killens, running back, Central Florida. How about them Florida boys?
Tell us about Adrian and how his build and skill set is going to translate into your offense, Coach.
Well, we're running the air raid offense, and he's got great speed. He's a fantastic player. He's had over 4,000 yards in his career in South Florida. So we're Central Florida. I'm sorry, Adrian. Central Florida. He's had over 4,000 yards, all-purpose yards. He's a dynamic player that's really exciting, but he's really fast. I mean, really fast.
Fan-controlled football. You heard that right. Fan-controlled football. A real football league with real players controlled by real fans. All in real time. Register to try out at fcf.io.
All right, my friends, we are back. Finally, offensive line is up next. Offensive line is up next. And then we are done with this draft. Super excited to have some dinner. Lots of picks. So we got our last bit of the puzzle, offensive line, which a lot of people say is the biggest and most important part of this draft. We've got Storm Norton was a guy that was drafted in the XFL. He's still in the NFL. So very excited to see what comes of this. And then that will be it. So we've got 88 picks to go. Then we're done. 6 hours and 55 minutes of podcasting, the longest I've ever gone, which is fine. So excited about that. We've got 11 rounds and then we're done. Tomorrow is going to be good. So what do you got coming up is what you want to know. Let's see here. Coming up for tomorrow. So here's what we got. Offensive line. That's left tackle, left guard, center, right guard, right tackle. Tomorrow, day 2 of the draft will feature specialist kicker, punter, long snapper, followed by an open selections for all available positions. Teams can opt out of making additional selections when the draft enters the open round. So they can be like, we're not interested. Undrafted players will remain in the pool and can be added to a team roster at a future date. Supplemental draft will be held in early 2023 for players currently under contract with other sports leagues. That's the NFL and USFL. And here's the part about the CFL is that, and we've seen some CFL guys that basically said they were playing in the CFL, BC Lions and Calgary Stampeders, that I don't know if they've gotten cut or they're free agents, but they're technically not free agents until February or sign with another league. And if you checked out our interview with Dave Naylor, we talked about, the league is in a bind because they work with the agents, and the agents are the ones that are convincing these players to come to the CFL. So if the league says no, you can't go to the XFL, you have to wait till February 18th, which then the XFL season is going. They're going to piss off the agents, who then are not going to send them players. So typically in the past, if there's an opportunity, aside from an NFL, absolutely, but these leagues, it wasn't like that. But it's a whole new paradigm and dynamic. And it looks like, at least from the outside, I'm not a super expert on every single player in the world, that some of these guys played in the CFL this year and are now drafted in the XFL. So that's what's happening tomorrow. The times, let's see here. Day 2. Day 2, I think, is starting at 10:30 a.m. Eastern, I believe, is what's going on there. So no picks yet. It's not saying anything like, we're taking a dinner break. None of that stuff. Just checking. We're on hold. It says on the clock, offensive line, Houston Roughnecks. So we're waiting for the draft to start. So before we get into all that, though, let's talk about playing fantasy football, shall we? News Hub Fantasy Football. So you could see it there. I just logged in, and you can see, here's my leagues. So you can view different fantasy leagues. I got XFL. We have a full USFL season. So right now, if you click on the XFL, you can actually go and so each area's got our news from XFL News Hub. Top players, that's you. Top teams of the week. Top players is the top, points getters. The top teams are, of the past week. You can join open league. So there's one right here, beta test. So somebody's created that. You can have public and private leagues. You can create your own league if you want other people to see it, and it's got the latest players added to the system. So if you go back, there's let's not the CFL. Let's go to the USFL, and we're still waiting for players to get signed. So here's what the USFL looked like. So you had top players of the season. This has kind of closed things out. Jordan Tamu was the top getter. Cavante Turpin, Jamar Smith, Trey Williams, running back, Kyle Sloter, who's now at the XFL. You can view your leagues. These are the different leagues I was in. Players added via the API. Oh, yeah, look at that. Justin Hall. So it's still adding players. John Mitchell. Interesting. Yay me, my code works. It's still adding players that get signed. That's interesting, huh? And then it's got the news there. So you could do mock drafts. We're also putting in place, which is not there yet. If you go back to the homepage, is play pick'em. So one of our people in XFL News Hub world asked for having a pick'em game, so we're going to do that as well. So that's coming in part of that stuff too. All right, let's get to, how about an email? We've got some emails coming in. Appreciate you guys shooting us an email. As we finish, oh, geez, I don't want you to show you my email. All right, let's see here. We can read the email now. Let's see here. All right. Talking about the Vegas Viper, Eric says, hey, I've done some research on this, and the original stadium, Sam Boyd, is no longer being used. I hear Allegiant Stadium is off, so it leaves with the two ballparks. So we talked about that. We talked about somebody who was there, was talking about the two areas of the where they could potentially play. Talking about the Rock's comments about on the XFL's decision to pass on New York. So I assume New York Guardians fans are not and are protesting and not listening anymore. But, you know, the New York Guardians moved to the Orlando Guardians, and people were upset, and they were like, what's the deal? The Rock came out and basically said it was economics was one of the reasons, but he wants to go back to New York. The problem is you've used the Guardians name in Orlando, so that means you can't use it in New York, and it was awesome in New York. Everything about that logo, it was awesome. So, I mean, I guess you could still use, I don't know. I just don't know how you're going to go back is the problem. But he says, I could deal with New York not coming back due to logistics, but stealing the brand for another city where it doesn't even make sense is a bridge too far. He can apologize all he wants, but it rings hollow. They ruined a good brand and should have named Orlando something else. I agree 100% with that one. I agree. They should have done that. But they didn't for whatever reason. Let's see here. Podcast emails. All right, we will continue. Jim talking about Cashman Field. He says, I'm for Cashman Field for the Vegas Vipers. And he says, Jim, Battlehawk Nation checking in. So it's another vote for Cashman Field. Oops, deleted that. So another vote for Las Vegas, my friends. They better not be taking a break, broskies. Just get going. 7 hours doing this. All right, we're cool. Just making sure. All right, so we got through all the videos. So we're just waiting on. Oh, here's a good one. While we're waiting. Not this one. Let's review while we're waiting the quarterbacks that are part of the XFL draft that got taken. In case you need because these are the guys. Oh, great segue. Because these are the guys that are going to protect them. We have quarterbacks. The XFL teams made their selections, some really interesting names. So XFL head coaches today announced their quarterback selections during a live stream event on XFL.com, as well as their YouTube, hosted by VSN and ESPN talent Stormy Bonatoni. And here you have it. Are you ready? Arlington Renegades select Drew Plitt, Ball State. Kyle Sloter, Northern Colorado. Yes, that Kyle Sloter from the USFL. Now remember, how is he able to do this? Because he got an NFL tryout released from his contract and now he was able to sign with the XFL. DC Defenders, America's team, my team. Now remember, Derek King just signed with the Carolina Panthers, so his name was not selected. Allegedly, rumor has it that he was going to be picked up by the DC Defenders, but the DC Defenders get Eric Dungy from Syracuse, a huge favorite of the alt football community. So Eric Dungy makes his way to the DC Defenders. Notice no Cardell Jones, who had tried out for the XFL. Houston Roughnecks, Caleb Ellerby, Western Michigan, and Brandon Silvers returns to the XFL from Troy. So he played with the Dragons. Now he is with the Houston Roughnecks. There was a connection, I believe Mike Mitchell had mentioned, between him and the GM of the Houston Roughnecks. Vegas Vipers, Jalen McClendon and Luis Perez. Jalen McClendon from Baylor, Luis Perez, Texas A&M Commerce. Same thing like Kyle Sloter, released from his contract with an NFL tryout, turns around and signs with the XFL. Luis Perez will now be as a Las Vegas Viper. Orlando Guardians on the clock. They set Quentin Dormandy from Central Michigan and DeAndre Francois from Hampton. Francois is notable for his play in Fan Control Football League, and Quentin Dormandy was a name that from Michigan, Central Michigan, that had come up recently, different from Mike Mitchell's reporting. San Antonio Brahmas get Jawan Pass from Prairie View A&M and Anthony Russo from Michigan State. Anthony Russo was a newer name. Jawan Pass was something that Mike Mitchell had been reporting since September. Seattle Sea Dragons, Ben DiNucci from James Madison. DiNucci's name came up in the ESPN articles this past week. Steven Montez from Colorado was the other selection. Montez's name was on Mike Mitchell's list going back a couple months. And finally, the St. Louis Battlehawks. Cacaw is the law. Who is your quarterback? A.J. McCarrion from Alabama and Ryan Willis from your Hokies, Virginia Tech. Ryan Willis, the spring league quarterback, that the final, I think it was the final spring league championship, played really well in the spring league. So Ryan Willis from Virginia Tech and A.J. McCarron from Alabama are your St. Louis Battlehawks quarterbacks. We will have more on this news as it continues on XFL News Hub, but for a recap, Arlington Renegades select Drew Plitt and Kyle Sloter. DC Defenders, Eric Dungy. We think Derek King will be on that list if he ever, when dealing with his NFL situation. Caleb Ellerby and Brandon Silvers are Houston Roughnecks. Las Vegas Vipers, Jalen McClendon and Luis Perez. Orlando Guardians, Quentin Dormandy and DeAndre Francois. St. Antonio Brahmas, Jawan Pass and Anthony Russo. Seattle Sea Dragons, Ben DiNucci and Steven Montez. St. Louis Battlehawks, A.J. McCarrion and Ryan Willis. Those run out the quarterbacks selected by the XFL coaches. We now have quarterbacks in our league. Quarterbacks. Some of them return. Some of them, a lot of them new. Again, we still have the supplemental draft taking place in January, which could have more USFL quarterbacks as part of that, plus NFL quarterbacks. So these guys showed up, so it looks like they'll all be under contract. We're hearing rumblings that a lot of these teams might take 3 quarterbacks or even 4. So stay tuned to XFL News Hub for all this news, and as we continue to cover the draft on you, make sure you like and subscribe. Subscribe to this channel and get all the XFL news in one spot. All right, my friends, it has come a time, the final round. It's the final round. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. It's the final group of the day round offensive line. Da-da-da-da. All right. I just blew out your ears, I'm sure. It's been a long 7 hours and 9 minutes and 57, 58, 59, 7 hours and 10 minutes podcast, the longest ever I've done. And aside from Jay Nokes, but we had videos and all that other stuff. So again, I appreciate him coming on. Might get a couple other guys to come on. Everybody's at work and doing their thing, so totally get it. We have started the offensive line. So the number one pick offensive line, as a lot of the people say, Jack Snyder, Houston Roughnecks, offensive line, San Jose State. Number 2, Arlington Renegades, Cameron Hunt, offensive line, Oregon. So we have begun the final stage. Let's take a look at offensive linemen. The top pick, which is Jack Snyder. It's Snyder Wiki. San Jose. Wasn't somebody asking about San Jose? Where's my San Jose guy? Wasn't there a San Jose guy? Doesn't have a wiki. San Jose Spartans. This is what we know about him. Oh, ad blocker. Yeah, I put ad blocker down. Close. A lot of awards. Bunch of awards. Record holder, most starts, most games played. Started 12 games with Spartans at left tackle. Pro Football Focus, one of the top 3 left tackles. Subdivision for run blocking, pass protection, Mountain West champion. So this guy has got the accolades. I'm not really sure why he doesn't have a wiki page. So he is the number one taken. Miss Falk says, can you please name off the organization you said earlier that players can utilize to get their names out there if they are not picked up in this draft? Thank you so much. Hub Football. Hub Football has a relationship with the USFL, but that's one way to get your name out there. And the other is really to get involved with, indoor football league. Really, that's kind of the 2 pathways is Hub Football to get your name out there, and just Google Hub Football and get involved. And the Indoor Football League always has tryouts and looking for people. And the fact that the Indoor Football League is, trading players, if you want to get in the XFL, really your pathway is the Indoor Football League. So there you have that. Appreciate the super chat. Mitch Trubisky, the player. Who do you think is going to win it all? Is it that Mitch Trubisky? It's even got the face. I don't think it's really him. It's not really him. You get a timeout. Appreciate the $2 super chat. Can you promote it or put it on? Appreciate the super chat. I think based on this draft, my guess is right now it's the Renegades. I mean, all right, let's take a look at Cameron Hunt. Let's see there. And report. Getting rid of some of the spammy spam. But I think the champion is probably right now, based on the draft, I think is the Arlington Renegades. They have veterans. If Kyle Sloter does anything that he did in the USFL, they just had the 2nd pick. So Cameron Hunt is your offensive line. Let's see if we can find this thing about him. Next up, we'll take a look at him in a second. At number 3, Seattle Sea Dragons takes Chris Owens, offensive lineman, Alabama. I mean, that's some pretty good pedigree right there. As far as Cameron Hunt for your Arlington Renegades, 27 years old. Played at Oregon. Denver Broncos, went undrafted. Played in the practice squad for the 49ers, Oakland Raiders. Hunt was drafted by the Birmingham Stallions, 2022 USFL draft. Doesn't say if he played or he won a championship with them. Then on August 8th, Hunt signed with the Chargers and was waived August 22nd. So here is another top guy from the USFL, I assume. Doesn't say he was cut, doesn't say he won a championship either. Then moves on to the Arlington Renegades. So there you have it. Another pick up for grabs. It is the Vegas Vipers selecting Antonio Garcia with the number 4, an offensive lineman from Troy. As we keep moving on. Let's see here. What else is going on in the chat, my friends? I'm in that fantasy league. Join up, says Gabiscus. So yeah, so head over to News Hub Fantasy if you want to get it. And the funny thing is everybody's going to wait till the last minute, but this is just to get you in there now. And we'll send out notifications and stuff like that as things keep going. That Madden guy says, roll Tide till I die. Talking about Chris Owens. Number 5, Orlando Guardians select. I can't do Guardians. I used to do Guardians because it's from New York. I'm from New York, so I can do that. Orlando Guardians select Brandon Murphy, offensive line, Memphis. He is your number 5th overall selection. Going down the offensive line, man. You know what? I need to think. All right. We've been here. We've been hanging out a long time. Miss Falk says, roll Tide, baby. Hey, roll Tide, people. I just want you to know, Virginia Tech had one person drafted today. So far. I just want to point that out. Frostburg had one person, and Towson had one person. Virginia Tech Hokies had one person. So you get your roll Tide, whatever. I don't know how many roll Tides are in there. Probably like 15, 20 roll Tides. We've got one Hokie. Okay? One Hokie. Let's move on. Oh, and we got one guy that played at Jacksonville University, where one of my daughters goes to school. So you know what? Appreciate the super chats to help pay for my kids' college. Appreciate that. Super chats. Thank you so much. Everybody who's giving me a super chat. I really appreciate that. I also appreciate that if you're new to the game, 486 likes. It would make my day if we can get to 500 likes. Why? Just because it's fun. All right? We've done our due diligence today covering this draft. We're now at the home stretch. And you guys have been awesome. I mean, isn't this fun just hanging out? There's no mean stuff going on. That's not what our community is about. It's all about fun and having a good time. Let's see here. Drunken Miller says, Sports Illustrated has Willis DC Defenders as a high-rated XFL QB. Dungy is DC guy. Oh, Arrhenius says, where are they going to air games? Is their streaming carrier they are choosing? Yes, Drunken Miller says with Willis is St. Louis. No, the games are going to be on ESPN, ABC, and FX. Boom. And I can tell you when games are on NBC, when games are on national television like ABC, traffic to the site is fantastic. When they're not, traffic is lower. But still, we had great numbers. Everything was going great, man. And then you know what happened. All right, so we got Vegas at 4 with Antonio Garcia, offensive line from Troy. Number 5, Orlando Guardians, Brandon Murphy, offensive line from Memphis. 6, San Antonio Brahmas, Luke Jurga, offensive line, Western Michigan. Number 7, St. Louis Battlehawks, Jardin Jones-Smith, offensive line, Pittsburgh. As we continue to roll. One more pick. DC Defenders, who got the next 2 picks at number 8 and 9. This is a great way to just stack your lineup. These are the best guys. They think these are guys that they're picking right now that could potentially wind up on an NFL roster. That's what they're kind of thinking here. None of these guys, I don't recognize the names from prior XFL stuff. So we'll just have to, we'll see. We'll see, unless I'm missing something. But yeah. So appreciate that. Let's see. Back here. Russ giving us a super chat. Appreciate that, Mr. Russ. Appreciate you sending us the super chat. Let's see here. What else we got? Brian says Jacksonville got rid of their football program a few years ago. Calvin Turner, who drafted earlier, was a stud there before he transferred to Hawaii. That is correct. That is all correct. Yes, Jacksonville got rid of their football program and I was like, cool. I was watching it on ESPN, and then it was made national news. And the offensive coordinator for the DC Defenders was a JU grad or coach there, because I was at one of the events. This was under Pep Hamilton's team. I remember talking to him about JU. So there you have it there. Let's see. Number 8, DC Defenders, TJ Storment, offensive line, Texas Tech. He comes in to the deal here. And DC Defense, so that's round 1. We've got 8 more of these to go. XFL, 8 more rounds to get to 88. We're at, or 11 more of these to go. So round number 2, DC Defenders are on the clock. TJ Storment, offensive line, Texas Tech. Let's take a look at him. Shall we look him up? TJ Storment. No, I can't really find anything about that. All right. And DC Defenders take Cody Conway, offensive lineman, Syracuse. Taken with that part of the draft as well. So Cody Conway, offensive lineman, Syracuse. Hey, Cody Conway linking back up with Eric Dungy for a little play there. So there's your 2 DC Defenders. Look up Cody Conway. Again, names that I'm not... we got another pick. Shane Carpenter, St. Louis Battlehawks at number 10, takes Shane Carpenter, offensive line, Louisiana Tech. So looking at that, 34. So it might be a little buffering. How is the stream going? Corey Beckett said TJ Stortman is here. Let's LFG. Let's freaking go. Hopefully the stream picks back up. I've been on here for so long, I'm wondering if things are going to get throttled. All the data that I've been using. I can look that up. At number 11, San Antonio Brahmas. Select Darius James at number 11, offensive line, Auburn. Let's see. Is my data improving? Okay, we're back to excellent. So whatever happened, I think it was just a hiccup. We're back to excellent. Cool. So we're in. It was getting a little buffery. I think we're back to being cool again. All right. On we go. Next pick, Orlando Guardians at number 12, Sick Camille Matthews, offensive line, Murray State. Cody Conway. Take a look at him. All right, not much about him. And we're back Anything, Corey asked, anyone know anything about Shane Carpenter? Yeah, I'm not really seeing much from some of these guys. Oh, stretching out my legs. Continuing. So up next, number 13, Vegas Vipers are on the clock as we approach the end of this draft. I figure we'll probably be done around 8 is my guess. Hopefully just bang it out. Get it done, guys. Get her done. All right. Next up at numbers 13, Vegas Vipers select Ben Petrula, offensive line, Boston College. So as we roll along, Seattle Sea Dragons are on the clock, followed by the Renegades, Roughnecks, and then the Roughnecks get 2 picks. Let's see here. Shane Carpenter was being asked. Let's see if we can look him up. No, nothing coming up there. Ben Petrula. Offensive tackle, Boston College. And not much out there on the wiki world for these guys. Let's see. Mega Man for Hires. Thank you for sticking through all of this. Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you guys for sticking all through it. We're at 491 likes. Can we get to 500? We're close. We're close to 500 likes as the XFL draft coverage continues as we keep on rolling. We are waiting for the Seattle Sea Dragons with their pick at number 14. We have 88 to go, and as some people believe, this is the most important of them all. Next up, Seattle Sea Dragons at 14 take Michael Ment, offensive line, Penn State. Offensive line, Penn State. Alex says, nice to see a guy like Petrula get a chance. Ben Petrulia. Take a look at him. Oh, I couldn't find anything about him. I mean, these guys look like, very brief stints, but no, like, big, Next up, Arlington Renegades. Select at number 15, select Garrett McGinn, offensive line, East Carolina. Next up, with 2 picks, Houston Roughnecks as we move into round 3 of the offensive line part of the show. But so far, no names that I recognize from other leagues. I bet you these guys are more on the younger side, is my guess. As we continue to roll along here. Kevin K3 Vince says go Renegades. Yeah, that's my pick right now. Drunken Miller says Mint was with the Cardinals. Okay. It's good. Corey Barak says Roughnecks take some Power 5 offensive linemen. And Cavalier says Sea Dragons took Chris Owens and Michael Ment, and I think they are both centers. Really? All right, we got some more picks coming in. Keeping it moving, XFL. Appreciate that. So we've got at 15 was Arlington Renegades, Garrett McGinn, offensive line, Eastern Carolina. At 16, Houston Roughnecks, Desmond Noel, offensive line, Florida Atlantic. At 17, Houston Roughnecks take another guy, Shamarius Gilmore, offensive line, Georgia State. At 18, Arlington Renegades take Mike Horton, offensive line, Auburn. At 19, Seattle Sea Dragons take Jacob Capra, offensive line, San Diego State. Now on the clock, 20 is the Vegas Vipers. Desmond Noel. Where is he? Let's see here. Yep. Continue to roll on. Yeah, none of these guys that I'm looking up are popping up anything. Joseph says, thank you for the coverage of the draft, Bro Mingo. Greatly appreciated. Vegas about to be the champs. Renegades can suck a big fat one. Vegas. I don't know. You got to have a place to play first before you can talk. According to Rod Woodson, you were going to play in a parking lot, or he was joking clearly. But hey, I think the league needs the Vegas Vipers to do really well. Drinking some Zoe. All right, next up at number 20. As we move them right along, the Vegas Vipers take Donovan West, offensive line at Arizona State. We're on to page 2. And next up, Orlando Guardians, San Antonio Brahmas, and St. Louis Battlehawks, then DC, rounding out round 3. Hopefully we get some guys. But yeah, just trying to look up any wiki in any of these offensive linemen. Like, what the heck? Offensive linemen get no love or something? That's not nice. All right, up next, Orlando Guardians at 21 take Ja'Kai Baker, South Alabama. I mean, I can pull up their school thing, but the school thing will only tell you, up until their collegiate career. It doesn't tell you, like, did they get signed by this team or that team, which is funny because let's show some offensive linemen respect, Wikipedia. Here's the problem. This is the most important position in football, and none of these guys can get a wiki page. What's up with that, Wikipedia? Come on. That's not fair. 22, San Antonio Brahmas are up next. Well, we've got a couple more picks. So 22, San Antonio Brahmas select Willie Wright, offensive lineman in Tulsa. 23, St. Louis Battlehawks select Steven Gonzalez, offensive line of Penn State. On the clock, your America's team, 24, DC Defenders, 24 and 25. What do we got? Give me something good. Jonathan Ogden comes out of retirement to play left tackle for the DC Defenders. Let's shock the world. All right, we've got it. DC Defenders at 24 take Ty Clary from Arkansas. Take a look, see if we can find him. Definitely not a former competition swimmer. Let's see here. ESPN has him. DC's defenders then take at 25 Greg Long from Purdue. Yeah, so there's pages with these guys, but there's no like news, nothing. That's from ESPN. Nada. All right, St. Louis Battlehawks are on the clock at 26. So DC Defenders took 2 guys. Hey, we are 2 likes away from 500. I think this would be the record number of likes at 500. I think. Let's see here. St. Louis Battlehawks on the clock. Drunken Miller says Donovan West C is a center, good player. DC. Brian says West is a good player. Steele at this point. All right. That Madden guy says, so was your mama. That's not very nice. Mike says, I'm from Orlando, so how have they drafted so far? QB from defense to O-line. What would you say, chat room? I would say Orlando's picks. Let's take a look. It's a good question. Orlando Guardians. I mean, let's take a look at all of their picks. And Andrew Jamil, super excited about him. Of course, you heard about Charleston Rambo. We played the video at the beginning there. Dantes Bird, a good pick. Like that one. Patrick Smith. Cody Latimer, that was something that, you know, a lot of people talk about. I think they've got a good set of veteran wide receivers. Defensively, trying to think if anybody totally stood out. Gerald Willis, I think we talked about him. Matt Elam is another guy as well. So I think overall, I think everybody, you know, it's just going to be hard. I'm really curious, and this is what, all right, we got over 500 likes. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate the 500 likes. St. Louis at 26 takes Jay Williams, offensive line, Florida A&M. Next up, 27, San Antonio Brahmas. Let's get to that 44. That 44. We were close, then we were halfway through. The interesting thing that's going to happen is that once this all kind of comes out, the players have until December 26th to sign contracts. So I would assume that some of these guys are not going to sign deals with the XFL, which will just open up the spots more as we move forward. Let's see here. We've got more. 27, the San Antonio Brahmas select Marcus Tatum, offensive line from Central Florida. San Antonio Brahmas on the clock. We were just asking about 28, Orlando Guardians. Orlando Guardians. I have to say, I can't say that anymore. Orlando Guardians are on the clock at number 28 of 88 picks. So, yeah, there's going to be a chance of some of these guys not getting selected or not staying with the teams that they were picked. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Let's see here. But yeah, I mean, I would say, all right, chat room. I should ask. I was going to ask another trivia question. What was the first team in 2001 to win the XFL championship? Let me know in the chat. Who won the championship in 2001? Let's see if you got game. Really the only champion in the XFL. Y'all could talk about the Houston Roughnecks. We're all the way. I'm telling you, Josh Johnson, still in the NFL with the Los Angeles Wildcats. I really think he was coming out there for the MVP. So at 28, we got a bunch of picks coming in. 28, Orlando Guardians, TJ Bradley, offensive line, Maryland. Go Terps. At 29, Vegas Vipers, Jameel Demby, offensive line in Maine. 30, Seattle Sea Dragons, Julian Davenport, offensive line, Bucknell. And 31, Arlington Renegades, Darda Lee, offensive line, UTEP. Checking in. So who won the USFL championship in 2001? Lawrence says the Outlaws. You're saying the Las Vegas Outlaws won the championship. Oh, Corey Backgack got it right. Oh, well, Michael Dixon got it wrong. You got the right city, but the wrong name. Corey got the right name. LA Extreme. LA Extreme. Cavalier says Julian Davenport was in the league for a while. Cool. All right, so Houston Roughnecks at 32 took Sam Cooper, offensive line. All right, here we go. So at 31, Arlington Renegades took Darda Lee, offensive line, UTEP. Houston Roughnecks at 32 take Sam Cooper, offensive line, Merrimack. And then they go on round 5 at 33. Houston Roughnecks take Tommy Champion, offensive line, Mississippi State. All right, we're cruising right along. We are almost at 44. All right, let's keep going. 34, Arlington Renegades take Cam Carter, offensive line from Murray State. At 35, Seattle Sea Dragons. Seattle Sea Dragons are on the clock. On the clock at Seattle Sea Dragons. All right, Cam Carter, Seattle Sea Dragons are on the clock. Back into the chat, hanging out with chat, folks. Got us over 500. Next up at 35, Seattle Sea Dragons take Liam Jamons, offensive line at USC. He is in at number 35. Next on the clock at 36 is the Vegas Vipers. 1060 Design, another pirate. Who's the other pirate you're talking about? By the way, Jim Druckenmiller, QB for the Memphis Maniacs in 2001. I believe I remember that. You know, I actually played 2001 fantasy football, XFL fantasy football. I remember playing on some website that doesn't exist anymore. Anyway, 35, Seattle Sea Dragons, Liam Jimmons, offensive line for USC. Then at 36, Vegas Vipers, Clayton Bradley, offensive lineman at UNLV. On the clock, Orlando Guardians on the clock. Let's see. It says, Michael says, sorry, I was a big Chicago Enforcer fan, so some team names I forgot. LOL. Sam Cooper from Merrimack was a really good player in college. Glad he's getting another shot. Davenport, 32 starts in the NFL, 60 games total. There you go. Up next at 37 is the Orlando Guardians as we climb closer to 44 and the halfway point. Oh, he's saying Tommy Champion at 33 of the Houston Roughnecks is another former Pirate. Where's my merch? Oh, it's even a little tank top. That's my merch. Here's my merch. Pirates. Yeah, just go to, if you go to the Indoor Football League website, you can find a bunch of stuff for purchase, including your, you get a mystery box. And that was a good mystery box. It's like, I don't know what to get. I get a sweatshirt. I'm like, I just want something, just to have something. It's a mystery box. And I will tell you what, trying to order stuff from Canadian Football League is expensive. I remember when I got my Hamilton Tiger Cats hat. Hamilton Tiger Cats. I think I paid more in shipping than I did in paying for the hat itself. All right. At number 37, the Orlando Guardians take Joshua Frazier, offensive line, Alabama. Let's hear it. Roll Tide, roll blah, blah. 38, San Antonio Brahmas select Malcolm Bunchy, offensive line, UCLA. Now, here's the thing. You could do San Antonio Brahmas. Why did you use the Guardians in Orlando? One of the rumors that somebody had said, and I thought it would have been brilliant, but they didn't do it, but I was super excited about it, was the Orlando Guardians using the Guardians, some kind of Guardians of the Galaxy. I mean, you've got Orlando, you have Disney, you have the partnership with Disney and ESPN, and, Marvel Cinematic Universe. I mean, if you use the Guardians of the Galaxy ride has the ship. And so I was like, oh, the Guardians of doing like something Guardians of the Galaxy, but then it could maybe not be cool like 20 years from now or something. But just using the ship and having it called the Orlando Guardians, and it was, that was the symbol of the ship, would have been cool. That's what I thought. Everybody thought, but then the Guardians looks exactly like the New York Guardians would have been perfect. I think Orlando should have. Vegas Vipers, fine. I don't think Tampa was in play anymore. Vegas Vipers is fine. And that was the least one I liked was Orlando Guardians. I thought that should have gotten a new name. 39. We're getting close to 44. St. Louis Battlehawks. We're at 7 o'clock. 7 hours, 48 minutes, 32 seconds. Streaming. Record for me. St. Louis Battlehawks at 39 are on the clock. Hey, I couldn't have done, I can't do that. As much as you guys are thanking me and super chats and all that stuff, I appreciate it. I can't do it without you guys. You guys make it fun and interesting. Corey says Tommy was a good pick. I think Cavalier says, I think Johan Frazier used to be a defensive lineman. MSW3 says, how many UTEP minors got picked? I'm not sure. I think a couple, maybe 3 or 4. If I'm wrong. See about that. 39, St. Louis Battlehawks. On the clock, we were close. 5 picks away from halfway point. Appreciate you guys sticking with us. Over 500 likes. That's awesome. Definitely a record. Definitely record traffic. Please, XFL, do not take a break or anything. Okay. Last two. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now we get an interest. So 38, San Antonio Brahmans, Malcolm Bunchy. St. Louis Battlehawks at number 39, John Toth, offensive line, Kentucky. And at 40, DC Defenders, DeMarcus Hayes, offensive line, Georgia. John Toth. Oh, and then DC Defenders come back at 41 and select Michael Minetti, offensive line, Missouri. Now, I think John Toth played for the DC Defenders. Finally, somebody that has a wiki page. All right, so John Toth played football at Kentucky, correct? It was the same, making sure it's the same person we're talking about. Yes. Um, 28 years of age. Kentucky, played for the Philadelphia Eagles, New York Jets, DC Defenders, Cleveland Browns, Detroit Lions, and then Washington Football Team Commanders. On August, he was waived by the Commanders, signed to the practice squad, and was released on October 4th. So he hasn't played since October 4th. So John Toth. It's his personal life. Toth has modeled for big and tall clothing brands. All right, good for you. I mean, 6'5", 308 pounds. So that's a big guy. So a bunch of different places, played with the DC Defenders. I remember that. So, and I remember he was bounced up and down. So he returns to the league. So he's the first name that I recognize. And I knew he played up and down with different teams. Also at 42, St. Louis Battlehawks take Tyson Gray, offensive line, South Carolina State. Surprised Toth didn't go higher. This is a guy that had, NFL experience and XFL experience. And he's got a wiki page. Some of these guys don't. So that's how I would do it. Does it have a wiki page? Oh, wait. Nope. So, yeah, John Toth. That would have been great to see him come back to DC Defender. I think we only got one player so far that went to his old team, I think. Joseph says Vegas-Arlington rivalry. Yeah, maybe. Michael says, how do you feel about Las Vegas? I think they should have stayed with the Outlaws and not Vipers, and let's see how they do, I guess. Now, the problem is that all of the other by the way, we have two more picks. We'll finish our Zoa when we reach the 44 pick. The problem with the Vegas, all those old names, those have expired. And they don't have those anymore. Oh, we got a bunch of picks in right now. Oh, we're definitely done. We are more than halfway, my friends. And before we go through it, we finished and I like it. I like the Zoa. A little bit left. Can't do drafting without your Zoe. Okay. At 43, we got a lot of picks. At 43, San Antonio Brahmas took Robins Joseph, which somebody in the chat said is also a former Pirate, offensive lineman in Buffalo. 44, Orlando Guardians took Zavon Furcron, offensive lineman for Southern Illinois. At 45, Vegas Vipers took Michael Miller, offensive line Washburn. 46, Seattle Sea Dragons took Paul Grantan, offensive line at UCLA. 47, Arlington Renegades took Bo Wilson, offensive line. You know they're all offensive line, Western Kentucky. 48, Houston Roughnecks carry Kusich, Colorado. 49, Roughnecks take Derurian Parker from Mississippi State. And then number 50, Arlington Renegades take Jake Stetz from Boise State. 51 on the clock, Seattle Sea Dragons. Any names that jump out to you there in the chat about any of these guys? Anything jumping out? Out there. We got another one. Seattle Sea Dragons at 51. Take Frank Ball, Virginia State. 52 on the clock, Vegas Vipers. On the clock, my friends. Vegas Vipers on the clock. I would say this. I mean, so anybody out there that's interested in playing football, professional football, really, now that I think about it, your best pathway to the XFL is playing in the Indoor Football League. How many Pirates of the Indoor Football League, and I have where's my my signed thing? Hold on. Here it is. My signed thing. I got to check out that documentary on Prime. Your Pirates. How many Pirates got picked up in the XFL? If I say 8, am I lying? At least 8, if not more. So if you're somebody that's not in the draft pool and you're really serious about it, your best bet is to Hub Football is connected to the USFL. So you could try Hub Football to get your way into the USFL. If that path doesn't work, really the Indoor Football League is the next path. Let's see here. At 52, Vegas Vipers, Quinteris Eatman, South Florida. 53, Orlando Guardians are on the clock. Zach Fuoto. Recognize him from our episodes all the time. Zach checking in. Could someone put a St. Louis 1 to 8 grade so far? Thanks for checking in, Zach. 1 to 8, 8 being the best, and 1 being the worst, or number 1 being the best, and 8 being the worst. I'm gonna have to say, St. Louis has kind of been middle of the road for me. I think number 1. I mean, if you were to rank them, which I think is a great idea. I'm going to message my team now. Hold on. Messaging Andrew Murray right now with an idea. Article ranking the teams for day 1 of the draft. Okay. Moving on. Let's see here. Moving on. 53, Orlando Guardians, Jordan Egusifosi, Grambling. 54, San Antonio Brahmas, Norman Price, Southern Miss. Next up, 55, St. Louis Battlehawks, followed by America's team, DC Defenders. Just want to point that out. So, I mean, I would say the number one rank has to be, I think, the, I think Arlington had the best draft. DC had a good draft. Would you put Orlando towards the bottom? I mean, they've got some good guys. Maybe Seattle? Did Seattle kind of jump out to you as having a fantastic, or Houston? I don't know if Houston, really nothing for me was like jumping out. So to answer your question, Mike, because he keeps asking how is Orlando drafting, I would say middle to the lower of the road for Orlando. They've got some good ones, but I would say middle. I mean, and this is all, I could be totally wrong because you know what I mean? We don't know how this is all going to end out. And you know, that's kind of where I would be, say middle of the road. 1060 Design says he thinks about 13 Pirates are on there. St. Louis Battlehawks at 55, 6 to Sean Dixon, San Diego State. But I think I would say number one would be the Arlington Renegades as far as their draft. Pokemon X says Eatman is 30. Baker Mayfield, we didn't talk about him. 1060s, I'll warn you, Pirates don't do tryouts. The owner is the scout and calls people he wants. Oh, that's true. That's true. I will say this, though, Indoor Football League, not about the Pirates, but in Indoor Football League, I've seen, you know, open tryouts and that kind of thing for players. So, you know, follow the Indoor Football League, follow them on social, and I know there's been some open tryouts because I've seen them for other teams. So maybe not the Pirates, but the Massachusetts Pirates, but maybe other teams out there, they do have open tryouts. So there's your chance. Or if you have an agent, have your agent call them to, you know, make a stand. A lot of you guys, I mean, especially if you want to try to get in these leagues, you need an agent. Oh, and we could do this while we're kind of waiting for the next pick. Or you have, I forgot one other place. You can also try fan control football.
Fan-controlled football. You heard that right. Fan-controlled football. A real football league with real players controlled by real fans. All in real time. Register to try out at fcf.io.
Like that. So you can try fan control football as well. So we are approaching towards the end here. Deshaun Dixon, does he sound familiar? D-A-I-S-H-A-W-N, Dixon. Oh, Dixon. Now, hold on. I've got something. Drafted into the 23rd round of the USFL draft by the Michigan Panthers. That's what it's saying here. So I think might have been a former USFL guy. That I don't know. But yeah, he was drafted by the Michigan Panthers. So yeah, another former USFL guy in there. What are you guys saying here? Claire says, that's my baby, Deshaun Dixon. All right. Corey Beck says, Vegas 1, DC 2, San Antonio 3, 4 Houston, 5 Orlando, 6 Arlington, 7 St. Louis, and 8 Seattle. Corey, is that 1 being the best and 8 being the worst? You have Arlington at 6? I think Arlington is just, it was like one of those things that they just went all in to hey, one of our guys. All right, this is a guy that I know has been on our podcast before, just recently reached out. Very excited for this pick because I know him, great guy. So you've got and he's coming to DC, so we can hang. At 56, DC defenders take Derek Schweiziger from Iowa State. DC takes at 57, Dwayne Wallace from Kansas. Dwayne Wallace has been a guest on this podcast before. Nice guy. He is back. He played for the St. Louis Battlehawks before. So Dwayne Wallace returns to the XFL with the DC Defenders. Congratulations to Dwayne. Happy that he is back in the XFL. So very cool here. I will look up him. And very cool that he's in DC. XFL. Oh, no, he's with the Los Angeles Wildcats. He was drafted by the Wildcats. That's what it was. So Dwayne Wallace returns to the XFL. Congratulations there. So LA, all the way across the state to the DC Defenders. So very cool there. Let's see here. Talking about Dixon, played for the Ravens in the USFL, so I was right about that. Gabargukas 1000 says, congrats. He's going to love it. St. Louis will treat our players well. Yeah, I mean, if there's one place that, if you were to pick one place to play in this league, it's St. Louis. St. Louis is on fire. It was like easy just to turn that on. The XFL, if they did anything with that name, it would have been like, come on, man. But they didn't. All right, so we got Dwayne Wallace at 56. 57, DC Defenders take Tyler Witt from Purdue. So we're on to, speaking of St. Louis, Battlehawks at 58, Brahmas and Guardians. Then we hit 60, and we're almost at 88. Tyler Witt. Let's see here. Anything on him? No, just from Purdue. Young guy from Purdue. Tyler Witt go anywhere? Oh, Barracks says 1 being the best, 8 being the worst. Really? Vegas number 1, Arlington number 6. I have to disagree. I think Arlington is number 1. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat as we round this up. Give me the best draft and the worst draft. Curious to hear what your thoughts. Up next, St. Louis Battlehawks at 58. Bryce Foxworth, Southern Miss. Checking in there. Adrian 12 Hernandez says, did a tryout with the Bay Area Panthers and got on the team. Just did a Vegas tryout. Cool. That's what you got to do. That's how you got to get in. Oh, 1060 Design says Dwayne was signed for a brief moment from Massachusetts. Very cool. Very cool there. Wow, 515 likes. Appreciate that, everybody. Appreciate that. Appreciate the super chats. We keep on rolling along. Almost at we are at 60. We are made it to 60. The 8 hours and 9-minute marathon podcast. Thank you. Sponsored by Zoa Energy. So they didn't give me any money. I just drank 1 can. So 58, St. Louis Battlehawks, Bryce Foxworth from Southern Miss. 59, San Antonio Brahmas take Kilo Levaio from Hawaii. Mahalo. Orlando Guardians at 60 took Jalen Spady from Florida A&M. We are on to 2 more pages left. The Vegas Vipers are on the clock. So while we wait, let's take another quick commercial break. What's up, XFL Army? If you're a fan of the XFL News Hub and you have a telephone, which I know all of you do because you're sitting there playing on your phones all the time, then why not download the XFL News Hub app? That's right, it's on iTunes. It's on Android. We have an Android version and an iPhone version of the XFL News Hub app. So what do you get? You get the latest news from XFL News Hub, the premier source of XFL news in the universe. Plus, you get push notifications when we have breaking news. You will be the first to know. You can leave a comment on some of the news right from your phone. Plus, you get this podcast on your phone as well. Remember, you can leave us reviews on the Google Play Store or iTunes. It links to other social media, our other social media accounts, and so much more. Be in the know. I know you're on your phones. People are on their phones all the time. They never get off their phones. So why not just download the XFL News Hub app on your Android or iPhone today? All you need to do is go to the Google Play Store or iTunes and just type in XFL News Hub. That's XFL News Hub. Download our app on your phone today. We are back, my friends. 61st pick Vegas Vipers on the clock. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Whew. What do you think? I mean, I'll tell you what. At the end of the day, I'm just excited that the XFL is back. I mean, I'm just excited. I'm just thankful and happy. God is good, you know. Just having the XFL back is a great thing. And we just keep rolling on with our draft. You know, people are excited. I think XFL draft is trending. We still have tomorrow to keep going. XFL News Hub site's rocking and rolling. That's cool too. And we keep moving on. We're at pick 61 of the XFL draft, round 8 of 11. That's what we got going on here. We're out of Zoa, thank goodness. So we will continue to rolling on. All right, so chat room, what I want to know from you guys, give us your thoughts. Best draft, worst draft. Let's see. Gabus says, can't wait for the uniforms and supplemental draft. I mean, the supplemental draft, I'll tell you this. The supplemental draft is going to be off the charts. I'm telling you right now. It's going to be off the charts. You're going to get NFL players that you know of. I mean, that's when we got Josh Johnson. That's when Luis Perez got traded. You know, all sorts of stuff happening. You're going to, the USFL guys. I'm really hoping Scooby Wright and DeMarcus Gates make their way to the XFL. It'll be interesting to see what how many teams pick in this kind of supplemental draft tomorrow, because are they going to try to save, I mean, for this secondary open draft tomorrow, are they going to save stuff for what's to come for the XFL, you know, with this supplemental draft. All right, we've got some picks. At number 61, Vegas Vipers take Avery Young, offensive line, Auburn. I think he is a former XFL guy as well. At 62, Seattle Sea Dragons take Tareen Arsenault, West Georgia. 63, Arlington Renegades takes Brian Folkerts from Washburn. And 64, Houston Roughnecks takes Dylan Pasquale from Ferris State. I think, and then we've got Houston Roughnecks at 56 take Alex Millette from Marshall. Up next, 66 Arlington Renegades. I think Avery Young. Look him up. Yes. All right. So Avery Young, a little bit about him. Played with the Spring League in Auburn, New Orleans Saints. Younger brother of former defensive end Willie Young. So played at Auburn, then he played for the Saints, Dolphins, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Seattle, Birmingham Iron, another AAF. Oh, Hamilton Tiger Cats. Then the St. Louis Battlehawks was picked in the open phase. Oh, he was traded to the New York Guardians along with offensive lineman John Allen in exchange for David Rivers and offensive lineman Brian Wallace. And then he played in the Spring League in 2020 with the Conquerors. So Avery Young, another guy out there. Hamilton Tiger Cats, Birmingham Irons. He's hit all the alt football, even the Spring League. So now he is in the XFL. Very cool there. Gabiscus says Vipers look the best. Seattle might look the worst, sadly. I would be kind of agreeing with that. Vegas or Vipers look the best. Seattle, I might give Seattle as the worst. Vipers, maybe. Up next, Arlington Renegades at 66. And we're in the 9th round of 11. Can't wait to have dinner. Ready for some dinner. Arlington Renegades are next. Trying to think, do we have any other little videos that we could play you guys? That was the one Rod Woodson we had. Played the draft. Oh. Here's one that we can play when we I got one that we can play when we get to the DC Defenders. You'll like this one. You'll like this, Scott, my friends. You will like this. We're going to wait on that one. Waiting on the Arlington Renegades. Also, a reminder, check out Alt Football on Reddit. I should probably refresh the page, see how many people. All right, so it's 34 people. Let's have some fun. Let's refresh the page. 34. Oh, and it's 39 right now. 39. Yeah. So on Reddit, if you want to find a community to hang out with, this is the Alt Football community. That if you're here for the first time, this is, Indoor Football League, European League of Football, CFL, XFL, and USFL. All of those are part of the Alt Football League. So here's where you could go, Alt Football. And if you're part of Reddit, join up. And there's all sorts of articles and things coming around the pike from XFL to the CFL. We've got the Grey Cup is this weekend. Super excited about that. Winnipeg Blue Bombers taking on Toronto Argonauts. Sorry for Mike Mitchell, but I believe that the Winnipeg Blue Bombers will take it. As long as Zach Caleros is healthy, I think they're good. So we have that. So that's where you could kind of hang out and on Reddit too. We have a Discord on XFL News Hub too. So if you go in the menu, we have a Discord if you're into Discord. And the community also hangs out during the podcast. Remember, our podcasts are live at 8 p.m. Eastern every Monday. XFL Weekend Review, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch. So you can always find us there. We got more picks in, my friends. More picks in, my friends. Arlington Renegades. Let's see. Yeah, Arlington Renegades at 66 take Keen Forbes from Florida A&M. 67, Seattle Sea Dragons take Javon Latuli from Akron. 68, Vegas Vipers takes Tony Adams, North Carolina State. 69, Orlando Guardians take Sean Page from Merrimack, offensive lineman. Of course, they're all offensive linemen. 70, San Antonio Brahmas take Jonathan Urzari, Mississippi Valley State. And 71, St. Louis Battlehawks takes Christian Olmsted from Findlay. Where's he from? Findlay, is that a school? Where is that? We are at 72. The DC Defenders are on the clock, and then we'll play our little fun video before we wrap this draft up, my friends. Oh, we're already there. Waiting for the next pick. What's up, chat room? What are some other, what do you got there? He says they got the wrong picture for Christian, LOL. Findlay is Ohio Division II, says Brian. Division II school. Okay. That's good. Gabiscus 1000 says Vipers got an explosive offense. Pokemon X says needs Spencer Pulley or Kyle Murphy drafted. Oh, what the heck? This is interesting. Is there a mistake? DC Defenders, St. Louis Battlehawks, Brahmas, Guardians took Sunday Deng, Northwestern Oklahoma State. These all guys get passed up or just didn't load right? We'll have to wait for the DC Defenders pick. Because you see that it's missing. Huh. So waiting on the DC Defenders. Something happened there. Closing out the draft. There's not any more. Okay. 1060 Design says, looks like they jumped from 71 to 76. Yeah. Mario says, I'm glad San Antonio has a team now. Yeah, I am too. Definitely one of the cities that deserve to have a team. I don't know why it jumped. Maybe they're having technical difficulties. Please stand by. Please don't tell me they're like, oh, we're taking a break. Okay, good. It says DC Defenders are on the clock. So I don't know what's going on there. We'll just have to wait. So while we're waiting, we got a fun video for you. It's when I got a little unboxing some DC Defenders. Speaking of them, they're on the clock. So let's check it out. Look what we got in the mail from the XFL. Let's take a look at this little unboxing deal here. All right, what did we get here? Well, first, I got the football from Logo Brands. Here's the DC Defenders football. So I got that, and that looks pretty cool. It's all ready to go. Mini size football, Logo Brands. I like that. That's pretty cool. It's like squishy kind of. I always wondered if this is going to be the football that they use in the league. That would be kind of cool if each team had its own colored football, but this seems more just like a fun kids thing to have kind of deal. All right, let's see what else we got here. We got a t-shirt. This one is a woman's t-shirt for my wife because you got to get the wife involved. And I got a t-shirt for the DC Defenders. And here is the shirt that came in the mail. So it's got the new DC. You notice the D and the C. Get it? Defenders logo versus the old one, which I have. Here's one that I have right here. That's the old kind of logo. And here's the new one. And then also what I found was kind of unique is that it's got the little XFL at the bottom of the t-shirt. So we got my shirt, we got my wife's shirt over there, and then we got the cool football, which I'm really excited. I can't decide if I should take it out of the box. I probably will. Maybe I'll leave it in there for a little while. So there you have it. Little XFL merch unboxing. And as you can see, the old symbol has gone away, and now we have the new one. All right, we are back. I think the draft is over. So here's what it's saying now. So at 71, St. Louis Battlehawks took Christian Olmstead from Finlay. Then DC Defenders passed, St. Louis Battlehawks, Brahmas passed. Sunday Dang was 76, and everybody else passed, and that's it. Now let's make sure, because it's saying that on the clock is the DC Defenders. We're going to reload the page. And if not, then that's a wrap. It says pass. So I think that's it. I guess everybody else was like, okay, we're done picking offensive linemen, even though that's the most important. Or are they waiting to keep those positions open for something down the line, which seems to be more than likely to be that's the case, which is interesting. I guess the draft is over, my friends. All right. I think we are done. And that's about it. All right. So I'm not going to sit around for an hour to see if they fix it. Oh, wait. No. Hold on a second. They didn't pass. Let's go back. Okay. Something's going on. So DC Defenders at 72 took Liam Fornadello from James Madison. Vegas Viper at 70 took Trey Johnson, Jackson State. At 84, Vegas Vipers took Fernando Fry, East Carolina. Let's refresh this one more time. So I guess that's a wrap. Defenders are on. It says defenders are on the clock. Let me just double check. Anybody sending me messages like, hey, that's it? The XFL saying anything? Nope. All right. I think that's about it. I guess that's a wrap. Because there's nothing else changing. And that's going to be it. All right, my friends in the chat. Appreciate you guys hanging out. We're going to close out. Thanks for liking and subscribing. Thanks for watching our biggest stream ever, our longest stream ever. Let's see. It says, looks like they're doing rotational picks now, which is weird. Yeah, I think that's it. The draft is still going. Yes, the draft is still going. Currently, they're going to be out of order. So we still get picks. Thanks for hosting. Good night, everyone. Hey, all right. That's it for me, folks. God bless. We will have a recap. We're not going to do a recap tonight because I've been talking all day, and then I have to set up for a recap in 20 minutes. I'm not going to do that. But we will be live tomorrow at 8 p.m. with a full recap of the day's festivities for the XFL draft. Stay tuned to XFL News Hub throughout the day. This should be some really interesting stuff, and we'll have a lot to talk about at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern tomorrow. That's it for me, folks. Hey, everybody who stuck with the whole night, appreciate you. Thank you so much. God bless. Mahalo. And I will see you all later. Time to go get something to eat.